Cool. It is recording, sweet. So, let's see. Let's try Mike's hard strawberry lemonade in a can.
In a can.
I was like, I was saying, this shit is really good when it's in the bottle, so.
I like it.
Wait, we got Elliot Jameson?
Yes. Triple distilled Irish.
I do like the strawberry lemonade from Mike's.
Yeah, it's basically the same.
I'm drinking a regular Mike's lemonade.
Yeah.
Not in a can.
Not in a can. In a glass bottle.
Why don't you grab something? You got like 20 bottles behind you.
A hard Mike is good to find.
Christian Brothers brandy looks tasty.
I ain't drinking that
Fireball.
with cheap shit.
Wait, there is that fireball in the back.
That's special edition Fireball, too.
Special.
That sounds like going to be converted to a church or a religion.
I don't understand why he drinks his cheap shit.
Gotta keep trying.
Christian religion vodka.
It's fucking the Christian Brothers brandy.
The Christian Brothers tasted like little boys. Come on.
Well, I mean, you would know.
The tears of little boys.
Chris would know how.
I've been places, so. Oh,
That's
Christ.
disgusting.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's been so, fuck, it's been like 2 weeks now. It's like, damn, though. I don't know where to fucking begin, Carlton. It's like, Twitter's been fun. New York Post the past few days. Like, shit, yeah. More people dying, more babies being strangled, more like, pedophilia going on, like just usual 2020 shit.
YouTubers faking their own deaths for views.
A guy just killed his girlfriend on YouTube. Like,
Okay, and we all collectively agree that
On
2020 is
YouTube?
over. This is going to be great.
Some 12-year-old just killed himself
I was talking
on his
about
classroom Zoom.
that, yeah. So
That's
the fault
sad.
is they don't. Yeah, it's oh boy.
I could tell you about a thing that particularly pissed me off because of the whole way it went down. Somebody sent me this article from Britain. It was a teacher or a woman, 32 years old.
I did.
That was you that sent
I
this?
sent to you.
Said that she was having sex with a 14-year-old. She got caught, and then she said, "Well, I didn't know he was 14 because he was hanging out with a 16-year-old and a 21-year-old." And then she went to court, and they was like, "No, okay, you're fine. We'll let you go because you didn't know." I was like, "What?" I can't even begin to express how much it bothered me. Like, it bothered me a lot. I was like, in what world do you slap somebody on the wrist for sex with a minor?
Yeah.
2020.
So, but fuck, that's it.
Or is that a whole double standard when it's a young boy to an older woman? It seems fine, but when
I
it's a
didn't
young
even
girl-
want to get into that because I could tell you, I was mad at the fact that if a 32-year-old man had sex with a 14-year-old girl, there would be no excuse he could give to get away with it. Not a single thing he could say to get away with it. But flip the script and...
it should be both ways, I'm just saying that's probably the way they view it. Like, well, she was motherly.
She made sure he had his tea after she was done with him and sent him on his way.
Must have found the news article then. So, yeah, what's funny is when I show it to Al Carlton, like, and I'm sure you guys look it up too, it's like, not that it's excusable, but like, you've seen this woman's pictures, she's not ugly by any fucking means.
She's hot. She's
actually
smoking hot, which pissed me off because I was like, I guarantee you men were lining up trying to get this girl.
Wait.
I guarantee
You're telling me
that's crazy.
that they're using their position to get little boys? Yes. Nice.
Yeah.
There was another one. There was another one with a teacher, a woman that was a teacher. She was in her late 20s, about to be 30s or something like that. She was sleeping with a 14-year-old boy.
Yeah.
They got caught. They actually got caught by police officers because the woman was parked against the curb somewhere, and they walked over and saw them, like, trying to get dressed quickly or whatever. And this chick said out of her mouth that the 14-year-old was the one that pressured her into sex.
Holy shit.
I almost broke my phone. I was like, what am I reading?
Nice.
Like, she said she was pressured into sex. A 30-year-old woman was pressured into sex by a 14-year-old. Make that make sense. I would love to hear a man try to use that as any kind of an excuse. Well, this 14-year-old girl manipulated me into sex. She's the one that demanded it and forced it on. Get the hell out of here.
It's when you hang out with your friends, stuff you start saying, like, Al, how many times in the past, like, month I've said, make this make sense to me? It's like Big Al would say, like, yeah.
Nice.
I'm trying to find it because, like, Jesus Christ, New York Post is just like, it's every fucking 5 seconds something new comes up.
I had the article.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it on here. But, yeah, essentially, so what happened is, like, it's funny because we picked up Christian yesterday, and, yeah, me and, Uncle Junior and stuff, we had like, I was telling Al, I was trying to have in the most comedic way possible because I still feel uncomfortable saying Christian. At 13 years old, you have to worry about adult women trying to have sex with you. So that's the broad thing. So I tried going around it in different ways.
Why would he be worried about adult women having sex?
Because that's what this article popped up. I'm like, the fact that I had to read.
I'm just saying. I mean, as they're saying, the whole double standards. I mean, but if I was a 13-year-old boy and any woman wanted to have sex with me,
exactly.
I'm not going to be like, "Oh, you're too old for me."
Yeah. Well,
I mean, what kind of horny ass 13-year-old is going to say no to a woman touching his penis?
And that's the talk I've had to say. I was like, Christian, we have done this talk where it's like, if anybody besides your mother and your dad for medical reasons, or a doctor try seeing you naked, you got to tell me, because like it will still have a psychological effect on a kid. I mean, he said, and I get that. We joke like, yeah, at 14 years old, if I had a 32-year-old woman sucking my dick, I wouldn't have said no to that. But like, yeah, so. Like Al said, this was a story, and then next you had the follow-up story, but it's UK mom weeps after being cleared of knowingly having sex with underage boy. And that's the fucked up part. Al said, the thing is, she went in front of a jury. The jury found her not guilty. So she knowingly had sex with a 14-year-old.
Is it a jury of her peers of women who have sex with her?
Maybe, let's find out. So,
were they late on having their afternoon cup of tea?
She's a mom of three. Taya Vincent, 32, admitted to initiating sex. So she initiated it with him, which is even more fucked up. After inviting him and a pal into her home, she insisted she thought he was 16, the legal age of consent in the UK. But even going before we go that, even if he was 16, why are you 32 fucking a 16-year-old?
16-year-old boy, like what the hell?
I guess she's.
It's so interesting how the times have changed. Where like a few hundred years ago, 12, 13, 14-year-old girls and boys were being married off and starting families and stuff. But now it's like anything under 18, it's like the sin of the devil. It's just interesting how that whole.
I had that conversation with a friend of mine because we were talking about things that are inherently wrong and things that are wrong just because we say they are. Like in the animal world, animals don't wait for other animals to get to a certain age before they start having sex. Yeah. But we made the rule, like, because there was a time, like you said, you could marry a 14-year-old girl with the consent of her parents, and a 14-year-old girl and a 14-year-old boy could marry each other with the consent of their parents. But now, since we created new rules that says this can't happen, then we got to abide by the rules. We made them. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of people that just disregard the rules, and it's insane. Like, the rule is, if you're fucking over 18, anything under 18 is a no-no. Right? But some people just...
Well, that's what's fucked up, though, about this out. Apparently in UK, because laws are different across the globe, but in the UK, 16 is the actual legal age of consent. So that's why...
Believe it or not, those laws are different right here in America, depending on what state you're in. Yeah. Different states have different ages of consent.
I was going to say that, too. Some states, it is 16 here.
So, so the jury of eight men and 4 women, of course, 8 guys... They're all giving her the high five and shit, like the thumbs up, like
I have a son. Nice. Can I watch? By the way, asking for a friend.
They deliberated for just 1 hour. Wow! Before clearing her of the underage sex crime, leaving her in tears. Her attorney had reminded jurors in her closing arguments that they had to put aside any feelings that her behavior may have been morally questionable. Your role is not to make moral judgments, but to decide if she broke the law. Can you be sure he told her he was 14 before they had sex, or he lied about it?
But
that doesn't matter. She did break the law. It's statutory rape, not forced rape. Yeah. It's illegal, regardless of if he confessed or not. Yeah, it would be nice if he had known, or we could prove that he said whatever. But she did break the law. Yeah, so, I'm tired of people.
Yeah, she's a grown, responsible adult. She knows the law.
Plus she's also mother of 3.
There can be no fucking excuses made for pedophilia. And this is a problem I have. Like, people make excuses for pedophilia. Like, that shit is insane to me.
She probably has money.
Oh, maybe.
Well,
maybe.
I mean, now people know that she's predatory. Hide your kids because she might be raping them.
See, that's what's hard to say about this, though, because remember, like, certain cases, the judge is the one who decides guilty or not guilty. This was in front of a jury of 12 people. 8 men, 4 women. The jury said all 12 of them, so, hey, she's not guilty. So it's, yep.
8 guys came out with smiles.
There's got to be more to the story than we're hearing.
Yeah, there's got to be some more. I mean, maybe if you pick up the UK paper that's covering the article and not the New York Post.
Yeah.
You know,
I feel like the game Among Us has shown us that trial by jury is not really a good thing. Because all you gotta do is get everybody to go along with you.
Yeah.
You could condemn 1,000 innocent people without any effort. Like,
Yeah, you're
you're like, let's get rid of
what
this.
a game are you talking about?
Among Us.
so fun.
Like, listen to me, Carlton. You need to download this game. We all need to download this game. We all need to play it. This game is stupid fun. It is ridiculous.
What do you play it on?
On your phone, your tablet. It's a mobile game. Yeah. It is fun. Like,
what's it about?
An alien imposter goes around killing crewmates. You got to try to figure out who it is, and pretty much convince everybody that either A, you didn't do it when you did, or B, just
defend your
blame
name.
somebody else.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the internet as a game.
It's
I saw this man kill him. No, it was you, because why didn't you say something
That is the
before?
best explanation I've heard.
Yeah.
It is the internet if the internet was a game.
Yeah. Among Us, the internet, the game, based on real life.
Yeah. So yeah, that's my only last comment on that, because like Al said, and Twitter's been slaying that. Like I just said even yesterday that again, let a 32-year-old man come out and say I had sex with a 14-year-old girl before he made it to trial. He will be fucking beaten to death in county fucking jail, because and like people said, it's when a man does it to a little girl, it's rape. Every single, even if the 14-year-old girl said I consent to this, it's rape.
Yeah.
But when the boy says consent, oh well, it's different. And like that,
even
that
if
is
the boy says he didn't
Yeah,
want
it's interesting. It's like I don't just say it's like it's almost like a 14-year-old boy can give self-consent, but a 14-year-old girl couldn't.
Yeah.
So immediately it's rape for the guy, but for a woman, well, he's a guy, so he kind of knows.
And
what
like
he's
Al
doing,
said, they try having the double standard.
But it goes it just goes to show more of the fallacy within.
Because the whole definition of pedophilia is having sex with underage children. It doesn't say underage boys are exempt, underage girls. It's the rule. Like that's
It doesn't matter if they agree to it or not. If they're 17 and 9 months, they're underage.
It's this thing is this stigma that men carry, where only men could be considered, predators. Like a woman could sleep with 1,000 babies and nobody is going to be like, this woman's a predator. They're going to be like, maybe the babies wanted it. Like, it's weird. It's a weird dynamic that we go through in our culture.
Or women can't beat men.
A victim of circumstances.
And abuse them.
Women can't rape men
Well,
either.
there are more men serial killers.
Oh yeah, murder is a man's game. That's no question there. Like, murder is a man's thing. Like we kill well.
Murder is a white man's
We do
game.
it better, Karen.
Between the ages
We
of
do it
20
better.
and 30.
Homicide and murder, serial killers is a white
Yeah.
man's
it really
game
is. Actually, I was
between
telling.
late 20s, early 30s.
Does that mean I'm exempt?
There's something wrong with those white men.
I'm not white. I'm exempt,
I was
right? I
telling,
get off scot-free?
I was telling to Al Carlton, when you get a chance, you can Karen, Mindhunter on Netflix. Man, that is.
Already watched it.
And that's
everybody is talking about Mindhunters and Blacklist. Those two things keep hearing everybody
Blacklist is
talk
actually
about.
really good though. Blacklist is really good.
I'm going home and put both of them in my queue right now.
I haven't watched
Blacklist. I finally started getting to Narcos. I was texting Al. I was like, wow, I've been hearing about Narcos, and much like Mindhunters, I'm fascinated by like Al's like, damn, when you're watching Narcos, all this shit really happened. And every episode they put a disclaimer saying that Pablo Escobar was doing all this shit.
Oh, really? I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
That's what I like about Mindhunters,
That's what I'm
because
saying.
it's like kind of a representation of how
I
this
told
whole
Al
CSI
that shit.
thing
Like when I'm watching Mindhunters,
behavioral
I finished the
analyst.
first season, went to the second season. I'm like, you know what? I got to see. I thought maybe it was a fictional show based on real life. So I started Googling Mindhunters in reality. This all fucking happened. I mean, it's like different. They changed up some names, but all these killers and like, the stigma, there is like 2 black serial killers, but like the majority of serial killers, like 90% of them are straight white males. That's how it is. Like,
Whoa.
Hey.
Straight white males.
Exactly.
We have to go with the whole description. Straight check, white check,
Exactly, that's
male,
it. The proof
double
is,
check.
Well, I mean, when you hear a serial killer, you don't even have to use a profile. Okay, it's going to be a white male, late 20s, early 30s, probably got some sort of parent issues.
Can't look you in the eyes because he's the shy
He can't
type.
get aroused unless he's wearing high heels.
And they showed
or
that too with the
something.
shows. Like, the funny part is not all of them, obviously, but the majority of the serial killers, it's almost 9 times out of 10 sexual. And they broke that down in the show. And a lot of these guys couldn't get fucking laid. Or they had mommy issues. Or they had, but like this, that's what's fascinating about Mindhunters is they started studying why does this keep happening for? And they're seeing a lot of fucking trends. And like,
you know, what's scary about it is those particular serial killers that get fixated on a certain type of woman and they decide, I'm going to kill this type of woman alone. Like, you know how terrifying that is? It's like, imagine yourself being like a brunette, you know, a certain height, certain weight or whatever, and then finding out you fit the profile of what this guy likes to kill. Yeah. Like, and he's in your neighborhood, or you have no idea where he's at or what he's doing, but you just know.
And he's always the nice neighbor. Oh, he's so quiet.
It's crazy.
That's why I always thought Christina's uncle was like a serial killer.
And that's like I would say that's what's funny. But nowadays, people wonder why most women, even social media, why are women always paranoid for it? Because like Al said, I've never walked to my car and worried about some woman raping me and fucking me and like stabbing me to death. I don't fit the profile.
Straight up, like I had that conversation with a friend of mine.
Because you're not their type.
I'm not anybody's.
It's one of them things that women worry about that men never think about. Yeah. Like I remember having homegirls that were like, "Oh, I'm at such and such a place. Could you come give me a ride?" I'm like, "Yo, you live like 3 blocks away." It's like, "Oh, well, it's night and I don't feel secure going home." And I was like, "Wow," because like that would never happen. If I'm 3 blocks away, I'm going to fuck home. Like I would never be like, I'm terrified of going home because something could happen, and that's a real fear for some women.
Like Carlton, how many times have you and me walked streets of Albany, walked back from Crossgates Mall, and just you and me don't have a fear of like someone grabbing us into a van, raping, and killing us? But like, imagine 2 females walking back from Crossgates down to Albany. Like,
to be fair,
you know.
Sometimes I look around when I'm walking. I'm like, who's gonna try to kidnap this 6'6" guy? Ladies, where are you at? Holding up a sign, come get me.
Oh God! So,
like, no one wants to go kidnap and rape Grimace.
Maybe a furry would.
I mean,
I don't know. Depending on where you're at, Grimace might be sexy.
Yeah, you gonna help me feed my children with some free food? Whoa! That wasn't part of the deal.
Robble.
Well, back in the old days, being fat was a sign of wealth. So, you know, you got the ladies that way.
Like, look how extended my gut is. You know you want this.
Exactly. The larger your waist, the more you are appealing to them. Like, wow, he can provide me with some bread, everything.
That was like, how much of a D-bag do you look?
Probably some meat.
Yeah, but you have to knock him out and drag him and stuff.
I didn't say that.
I mean, if we're going to go back to the age of cavemen, men, drag them by the hair, not the feet. That way you don't get dirt in places.
Grab him by the pussy. Come on. It's not like...
Hey, when you're a rock star, buddy...
Or you're
stuffing him in the trunk.
I would let Maria Brink grab me by
thing.
mine. I'm just saying.
This is the way Al said.
A rock star.
This is the way Al said that shit. I lost it. It's like the curvature of the belly.
All you have to do is walk into a ballroom and just start doing a hula hoop.
So does that mean that Mark would be better off than all of us combined? Mark would be like an emperor at this point. Then.
No. See. You're confusing girth with actual repulsiveness.
I mean, look at Henry VIII and all that.
Mark is a people.
I mean, they would have thought he was a pale, like Frosty the Snowman come to life.
Didn't one of us make a character on Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2?
Yeah. I did, called diabetes.
I knew I made like a pasty white or yellowish blue.
Pale and fat.
So this is
big red lip.
He always dreams about
diabetes.
Yeah, he did too. It's funny. This asshole in Dragon Ball Z made diabetes.
Oh God!
It's dedicated to the Gringer.
I still got him too. I'll have to take a screenshot and show you.
Yeah, so I want to get everyone's opinion about this because this is controversial, to say the least. So a YouTuber named Gabby DiMartino, she sells inappropriate childhood video on OnlyFans. So she was getting slammed for allegedly peddling a nude childhood video of herself on OnlyFans for $3. She's 25 years old, but she shared a video when she was a kid with the caption, "Won't put my panties on." Her OnlyFans account's been taken down. "You better not be trolling with kid pics and thinking that's okay," one critic tweeted. So it's kind of like, okay, she has if you have OnlyFans account, you're 25 years old, and you start selling pictures of yourself when you're like,
no, it's child pornography regardless if it's child or not. It doesn't matter who it is. If you're selling pictures of children nude, especially young children.
Well, to say her defense is, well, it was her.
It doesn't matter who it is.
It
doesn't matter.
So a childhood video.
I wish I would have seen it. I would have fucking brought the feds right to her goddamn page.
It doesn't matter. It's like every parent has pictures of their kids in the bath or little baby booties or stuff like that. But when you're selling those now,
you're sexualizing it.
Possibly known predators.
So she wanted to.
Whether they're your own or not.
She wanted to explain that the home video was meant to, of course, it's always that explanation. It was only meant to be shared with a select group of people in the same way high-profile people use a Finsta account or a private friends-only Instagram to share more intimate content. Regardless, okay. I mean, I just said, I'm not sending Junior or Al pictures of me at 5 years old digging in the bathtub.
The argument is not, it doesn't hold up, and this is why. If I created a Finsta account and I was like, well, I'm only sharing this with my 5 group of friends or my 6 group of friends, but it's all pedophilia. It's all like little children naked, covered in fucking tartar sauce or whatever the fucking weird gross shit people are into. It's not okay. It doesn't matter how small a group is. It could be you and one other person. It's still illegal. That argument holds no fucking water. Like she can't.
Well, see, the only way anyone will see my baby took is if we're all hanging out and we're looking through family photos and there just happened to be a picture. They're like, oh. I thought that, but it's not like I'm going out distributing it to a bunch of crowd.
Hey, give me some money. I'll let you see my baby.
You're looking at little kids.
Yeah.
Having your baby running through your house, with no pants on, you take a picture and you put it in your album. That's a far different story to you posting it online for fucking weirdos to download and buy.
On top of selling it too.
Yeah, and you're selling it.
But here's the point. She knew that it was going to show those parts and didn't care. It's like, oh, well, people are going to like this because here's my handout, give me that cash, you dirty pedophiles.
The problem is she herself is a fucking weirdo, so she's like trying to normalize the weird shit.
Good old OnlyFans.
Let's take her behind the dumpster. Let's do.
Of course, I mean, the good part was, it's cool that OnlyFans took her account down, but just like, I'm sure she'll be on social media crying like, my whole life is ruined. Instead, I'm crying and like, I can't believe they've done this to me. And like, she definitely will play the.
Don't worry, the pedophiles will back her.
So, like Al said, right now it's just they can take it down. There's no charges against her yet, which it probably won't be. But like, just
well, if they don't charge her,
that annoys me because I'm telling you, I wish. Well, I don't subscribe to OnlyFans, but I wish I would have came across her shit because I would have brought the police right to her account with no hesitation.
I'll be kicking in that door. Would be knock knock. All you hear is one boot.
So I talked to Carlton and Ellie a little bit about this on Xbox to Al and Junior, but like, how do you guys feel about? I still said this is perfectly legal, but it still comes down to a legal versus you just being an asshole. But it was the PS5 scalpers. It was a scalper group of PS5 people. What they did was they flipped over 4,000 PS5s for a profit. And now what they did was they've already bought 1,000 Xbox Series X consoles. And, they're basically going on social media saying, well, it's not our fault, you guys. You snooze, you lose. And they're having no fucking remorse about it. They're kind of bragging about it. And like,
here's the thing. I'll say this about that situation. While I don't like it and I don't agree with it, there's no laws against it. That's great. That's the great American capitalist machine. If you're greedy and you're fast, you could buy it all. And then when you buy it all, you could change the price on the market. Because you could, a console that's $500, you buy 30 of them and nobody else could get them. Now you could sell one for $1,000.
That's what they're doing.
It's not fair, but there are no laws against it. Because
$1 million.
This is America. We're a capitalist nation. And if you could get it first and you could change the price, do what you want. It is.
And it's probably been going on before this.
It always happens. Every time they sell any like major hot item, people do this. The scalpers come out. They come out. They have a $10,000 account. They will buy 50 of these fucking things, and then they'll sell them for fucking double or triple the price. And there's no laws against it.
It's so interesting because that's not technically there's no law against it, but a scalper who buys tickets for a concert, now that's illegal.
Or
that's a different thing.
It's like
game.
I know.
Yeah, no, they said that
it's weird.
It may be unfortunate with that a child won't wake up to a PS5 this Christmas, but another child may have woken up to nothing. We have no regrets. So, like,
Actually,
So-
they did because there was an update last night. They deleted that post because people were yelling and
pissed.
threatening them, and their 1,000 or the order of 1,000 Xboxes was canceled too.
Yeah.
And they started deleting their posts because the backlash from everybody has been so intense that they're starting to go into hiding.
And that's the thing. I mean, I like the fact that people become enraged and people, get online and go crazy, and then these guys have to suffer some kind of, a fucking punishment for the shit they do. But realistically, that's never going away.
Yeah.
It's never.
No.
People are always going to do it. People always do it.
I just like the little underdog thing where people are yelling. I put down in the comments, I watched this guy called Young, and he did an update about this. And
Carlton, do you happen to have a console already?
No.
Those damn scalpers.
Well, I've come close several times, and like as soon as I'm trying to cash out of my cart, and it keeps crashing.
Oh yeah,
and
people will
stuff.
buy it right out of your cart with a.
They have
Yeah,
crazy.
exactly. And but that's like the first way. But then all the retailers, they picked up on that a little bit late, because by the time they implemented this, all of their holiday stashes were gone. Where it's like, once it's in your cart, it's yours. But I'm like, oh, that's a little too late now, buddy. All the count.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I just keep checking daily. I mean, like I said, it sucks. I know I'm going to get it eventually, but the only thing I'm upset about is like GameStop was like, yeah, be here at noon to pre-order it on September, whatever. I got there at 11:30. Oh, all the pre-orders are sold out. I'm like, you guys said you're not selling them noon. How they fucking sold out at 11:30? That was the only thing that upset me. But it's like, I think it comes down to the people. If they don't like this, they shouldn't. They punish the scalpers by not buying them.
Yeah.
There should be-
Exactly.
there
should be
Thank
some
you,
kind of-
Carlton. Thank you.
There should be some kind of
Finally saying
punishment.
that.
But let's be real about one thing. People are stupid, so people are going to go out and spend that money on it.
Mhm.
That's what's going to happen. That's what happens every time. This is why the scalpers don't stop,
Yeah.
because it always happens.
Or I'll be radical. Let's find the scalpers, kick the shit out of them, and just take the
Well,
console.
that's been
Well,
happening.
there has
I was saying, I was.
there has been articles of people robbing these scalpers.
It would be great to see a
Things like
scalper
that.
spend like $10,000 to buy a bunch of consoles and then be stuck with all those consoles, and everybody's like, "Fuck you, bro. We're just going to wait until next year where every store is overflooded with them."
I think I'm offended by the term scalpers because it affects our Native American heritage. So I think we need to post something so they have to change their terms.
You say that, believe it or not, I was on TikTok.
Oh Christ!
I met this girl who is she is native. She's one of the native tribes that's like native to Alaska. She said the name, but I can't remember what it is. And she said that she's referred to as
Inuit.
Eskimo. Inuit. I think that's what it is. Inuit or something like that. And,
Yeah,
and she said that her tribe, her people are referred to as Eskimos. So I was like, listen, no disrespect. I honestly don't know. Is Eskimo an offensive term? Yeah. And she told me that her response was very political because she was like, I don't want to answer for everybody. Some people are offended by it. Some people aren't. She said, as for her, she's not offended by it. And I was like, that doesn't really help me, but I get it. Yeah. But like, I really want somebody to break it down. Like if Eskimo is offensive, why? Like when did it happen? Because my whole life I've heard the term. I've never heard a person use it as a derogatory term. Yeah. So I don't know if it is actually derogatory and like, was it always that way from the very beginning? Yeah. Or is it just now started? I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, we talked about that. Like I said, we grew up, I've never in my lifetime until like a year ago, ever the fucking term mulatto considered being derogatory. Never. Yeah. It's like, that's why I said with certain terms, like, again, terms like obviously, well, in America, not overseas, but faggot in America is offensive. The word nigger universally, globally, it's just like every country knows what that every nation knows what that word means. Yeah. But like it was always meant to be derogatory. But terms like Eskimo or fucking mulatto was never to my intention ever mean to demean somebody. Like we were never raised like that shit. Like like I said, even like the term fag, they say all the time, like the guys want to bum a fag, and they say that shit in Europe and England. It's
a literal brand because
they actually have fags as cigarette labels on there. It says fags. I've seen
when
them.
I smoked, my friend in England sent me a pack, and I'm like, man, I got a bunch of fags, and people are like, what? I'm like, the cigarette, it fags.
You need
See, I
to-
got the fags. I'm gonna put a
What
fag
you
in
need
my
to
mouth.
do is you need to buy one of the cartons.
Yeah, because original.
You need to buy one of the cartons that has the name on it, and then every time somebody says something that pisses you off, just be like,
Here's a fag.
Just hold it up.
just hold it up. Just hold it up, like, put it right at him.
Are you
Don't
calling
ever say
me a
that.
fag? No, sir.
Never
I'm
say-
showing you what a fag looks like.
Well, because originally the word came from a piece of wood.
Yeah.
So that makes more sense that it's a cigarette. I don't even know how it got to the other
It's
part.
gay shit. Like I said, it's amazing. But like you're saying, Al, that's why I was like, the thing with the scalper, it's like it's complex. Where that's why I said in the beginning, it's like there's legal and there's moral. Just like legally speaking, this woman, 32, had slept with she could sleep with a 16-year-old. Legally speaking, it's legal to do that. But morally, it's like also with the scalpers. I mean, they're not breaking the law, but you're still an asshole.
Yeah, you're greedy because you don't need it. You're just doing it because it's a selfish benefit.
I think
like,
plus
and that's
too,
just, it sucks.
You
Because
know what Carl would say is like, what pisses people off even more is if you want to do it, do it. Don't brag about it.
Yeah, and this
Now you be
Yeah, that's
like-
when you get that karma.
and this is the thing.
That's when you're like, you know what? Now you got to rub it in my face. I'll be your dick gets bit off by a shark.
No.
And
Oh
this is
my
the crazy
God.
thing.
I gotta cut you all off. I saw a story about a Florida man who bit his brother's dick off because his brother was fucking his cousin on his favorite Dragon Ball Z sheet.
Florida man.
Florida man. He looked like the fucking real life action version of Piccolo because he had no hair except the little antenna. I'm like, Florida man bit off his brother's dick while he was because he caught him having sex with his cousin on his favorite Dragon Ball Z sheet. I'm like, man, next time we have a podcast, I'm bringing this up.
Yeah. What do you say, Carl?
Like, how do you get into a position like just not to dwell on this? But how?
Too
How
late.
the fuck? Like how? Just
Too
how?
late.
Like I can't imagine any situation where my brother's dick is in my mouth. Like I don't. It couldn't happen.
I'll put your dick in my mouth.
Like even under the threat
Well-
of death, I might still fight you on it. Like maybe I'd take that bullet to the face.
I mean, the first thing is like, how much wrestling do you and fighting do you have to get to that point where he gets his dick?
Yeah.
Wait, you're
And you're not even worried about
I
the
mean-
Dragon Ball Z.
So the main thing is like, how long did it take to get up to that point?
Yeah.
You know?
no.
Oh my
you're
Or
not.
God.
was he sleeping and he snuck
You're
in?
not mad that your
Nice.
brother is
Decision to
fucking
bite
your
your dick.
cousin. You're mad that he's fucking her on your Dragon Ball Z sheets, and that's why you put his penis in your mouth.
God damn
and
it, he
bit
came
off.
all over Goku's.
Sir, you got something on your face. I don't know if it's my brother's sperm or penis blood, but it was
God, that shit
my
makes me wanna throw up.
favorite sheet.
It's over 9,000.
It was.
Yeah.
You gave Goku a facial.
The insanity of that story
Next
is
time
over
on
9,000.
Dragon Ball Z, Goku's facial.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. What's like, well, you remember that Al showed me that, even part of Super before we move on, but remember that the thing where, like, what was it, Goku and Vegeta, and, Vegeta kissed his Bulma, and Goku's, what are you doing? He's like, what? He's like, you kissed her, and he's like,
Yeah.
Goku, you never kissed Chi-Chi? He goes, no,
No.
what are you talking about? He's like, you have three
two
kids.
He's like, how do you?
He just went Super Saiyan 3 and pulled that dick.
Yo, how do you have three kids and you never kissed your wife? Like, how does that happen? How?
No wonder she's so mad.
No, that's why she's so pissed off. No affection from Goku at all whatsoever.
What are you saying, Carlton? I watch videos in that where guys were like, said in YouTube, the guy Jeremy on the recording said, hey, listen, I'm not advocating causing physical harm to these scalpers, but just saying karma's a bitch, ain't it? Since now you want to brag about it. So if you get your ass kicked, I don't feel sympathy for you.
Good.
So,
Good.
Like Carlton said, the best way to get through it, just don't buy it from them. But it was just the fact that people were so desperate for a graphic upgrade because nothing came out for the PlayStation 5 or the Xbox when it first dropped. Literally nothing but Spider-Man.
yeah.
That's it. And like graphical upgrades, maybe Godfall, but that's it. And Godfall is not as great as people
Hey,
think it would be.
No, Demon Souls, and it's just a remaster, but no really new game, just graphical upgrade. They just took Spider-Man, slapped Miles Morales' skin on it, and
Yeah.
boom.
$60. There you go.
Literally.
For the add-on content, $60.
Yeah.
We got it.
Well, see, I like to be with those. I want the console day one, those early investors forgot the actual term. Those first wave of buyers. I'm a console person. I always like to get the newest console when it comes out. Just to have for the most part. But if I have to wait, I have to wait.
Like Allison, I 100% agree with that. I said this the past few weeks that like the only reason that someone's selling a console for $1,500 is because you're buying it for $1,500.
Exactly.
He's 100% right because like
it's similar to microtransaction. Everyone hates it, but if people stop using it, then they won't put microtransactions in the game.
Stuff. I was a kid at one point, like, well, my kids are disappointed. My son knows, Christian, I love you, buddy, but I'm not spending $2,000 on a fucking Xbox. You can wait until January, and he's fine with that.
So. It was funny too. Before we move on, it's like there are actually people been selling pictures of the consoles for like $500, and people were buying it because they didn't read the entire description. That's just like, and they get a picture of an Xbox. Like, here's your picture. Yeah. Well, that's what the description says. So, but eBay and stuff, they're taking those ads.
What's crazy about that is eBay was in trouble for that about like 4 or 5 years ago, if I remember correctly, because people were doing that exact same thing with other consoles and other items, where they would say, "Hey, I got this TV. It's like a plasma TV worth $5,000." And they'd be like, "Yo, I got this TV for sale." And they'll post a picture, and in the description, if you read it, it'll let you know that the picture is what's for sale. Exactly. But the average person doesn't even read through. They just, oh shit, $5,000 TV, fucking $150. Bought it, and then you get a picture delivered to your house, and then you're mad. Yeah. And then eBay took steps where they tried to help correct the issue, but it's only so much you could do. Exactly. As a company that's selling that stuff online.
That's what I've told people, whether it's my mother or something, or like even like my son, like, hey guys, like as more technology gets out there, you need to spend more time doing your research before you do anything online. Ask Chris. Chris will tell you, because like I'll say, the average person, it's not even just a generational age thing. There's people that are 30 years old, moms, dads, who are not big into video games, and their kids 12 years old, they just buy a kid an Xbox. They go online, eBay, oh shit, the new Xbox, now I found it on sale for like, I can't find it anywhere on Target or something or Walmart. I found on eBay $500, and they don't read the description. They just see Xbox. Hey, cool, I got one for my kid, and yeah, it's like
I'll wait.
A lot of people are not internet savvy, unfortunately.
I have a feeling there's going to be some issues that'll pop up with the Xbox Series X, PS5. I'll wait until it's all fixed. I remember when the 360s were getting the red ring of death, and the Xbox Ones were literally igniting. I was like, holy shit, can you imagine that playing your favorite game, and next thing you know, a fire in your living room?
You got to treat the first wave as beta testers. Let them sort out the bugs. I'll let your house.
Well, that's pretty much what early adapters are. They're the first wave. They like the new technology. They're the ones, of course, they find the bugs and stuff, and that's why some people wait to the later waves because they work.
This was.
Because any console launch is just like basically the first people to get our beta testers.
This was cool. I found this. Only YouTube. YouTube said YouTube's top trending video of 2020 is a powerful Dave Chappelle Netflix special. So Dave Chappelle has the top video on YouTube for 2020. Remember, he did that. Was it 14? What's it called again? 1426 or something. No, it's the 846 about the whole George Ford thing. But like, out of all YouTube exclusive videos, Dave Chappelle has the #1 video on YouTube. So
didn't he make a new special, but then requested it be removed?
Oh no, that was a Dave Chappelle show playing on Netflix. He was requesting all his fans not to watch it.
I wanted to get into that later.
Yeah, and then he spoke to Netflix and asked them to take it down. He's like, because Comedy Central is not paying him for the use of the property. He said technically, even though they legally own it and it's theirs, they could do what they want.
We'll get into that then.
He said he feels like he's being ripped off.
I wanted
talk about the Chappelle
show. I want everyone's opinion about that. Yeah, basically, like what Carl said, like Al said.
Oh, I just watched that recently.
Well, what happened is like said, like Al said, when Chappelle, it's like I've been reading. It's really hard because it's like part of it's. As a fan of Chappelle, I 100% fucking back Dave, and I think he's 100% right. As a blue collar person, as somebody who's fucking in $9,000 in debt, I'm like, it's not like Dave's hurting for money neither. So I'm like, it's like I said, I'm on the fence. But like, basically what happened is like, remember Chappelle Show, season 3 of Chappelle Show was not episodes. That was all the episodes they didn't film because technically speaking, Dave walked out on season 2. Technically speaking, he did breach his contract. What happened is like the Netflix Comedy Central, they came back and offered him $50 million after the show blew up. So some people would say, well, Dave, when he made the show, he was pretty desperate. The show, the first season wasn't really that big. Of course, it blew up to be what it is. Dave, for many reasons, wanted to fucking leave. So he signed off all of his rights to Chappelle Show. So then Netflix just picked it up, HBO Max picked it up, other streaming services did as well. Dave said the thing is, 99% of people get residuals. Like people, the cast of fucking Friends, Seinfeld, like Jerry Seinfeld will never work for fucking 10 lifetimes off Seinfeld's residuals. Chappelle didn't sign a residual contract. So Netflix, HBO, all these guys, they can play Chappelle Show to the end of time. David doesn't get a penny for that because he sold off all the rights. What he did was he went to Netflix and said, hey, listen, guys, I'm not getting paid a dime for this shit. He made an Instagram post saying, hey, guys, all my fans, I don't care if you ever loved me or hated me, whatever. Please don't watch Chappelle's Show because Comedy Central needs to negotiate with me a new contract because I'm not getting paid a fucking dime for this shit. Netflix just had his past 3 Netflix specials, which he got paid, love Chappelle, $20 million a special. But he's like, Netflix said, you know what, Dave? We didn't know about this. Because he goes, how did you guys not know? They said, honestly, we didn't know. No problem. They took it down like fucking that. HBO Max, every other company didn't, though. So he still feels like they're kind of stealing his work, but like, everyone's saying it's kind of a gray area because they are, but also they're not doing nothing illegal. I've said this before. Stan Lee made 1,000 fucking characters. You think Marvel was paying Stan Lee residuals? He sold Spider-Man, Hulk, everybody. Stan Lee lived a pretty good life, but like Stan Lee could have been a trillionaire, but he sold these characters when he was dirt fucking poor back in the 60s. Marvel owns. He
was dirt poor and in debt.
Exactly. So he sold the rights to Spider-Man to all fucking Marvel, but Marvel took care of Stan Lee. Dave Chappelle, technically speaking, doesn't own Chappelle's Show. Comedy Central does. Comedy Central can do whatever the fuck they want. So it was kind of like, I'm with it.
He messed up and now he's whining about it.
I mean, he's not wrong, but like the biggest thing I don't know.
I don't care if you're making millions of dollars. I don't really care about that. He made a choice. He broke his contract. Yeah. He fucked up. So he's shit out.
I was just about to say the same thing. Kind of. I'm a fan of Dave Chappelle. I'll support his work. Yeah. I'll watch everything he makes. I love him as a comedian. But on this one,
he's funny.
On this one, I just got to say he fucked up on this one.
He did
because he's the one he breached the contract. He left Comedy Central in the middle of negotiations without being unwilling to come back and hash everything out. He just left and vanished. And
went to Africa.
Technically, they own the rights to it. It's theirs. I'd say if he had more of like even a better moral position to take stand on, I would probably back him on it. But on this one, Comedy Central isn't really doing anything wrong. They're not. This is basically based on his personal feelings, where he's like, well, I'm upset because they're not paying me, but he is not really taking responsibility for his end of the shit. But as a comedian, I fucking love him, man. I'll support his work. I'll fucking back him 100%. But on this one, I just don't see that. I don't feel like they're wrong. I don't feel like Comedy Central is wrong for making money on it, and I don't feel like they're wrong for not paying him. He should have fucking negotiated it all the way out.
And his manager probably told him not to do it, but he walked off and did it anyways and said, screw it. And now all of a sudden he's like, oh, I should get money. Well, you know what? We all have regrets, and that's one he's got to live with.
Yeah, and he's not the only person to do this.
Just make more specials.
Well, he did say that apparently, he actually would bring Chappelle's Show back, but Comedy Central has to agree to that, and they have to sign out a new contract, a new deal, and that's up to them. And they're like, right now, the more you keep.
Well, he can bring Chappelle back on Netflix, but he'll have to probably name it a different show. What, he can't do comedy specials? What I'm saying is
Chappelle's Show, the title of that show, he can't bring Chappelle's Show back. He can, like people would say, I forgot who.
It could be Dave Comedy Show.
Exactly.
Call it the Dave Show. Like fucking.
They can,
Yeah, that's Chappelle Show.
Because that was a funny thing in the past. Like, I remember, like The Rock. I think The Rock was saying that to Vince McMahon when The Rock first kind of got at wrestling. He started calling himself Dwayne Johnson. Everyone's like, why do you call yourself Dwayne Johnson? He goes, because the name of The Rock, Vince McMahon owns The Rock. He goes, he doesn't own Dwayne Johnson. Now eventually Vince, this is like 5-6 years ago, Vince gave him, he said, man, use the name The Rock all you want, we're on good terms. Vince actually granted The Rock, like, you own the name The Rock, now I'm giving it to you. Was cool in Vince's fucking
probably when he started getting big in Hollywood, honestly, you get more publicity.
And it was because
Dwayne The Rock
remember, for a good fucking 5 years that like the term The Rock was only in WWE. Dwayne Johnson wasn't. Every fucking movie and stuff too said Dwayne Johnson. That was it. Now movies say Dwayne The Rock Johnson, but that's after fucking Vince gave him the rights to that name.
And everybody still referred to him as The Rock anyway. Which was he couldn't legally own it or claim it or write it anywhere, but everybody still knew him as The Rock.
There was a way around that. It was Dwayne parentheses Rock, not The Rock. It was Dwayne parentheses Rock Johnson.
Well, I'm just saying, but the term The Rock, though, that was by WWE.
But
shady business
Rock
dealers.
Johnson, though, he didn't own, so that was a way around it, because you put those symbols around it. Technically, that's not the same as Rock quotation mark Rock.
Well,
that's
people
two
knew what it
different
meant,
things.
though,
Yeah,
but shady shit like that has been happening for so long. Yeah. There was a whole reason why Prince had changed his name to a symbol because they owned the name Prince.
Oh, I remember that.
In the music, he couldn't use it to make
Bill
money.
Cosby.
Yeah, so he just.
Bill Cosby was the same thing. He started out as Bill Cosby, then it was the Cosby Show, and then Albert, was that Big Albert, Fat Albert, and the Kid. He changed his stuff so much, because Jello owned him, and
Jello,
now prison owns him.
Of course,
and his butthole. But I don't know all the legal terms, definitions, and contracts. But if Dave walked out and there was a thing like you walk out, we own you, then that's on him. I don't know every term. I'm not a lawyer. I haven't looked through the full contract.
Trying out hard mango right now.
That was like 10 years ago.
Yeah, but
how long ago was the Chappelle show? 10, 15 years ago?
13 years now.
But best he can do is talk to them about it. But guess what? If I see it on Netflix, whether he wants me to watch it or not, because he's not getting a cent off of it, I'm going to watch it because you don't control what I do.
I'm not a mango person. This shit's pretty good.
Yo, I'm a fan of mango. Is like my favorite fruit.
But this, I'm a fan.
So
no, but that's what 100%.
You like those mangoes?
I like
because if you watch season three when it came out, it said season 3 the lost episodes, because like anything they'll film like 20 episodes, but they'll air like 10 as being the official season. But season 3 was just all the leftover shit because like Alice, like he breached his contract, he quit Comedy Central, he quit all comedy, and like
that's on him.
Yeah, it is. So it's like,
because we can't.
My thing is,
go ahead, Carlton.
It's interesting. I understand that they'll get our actors will get revenue when their shows are played on these networks. But if someone buys the DVD set and only watches it on a DVD set, how would they get revenue if everyone just
they only
did
get
that?
residuals on the first sale of the DVDs. So when they sell it to you, that first purchase money goes to them. But after that,
I think everyone should just buy DVDs and forget streaming and stuff.
Well, it's just TV. Like I said, every time, like, what was it? Like, see her certain about, like, I listen to one-hit wonders and stuff. Like, you figure, like say Mariah Carey, for example. She made All I Want for Christmas. That song plays every fucking year during Christmas time.
And she gets paid.
She'll get paid for the next fucking until the day she dies and then beyond. Like, but I'm
just
saying.
Her that revolts me. I don't know what it is.
Holy shit, she get paid in heaven?
I will. Fuck.
Does she get paid in mental help?
She should.
I know. Well, see, that the Dave Chappelle thing reminds me of her, because I remember when we were kids. Did any of you hear about how she vanished for that year or two because she tried to kill herself or had a mental breakdown?
She had a breakdown,
Yep.
And
she was taking drugs and getting drunk and doing all types of weird shit.
But this was before the internet.
She was big in the 90s.
She was.
Her, Whitney Houston.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, like I said, like Alice, before we move on, I'm like, I love Dave. I watch all the stuff he does. I love his SNL bits, his new Netflix specials. But it's like, considering the past 2 years, Netflix, every special you've done, they paid you $20 million.
He made over 20. Because remember, the first time he came out, where he gave him, I think, 3 specials for like 90 million or something like that.
That's what I'm saying. Well, it was supposed to be 20 million per episode, so he got a total of 60 million for 3. That was it. But
I thought it was more than that for some reason.
I thought he got a bonus because the first 2 specials were like through the roof. Everybody watched them. They were the number 1 for a while.
You guys follow this way more than I do. I just see a new episode of something on Netflix that I like, and I watch
Netflix is like number 1.
When you really like it, you get involved. That's a bad habit of mine.
Exactly. I guess when you really like it, you got to know how much these actors are making. I don't care. They're already rich motherfuckers. I know they're making millions.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Considering he got paid like roughly about, like even
roughly like 8 of my lifetime salary.
Maybe 50. Maybe 50.
I see 2016, November 2016. Dave Chappelle is making $60 million for his Netflix comedy specials. They gave him 3 specials, each $20 million. Mm-hmm. So, but I'm just saying, as a blue collar person, I'm like, dude, and I loved them. I laughed my ass off, no doubt. But like, they were 1 hour specials. So like, in 3 1 hour specials, you made $60 fucking million, man. Like,
all right, here's a good question. I mean, he's funny, but I don't think he's
$20 million for
the best. Who do you think, in your personal opinion, is your best comedian?
All my best comedians are already dead.
Yeah, I agree with
that. I was about to say that from your youth to now. Like, who do you think is your best or best comedian?
I can tell you this.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone modern. I mean, Kevin Hart, he's up there. He's funny, but he's not like the best to me.
Who I like the most, my favorite, hands down of all time, was George Carlin.
Can I have two?
Oh,
Can I
yeah.
have two?
George Carlin.
I love when George Carlin did that thing about the food. He's reading the labels off the cans, tastes like homemade. And
What the fuck does homemade taste like?
I like when he did the whole thing about preheated ovens. It was like, you can't preheat
Robin
an oven.
Williams was
An
funny.
oven exists in two states, hot or off.
Getting on the plane. Fuck that. I'm getting in the plane. It was a toss up between him and Robin Williams because a lot of people never watched the Robin Williams comedy specials.
Yeah. Dude, Robin Williams was good.
You didn't hear him cursing in the movies and stuff. In those specials, he's like, yeah, I want to be like a fucking dog because you just piss on everything. He's like, oh, my neighbor's got this beautiful wife and this $50,000 car. Piss on it, mine. Piss on the wife, mine. Kids,
My favorite
no,
Robin
fuck
Williams
your
skit
kids.
was
No.
the invention of golf.
Yeah.
That shit made me laugh. Like, I literally... That made me literally laugh till tears streamed down my cheeks. I was like, this dude is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
He was.
There's who I like right now is John Penn. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. I called him John Pennant. He calls himself John Pennant. But when I talk to other people that pay attention to comedy, they call him John Pennay. And then I get irritated because now you're trying to make me look stupid.
Why do people, when someone says this is my name, they try to
Because
change
people
it?
are stupid.
Dude calls himself
Because
that.
people are dumb.
Why the fuck are you saying Panay? Well, it sounds more sophisticated.
He does these stand-up skits about being fat. Yeah, that's him. He does these skits about being fat. He's like,
who is it?
He's like, get out of the line.
Pinette, John Panay.
Well, I don't know who that
I'm
guy
looking
is.
right
John Pennant.
So-
He is fucking hilarious. He did this one skit that to this day I always think about it and laugh because I'm like, this guy is my spirit
Oh, he
animal.
died, sure.
Where he's
Oh, he
He
did?
died 2014. I'll look him up though. Still,
I did not know he was dead. Honestly,
yeah, he died.
I still
Wow.
watch his. I still like listen to his skits.
I don't even know who he is, and I'm saying, wow.
We're going with people.
Must be those human reactions.
Another favorite of mine who I know is dead is Patrice O'Neill. He's dead.
Yeah.
But he was one of my favorites too.
Louis Black is my favorite.
I love Louis Black. Louis
Black
fucking-
is my absolute favorite.
I just love to
I
hear
never
him
really
rage.
listened to any of Louis
Really?
Black.
Yeah.
The only skit I heard from Louis Black was the
I
Starbucks
fucking
across
love
the street from a
it.
Starbucks.
Starbucks.
That was
He
it.
was talking about
He's
acid
the one that
Doppler's
yelled a
milk.
lot, right?
Oh my
Yeah,
god, that shit.
Al says 2014. John Panay died at 50 years old.
No.
I did not know he was dead. I honestly didn't.
His the chocolate skit where he's like, yeah, if I was Willy Wonka, my wife would never let me out of the house. I'd go out like, well, honey, I just want to go to the store. She'd milk me in the middle of the street. Come on, Willy Wonka, I need one more serving. I'm like, God, dude.
You know, I mean, for the most part, yeah, like modern comedians like Chappelle and stuff, and Kevin Hart, and Bill Burr, and even Rogan, for the most part, they try being what they can, but also it's like it's a product of the fucking times because back in the 80s and 90s and fuck even the 70s, these guys could say whatever the fuck they wanted. Now it's just like,
Eddie Murphy's raw and delirious.
That's why I said with Eddie Murphy, like Coming to America 2 is officially coming on Amazon this year, and I loved Eddie Murphy and Dolomite. I loved him on SNL, but that's why Eddie doesn't want to come back to comedy because like go watch Eddie Murphy Raw. It's fucking legendary.
The problem is that's why like comedians from back when I was young could not survive in today's fucking climate.
No.
They just couldn't. Because you were free to say whatever you wanted. You understood that some people are going to be offended. Most people are going to laugh and realize it's a joke.
Exactly.
But right now, everybody's just a one hair trigger pull away from being up in arms and wanting your career finished.
No.
You know, it's just
you're
insane.
right.
I gotta say though, Bill Burr for the Saturday Night Live opening
Well, him,
was
listen,
like
him and Chappelle.
No, Bill Burr went out like lock loaded,
Burr was like,
middle
sit down and
fingers
take your
right
talking
in.
to.
He's like, yeah, he's like, I already know that these people are gonna get on the computer. We need to cancel him. We need to cancel him. I was like, yeah. It's like, shut up.
Well, even Chappelle though. But remember, the whole audience started groaning. And Lorne Michaels. He turned around. He said, "Lauren." He goes, "I'm sorry. I thought we were doing a fucking comedy show." And like, and but I said, that's the point. Besides Bill Burr and Chappelle, maybe like obviously South Park and shit. But it's like maybe right now there might be like 3 or 4 top comedians. Versus the '80s, there was 100 comedians. Like,
Yeah.
it's like now we've got maybe 3 or 4 people who are actually edgy anymore. Everybody's so fucking watered down. I mean.
I think Tim Pool said it best that we're just living in an age where nobody wants to fight for what's right anymore. Comedy is supposed to be separated from everything because comedy isn't political. It doesn't care about your religion and all that. Comedy is comedy. It is subjective. It doesn't care about what your little safe space thing is. It's what it is. But here's the funny thing. The people who whine about it are the ones who watch it over and over and over again because they will recite entire sections, word for word, verbatim, and tell you why it's offensive. Like, wait, how do you know all this? Because I keep watching it. But you hate it, but you're giving them the views and all your money and support. So you're kind of defeating your own purpose.
Just barely.
Yeah, that's part of the problem when, people find things offensive all the time. And it's just like, you got people who are unapologetic about it and people don't give a fuck. And it's the moment that the majority starts speaking that we don't give a fuck about the less than 1% of the population that's offended by everything is when things are going to change. That's when the true change is going to happen. Because as of right now, it's like things like that where this watered down comedy is not going to change until the silent majority starts to become loud. And we tell the minority of people who are offended, shut the fuck up. Yeah. We don't care. Suck my dick. And just enjoy the comedy, and that's just what it comes down to.
On a picnic table.
But it's more comics have to grow up there also, because again, that's why you have the Bill Burrs and Chappelle's for it. Like I was telling you guys about with the drinker said with William Shatner. I started following William Shatner on Twitter. The man is a pure. I wake up and look forward to William Shatner's Twitter because it's a pure I don't give a fuck about you mentality. Shatner is a fucking brutal monster on fucking Twitter. He's like, I'm 81 years old. If you don't like my shit, go fuck off. And he rips guys apart on Twitter, and he's got the no fucks given mentality, and it's awesome.
You should, because here's how you destroy that argument. People are offended. I'll destroy that argument with this one sentence. You chose to watch this. You chose to be offended, and then you chose to attack people. Yeah. You chose everything you did. You didn't have to watch it. Okay, so you watched it. You didn't like it. You didn't have to be loud and vulgar about it. And then you didn't have to attack people who helped in the production, started it, and all that. You chose every step. You chose to become that much of a piece of shit. Therefore, it's no one's fault but your own. You let it get that far.
Not funny, but kind of fucked up. I found this.
That was more than a sentence.
This says
there was commas in there.
Stuff that we've never done, Al or anybody. So, mother of slain Florida teen, Sincere Pierce, shot at his burial. So. Okay, the mother of a Florida teenager who was shot and killed by sheriff's deputy this month was wounded at his burial service. So she was hit when a shot rang out from her 18-year-old, where 18-year-old her son was being laid to rest after he got killed. The woman and a 16-year-old boy, I guess her other son, was struck when a gun that he was carrying went off in his pocket, and it was an accidental discharge. It went through his leg into his mother's leg. The wounds were not life-threatening, authorities said. But, so they had to bring them all to the hospital. So she's attending the burial of her first kid that was killed, and her second kid had a loaded gun that went off in his pocket, went through his leg and into his mother's leg. And I'm like, I've just never been to a burial with a loaded fucking gun.
Only in Florida in 2020.
It makes it's fucked up because you want to feel bad for them because she lost her son.
Exactly.
But then you realize that her other son is an idiot. So it's hard to feel bad because this you're raising idiots.
He's gonna follow suit soon.
You're gonna have two dead sons in a little while. What's happening?
I've been to a couple fucking funerals, a couple burials. I've just never Al, before we go to the funeral, get your Glock.
And this is something I could say. I own guns, but only for protective reasons, defensive reasons. I literally don't just pack up my guns and go to everything that I'm going to. Yeah. I don't get up in the morning and be like, I'm going to the store. Oh, need to load my gun. I can't imagine being in a situation where somebody's like, yo, I'm going to a funeral to lay this person I care about to rest. And in my head, I'm like, gotta strap up. Why? How do you get to that place?
The hell? What'd you do to that cat?
No,
little Christmas hat.
And not just that, but then you shoot your mom as
Exactly.
well.
Your mom.
It's like, oh, my boy is gone. Boom. Oh, my leg as well. Oops.
I mean, it's one of the things like I was saying. It's like I shouldn't have laughed, but I did just because it's so because the mother, thank God, she wasn't severely fucking injured.
Or that dark humor.
Yeah, because like you shot your own,
the seriousness
you shot
of
your
it,
mother
but
at
the
a
timing.
funeral for your fucking brother who was killed by a gun. Like
I've seen things online where there was two different instances. One where a toddler in a car got his hands on a gun that one of his parents owned and shot through the seat and shot his mother. Then there was another article where a toddler took a gun out of a glove compartment in the car and shot his mother and killed her. One of the mothers died, the other one didn't. And in my head, I was like, you deserve this because you're irresponsible. Like if your toddler has access to your gun, that is the height of irresponsibility. Yeah. You deserve that. Like
you're not wrong.
You kind of deserve it.
Those
like
kids
you're
to be the Punisher.
Yeah, there should never be a situation where your toddler could get his hands on your weapon. That situation shouldn't exist.
Not wrong.
Oh, they said comedy is tragedy plus timing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sad that those toddlers have better aim than most adults.
And this is consider the fact that in both of these situations, the toddler wasn't. It's not like they picked up the gun and was aiming. Yeah. They're just fiddling around with the gun and pulled the trigger. That's what happened.
But you got to admit that. That's some insane shit that those kids aiming is so good. Well, it's like, hey, mommy, what? Bam!
Speaking of tragedy, number of it's on the same vein, but
I thought you were just going to say something about Mark. But
he's definitely a tragedy in itself.
You're like, speaking of tragedy, that's usually a segue into Mark.
No,
he's definitely a tragedy.
Speaking of tragedy, well, Mark's still alive.
That's a tragedy in itself.
It was funny because Junior's uncle, of course, Carlton was right. I tried getting Willie down here. He's got to bring Logan to a baseball game, football game, basketball game. I was like, your kid's playing 3 sports on the same day it's raining outside? Like, what's going on? Like,
he was trying to tell you he don't want to come down here. He's trying to be nice about it.
He's trying to tell you that Jill doesn't want to.
So Willie said, I said, Willie, next time you have a day off, come down here and we'll schedule it around you since it's possible to get a hold of you. But no, like I said, he was asking how Mark was doing. And I'm like, well, he's like, is Mark still alive? And I'm like, define alive.
Tell Willie I've watched enough Supernatural. I'll put some demon holding symbol on the ground so his girlfriend can't follow.
It was all about the podcast. What's going on? What are you guys doing? I was like, you do realize you're like 10 minutes away, you prick. Like, it's you're a far drive away. Like, I was like, your fucking nephew's here every fucking week with me. And I was like, I texted him. I was like, and your nephew talks about your brother in vivid detail. All the stories about his dad. Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
The fact that fucking...
I usually forget about
fucking big as Willie's brother is just fucking hilarious because that's his father.
One's in shape, tall, and, got a family that respects him, and the other one...
is mad about cinnamon buns. Missing.
Can't even keep track of what he eats. Fat piece of shit.
I need the burr.
Just walking in the house one day when you see him, Junior, like, what's up, cinnamon buns?
Yeah.
So, Carl, this says, it's not funny. I don't know.
It's funny.
You're going to laugh, but
it's funny.
It shouldn't be. Number of suicides in Japan over a month exceeded COVID-19 deaths. Yeah. So more people...
Jesus Christ.
So Japan is struggling with a mental health crisis as the coronavirus pandemic rages on, with more people dying in a month from suicide than COVID-19 all year long.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
You want to hear something crazy? A few years ago, they did this big thing. There was like all these people that were basically doing like, I don't know how to refer. I don't want to refer to it as like research because it's more like just basically paying attention to what's happening and making notes or whatever.
It is research.
But so they were doing all these things and they were talking about the rise of suicide in Japan and why it's happening. And it's because they attributed it to the fact that Japan is a largely conservative type country, right? Okay. They don't really stray away from old traditions, and the guys are like very polite and decent. There's a lot of like high etiquette, and it's a weird thing. It's a weird dynamic that's happening to where it's gotten so bad that it's not easy for the average guy to approach and talk to a female for fear of rejection. And it's all this like, it's a lot of weird things. Like I'm making it seem so very simple. It's more complicated than I'm saying it. But they just did like this whole thing. It was like years ago I was reading it. Because I remember seeing them saying that the suicide rate in Japan is like at epidemic proportions. Yeah. Like people are killing themselves at a ridiculous rate.
Just in October, that 2,200 people killed themselves. More than 17,000 people in 2020 in Japan have killed themselves. By comparison, fewer than 2,000 people in the country have died from COVID. So, and this is why, like, people get pissed off when I say, like, I'm not going to get into this right now, but the whole COVID numbers. Japan has, a very high population. 2,000 people died of COVID. Almost 20,000 fuck off themselves. I'm sure suicide rate now is killing 5 times the amount that COVID's killing them.
Yeah, that's not what
really, are the numbers in comparison?
Yeah, that's not a fair. That's not a fair comparison. Suicide isn't a fucking contagious disease.
Yeah, I'm saying, but people you mentioned the COVID.
It could be higher in Japan because if you look back at their histories, they're all into that seppuku, and it could just be something inherent in their genetics, even though that makes it easier for them to commit suicide compared to other countries.
They had a lot of specific things that they cited, and one of the main things were it has a lot to do with psychology, where they say on average most people, regardless of what country you're in, most people could see a future for themselves or look into the future and see some kind of extension of their life. But if you get to a place where you can't see that, where you feel like you're in a constant sort of pain, whether it's emotional or physical or whatever, and you can't see an end to it, and you can't see a future for yourself, then you get to a point mentally where you just want the pain to stop, right? And when they get to that point, they off themselves without hesitation. Like countries everywhere, because they teach different philosophies, most people will be depressed and feel suicidal, but that feeling would last for years before they actually pull the trigger and kill themselves. In Japan, a lot of these guys are like, oh, I don't like this, boom, done. Without hesitation. That's why the numbers there are so staggeringly high.
20, that's a big fucking number.
It is.
20,000 people almost have, and we're still in December, so it might go up.
Well, the thing is, in Korea, they have the same thing because you have to push to be good enough to do something. I know I talked to some people in online games that were in the guilds, mostly females, wanted to kill themselves because some of them don't have freedoms because they are sold off.
That's a major part of it. In Japan, the life of the average person in Japan, like there's so many societal pressures, like a lot. Like so many that like you're expected to, at a certain age, be this, and at a certain age, do this. And when you get to this point, be this. And then you got to be married with children at this age. And they set these standards, and it's like, if you don't do this, then something's wrong with you, right? Yeah. And there's so many pressures on these people. Like, as soon as they start failing, and as soon as they can't see a way out, it's like, fuck this shit, I'm out. Yeah, and it's wild.
It's like you mentioned too. If you're like if you population, look at their population versus and how small that country is versus our country, and they've got like 10 times our suicide rate. So that shows you what the differences in fucking society is, man. Like it's crazy.
Something terribly wrong over there.
So that was dark to get away. This made Junior happy. So actually, I want to hear Al's opinion on this because I'm laughing. So because I want to hear what Al's going to say about this. Gordon Ramsay has a new restaurant that's going to feature a next level $106 burger.
I'm out.
I will sign up to be a test taster.
Fuck him. Fuck him. Like, that just rubbed me the wrong. 100 and change burger. What's going to be on this burger? Gold and diamonds?
It's expensive Wagyu burger. The burger doesn't even come with fries.
Fuck you, Wagyu burger. I could buy Wagyu beef for less than that.
See, I'm not too upset with that because I had a $75 steak.
Jesus Christ.
And that shit was heaven.
Listen to me.
Well, the whole meal was $100.
I don't need any fucking burger to be 100 and change. I get mad at burgers that are $20. Like the other day, I went to fucking Five Guys and I almost fist fought the fucking guy at the register because I ordered my meal and he was like $22. I was like, for a burger, fries, and a drink? The fuck out! I'm going to McDonald's. Fuck you,
bitch. We're fighting up in here.
So. The pricey dish includes a beef patty, seared Wagyu sirloin, truffle, I can't say this word, pecorino cheese, mayonnaise, and fresh black truffle, according to Dinners.
See?
They describe Ramsay's new restaurant as a taste of America without the transatlantic trip, and dubbed the burgers as not your average quarter pounder.
Because of the
You think?
truffle.
Listen.
It's only because of the truffle. That's it.
There is,
Yeah, the truffle is the expensive
and
part.
you know what? For the most part, I don't even like truffles. So no, they could keep them.
I hate mushrooms, so fuck it. Knock off $90 and you got me as a
Someone
customer.
said, many criticized the Hell's Kitchen star for jacking up the prices amid the pandemic. This is obviously fuck UK, but $80 is more than I have left for food for the month at the moment. Thanks for that, though. It says, would be nice if all these millionaire celebrity chefs could cater to the budgets of normal people. Oh boy.
Or
Now, of course,
how about this?
this is what Gordon said. Gordon, he's confident, saying, I promise you will never have tasted anything quite as delicious as the amazing burgers at my restaurant. I mean,
I could probably agree with him.
exactly.
Like I said, when we went, I mean, this was a few years ago, and granted, it was like a $250 meal just for the two of us. But that steak was, I still drool when I think about it. It was heavenly.
I kind of want it.
And nothing has come close. I mean, Al, think about how good the food tastes when you were here in comparison to when you're eating anywhere else.
The food was very good, I will admit.
Huge difference. Yeah. And then just imagine taking that and amping it up to like 12.
Dude, I'll say this. Like, if I come to your house and you say, I would charge you $106 for all the food you eat here, I would consider it a steal of a deal because I ate a lot of fucking delicious food there.
Yeah.
The food was all delicious, and it was a lot of it.
Meals,
Exactly.
It wasn't for one piece of burger.
I would pay $150, come back here knowing that I still walked away at the better end of that deal.
Hey, you walked away with a bag of cookies.
I'm with Al. Next
you wobbled away.
Next time we come up there, Carl and Karen check their fucking cabinet. What the hell's this envelope with money in here?
But for real, straight up and down. The next time, we're just gonna leave money there.
Yeah, like I felt guilty walking out of the house.
I left feeling guilty. I was like, this food was great. Like, yo, it was the best sleep I had in a long time. It was the best food I ate in a long time. It was fresh air and sunlight. I was like, yo, and I'm leaving feeling like, damn, man, I didn't pay a cent. Like, this is messed up. Like,
I left depressed.
Like you went out a high-end resort vacation.
Facts.
And then as soon as we got back to Albany, we saw ass crack on Clinton Ave.
Oh my god, that irritated me immediately. Oh god,
like,
all that
the
fat
motorcycle.
fuck on that little motor.
Yeah, TV.
It's like, you know what? I'm not gay, but if Carlton would have asked for a blowjob, like, you know what? Fuck it.
Yo,
God,
he almost got kissed on the lips, almost like he was close.
I know that hug was pretty.
I would like, you know what? I'm just gonna steal a kid on Chris's block to pay for.
That's
this
a hug
shit
of
for
manliness. Jesus Christ.
Al was pulling me in for that embrace, and I felt his breath on my cheek.
I was trying to kiss him. He kept moving his face. I was like, "Don't stop fighting it, Carlton. Just let it happen."
Danger.
Let me show you my love.
But to be fair, if you ever watched the Hell's Kitchen and all that, look at the people who eat.
I always watch Hell's Kitchen.
Last night he came over. We watched about like fucking 10 different 10-minute clips. Like,
but those restaurants aren't made for people.
the thing with Junior is,
us.
do not try watching My 600-Pound Life with Junior. He can't last.
I know. He like vibrates.
He was beat red. Like
The first fat person that hits the screen, Junior loses it.
Like, you know why your life is so terrible? Because you're fucking fat.
Yeah. Some of these fucking women too, like, oh man.
Like, I was like, wait. Why are you blurring stuff out? She's so big that stomach hides everything. Come on.
So
Yeah, because we watched the video on YouTube. It was the My 1 Ton Family voiceover. It was literally the funniest shit.
My 1 ton family.
Yeah,
I won't be looking for that later.
No, I kid you not.
yeah.
It's 3 people that weighs a total of 1,900 pounds.
Yeah.
It's not even an exaggeration. Yeah. And it's just funny because it was like the voiceover was funnier than the original movie. Like, it was just because the guy who's speaking in the movie, he is such a piece of shit. He made me laugh so hard. Like, I laughed. Oh my god.
This is scary, but Al sent this to me. I had to look this up. I'm not sure if Karen might know this because she knows more about animals than we do. But like Karen, like over in Danish and Denmark, like the animal minks. Like what? Like in America, we don't really see minks. Like what are minks for? Like we don't see minks around here.
Oh, minks are like otters, and we actually do have a lot of mink farms, and minks are still running around. They're mostly northern New England animals.
Yeah, so
minks. What's nasty is those Fisher cats that look a lot like them. They're part of the weasel family, and they're vicious, nasty
Otters?
things. Not otters. Otters
Yeah,
are
they
cute
are.
as
I was just
hell.
about to say that. I was like, how could you hate otters? They're fucking adorable.
So Alison, this over happened over in Denmark. So lawmakers, they had to dig up slaughtered minks in Denmark. Now I've seen a picture. This is basically a fucking dump truck dumping like corpses of minks. Apparently this is fucking freaky. I didn't know this shit. As Europe's fur industry reels from the coronavirus, they slaughtered 17 million minks in Denmark. They had to kill them because apparently now they have to dig up mass graves of the mammals due to new contamination concerns. The animals were ordered killed after a mutated form of COVID had swept across a quarter of the country's mink farms.
Yep, they jumped to minks, I say about like 3 months ago. That's why I don't really, cats can spread it if they're outside to each other very, very easily. Yeah. Dogs aren't so bad and they don't get it as bad. It's more cats and now the, minks, whatever, the weasel family. So
I guess
it spreads and mutates quicker in some than others.
The Prime Minister said that the farmer broke into tears while visiting a mink farm. Says the herd was killed, ruining their livelihood. Said there's about 1,100 mink farms in Denmark, making it the world's largest mink producer. But like when I hear a number like 17 million, they had to fucking kill. That's my brain can't like what would a pile of 17 million mink bodies look like? It'd be like multiple football fields of these animals. Like, I mean,
or smell like.
Yeah.
God,
I saw something online the other day that reminded me of Karen. I remember. Remember you told us a story about there was a time somebody came into your house where you had dogs and the dogs kind of cornered them on top of. There was this video online of these. It was a couple that would drive around a neighborhood. And they would see like delivered packages sitting on the front door. They would go steal a package. So this girl walked up to this front door of this house to take a package in. For some reason, and nobody knows why to this day, she decided to open the front door to see if it was unlocked. When she opened the front door, 4 German Shepherds walked out and surrounded her, right? And wouldn't let her leave. So the owner of the dogs, this lady that was home with her son, she was in the bathroom taking a shower. She heard the dogs with the commotion. So she came outside to see what was happening. She's found a girl crying and the dogs around her barking. They wouldn't let her leave. So she brought the dogs back inside. She let the girl go. But then when she watched her video, her front door surveillance video, she realized that they were probably planning to burglarize her house. So it was crazy. But I saw that and it reminded me of you because I was like, this is a good reason why you should have dogs. You should have dogs in your house.
Yep. For sure.
Yeah, but like that's scary that the coronavirus can spread to these animals and stuff, but they had to dig the bodies up because they worried about their corpses being inside the soil and stuff and infecting like the water reserves and shit and everything. Like that's just like, but man, that's like 17 fucking million animals just wiped out, man. Like shit.
I didn't even know they were still killing minks to that fucking extent. Mink farms for their fur.
Well, like Karen, the minks are most used for fur then. Because we don't really have them. It's like not.
I've never heard of like a mink burger, like a mink steak, a mink strip.
They use their musk in perfume too. I think.
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, because Alice made a thing on TikTok. I'd look into the actual post about it. So shit. So here's another fucking situation of natural selection. Alabama man falls to his death after taking a picture off the slope in a national park. So this guy was climbing up down a slope. He tried taking a good picture of let's see. An Alabama man plummeted to his death as he tried to take a photo in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park in Tennessee. It says Wesley of 48 of Warrior fell 50 feet from the park's chimney tops overlook. He was at the park with his family. He tried to climb down a steep dirt embankment below the overlook in order to get a better picture. He lost his footing and then he fell 50 feet to his death.
Here's your sign.
I always laugh about the women or men who pat the bulls or moose and then they get gored by it. It's like, what do you think was going to happen?
And it's a thing where people do really stupid things and then like you die, nobody feels bad for it. The only people that miss you are your family. Like, I think you're stupid. I find your death hilarious because you're a moron. And thank you for the entertainment. Like, what are you doing? Like, why would you do this? Like, when did this happen? Where the couple that went to the zoo, the guy and his wife, and the girl hopped over. It was like 3 barriers between her and the bear. And she hopped over the first barrier, hopped over the second barrier, sidled right up to the third barrier to pose and take a picture, and got her arm bitten. They could barely get her arm back from the damn animal. And I'm like, well, I feel like The fact that you came away alive, I feel like you still won that situation. I wish the bear would at least taken your arm. Like, just kept your arm just because he deserves it. Because you're stupid. Like you literally climbed over 2 barriers and then put yourself between a 3rd barrier and a fence with walking by multiple signs that clearly says, do not pass the barrier.
Yeah.
Like I feel like the fact that you survived, you won that fight and you shouldn't have.
Yeah. It's like,
They should change the sign so it says if you pass over this barrier, natural selection will take you best.
They should have.
I mean, you're 40 years old because you wanted a better picture and stuff too. And I don't know why. I just thought about fucking Junior just like he's hearing his father fall down 50 feet to his fucking death screaming. Like,
Sure, help me.
That reminds me of the story of a couple who
Absolutely
tried to
not.
take a picture at the very edge of a cliff and fell
over.
to
I
their
heard
death
about
with their
that.
kids there. Yeah, they
about
went to
that.
the very edge of the cliff to take a picture, fell to their death, and they brought their kids
well, I told us
along.
out before we started the podcast. I put on Facebook just things I would never do in this lifetime or different dimensions. I shared that fucking video where it's like that woman, she was swimming next to in Florida.
Swimming next to the giant.
Oh, the
fucking-
sperm whale?
People just falling to their death. Like, oh my
Here's
god.
your sign.
Wow, that's a delayed reaction.
Like
Go
this
away.
this is one thing that I will say, and I will stand on these words till the day I die. Does any situation
Preach
that
it.
involves me being mauled by any animal is going to be a really unique situation, because either the animal is going to have to travel to where I am, because I will never be bitten by a shark unless that shark could walk on land. I'm never going to be mauled
What
by
about
a
sharks?
lion unless he leaves the jungles of Africa and comes to get me.
Yeah.
I'm never going to be attacked by a bear or wolves unless they decide to trek down into the city and get me. Like, I'm not gonna ever put myself in any situation if I know that wild animals frequently visit these places, savage wild animals at that. I'm not going. I'm just not interested in going. So bar any situation where an animal comes to the city to get me, it would have to be a situation where somebody got me drunk or got me drugged up and talked me into doing something really stupid, which I do like to drink, but I don't get drunk enough to get talked into go visiting crazy animals. And the only way you could drug me into doing it is you would have to sneak that drug into my tasty hamburger.
Listen, I seen that fucking video, and this woman's down in Florida because it's always Florida, and it's like the largest great white shark ever recorded, and she's swimming with the camera, and as the shark swim by, she's fucking petting its fin, and I'm like, I was texting Al, in what situation are you swimming next to a 25-foot long great white shark and you're petting the fucking thing? Like, I'm waiting for it to turn around and just gnaw your arm off or something. Like
and I always get irritated. Bison drags woman, rips her pants off. She deserves it. You're not going to tell me she doesn't. Like, you can't convince me she didn't work hard to get into that situation.
And what's worse is that the person just sat there videotaping it, not even.
Oh, you know what
helping them.
though? You can't even be mad at that, because why would you? Like, I'm not gonna help the
That's what
idiot
Junior
that
would
go.
do.
If you
I'm going to
listen,
record it for evidence.
if I see a bison, I'm gonna get back in my car, because clearly this bison is crossing a highway somewhere. Like, I'm not gonna get out of my car. If you get into any situation where a bison gets his horns on you, you've earned it. I'm going to watch. I'm gonna wait until he's done. I'm gonna let him walk away, and then I'm gonna call for help. Like, yeah, this bison fucked her up.
I'm going to record it just for evidence.
Hell yeah.
Maybe a training video for the park.
Because I know that whenever animals attack people, the first go-to reaction is, "Oh, we got to kill this animal." That's not fair, because you are the one doing some shit you shouldn't have did. You know this animal is a savage wild beast. Why would you put yourself in a situation where he has access to you? If you're in the fucking jungles of India and a tiger eats you, you deserve it. You know that that's their territory. You know they stomp around out there. Like,
The tigers are fucked up over there in jungle. The natives have to wear masks with eyes on the back of their head so the tigers won't
yeah,
jump at them.
because tigers like to
behind
attack
while
their
they're
prey
out
from
there
the back.
working.
Yeah, I heard about that too.
Yep.
So, speaking of Florida,
Oh God, Florida man challenge.
Oh God.
You guys gotta send me this video about the Florida woman and the shark.
cameras captured the moment a car
It's on-
went
it's on-
over,
it's
went
on
flying
Facebook.
over a row of cars and into a Florida dealership.
Yeah, that sounds like a Florida situation.
My
100%.
Florida man thing was far
Jesus
funnier
Christ.
and more weird.
What is wrong with people? Like, he said he literally drove over a whole row of cars.
Maybe it's Florida. They go from out of town, come to Florida. It's like, oh shit, we got to do something stupid now.
Oh my god.
Here we go. Actually, yeah. Speaking of that, Al, let me find this. Let me pull up real quick. I want to share this article with you since you just mentioned that. Let's see.
Fucking Dukes of Hazzard.
Someone got attacked by a kangaroo because he was sexually turned on by her perfume.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, fucking Florida, man. Shit. Trying to pull this up. It was right here. Okay. Alright. This was sent CBS News. So, a black leopard mauls a Florida man. Jesus Christ. So, all right, he paid $150 to have a full contact experience. So, off the bat, I'm like, it's almost like Tiger King. A 50-year-old man filed a lawsuit after wildlife officials say he was mauled by a captive black leopard in a backyard animal enclosure in South Florida. So,
I wish I was on that jury. I'd have been like, nope, you lose. Go home and just cover your wounds.
So,
and anybody that tries to kill a leopard, I'm going to see you in court.
He paid $150 for a full contact experience with the black leopard, which allowed him to play with it, rub its belly, and take pictures. Because black leopards are cute and adorable, and they don't rip your face off.
So he paid $150 to be mauled, and now he's upset.
So now he's suing the owner of the leopard. Jesus Christ.
Get the fuck out of here.
So it's like...
I'm angry the leopard.
I got a better one. I got a better one. In Australia, a woman found out the hard way that a fragrance by Sarah Jessica Parker is prone to making kangaroos dangerously jumpy and horny. On Saturday, jogger Tracy was assaulted by a large kangaroo while exercising outside. It began with a massive thump in the middle of my back, which knocked her to the ground. She managed to escape by throwing rocks at him while she waited for the animal to go away. For 20 minutes, she watched him. That kangaroo was waiting for me, he said, adding that he came bounding over the fences together. The chase was like that of a horror movie, she said. It just kept coming and coming. I thought, oh my God, this kangaroo's going to kill me.
No.
I find so much funny about that. I mean, it's not funny when you're in that situation and you're scared for your life. But in that situation, I can say it's not like she was out there provoking them on purpose. You know, she was just out exercising, and the kangaroos were like, "Oh, she's hot. I want some."
Only from Sarah.
Kangaroo attack.
So it had to be a fragrance.
Might be too. Yeah.
Yeah. I seen that the other day.
Honey, what's your fragrance good for? Having kangaroos trying to rape ya.
Kangaroo sex.
So you've been like, see, if you guys would have ordered a fucking big ass bottle of Big Al's balls.
The pheromones attract grizzly bears. So if you don't live in a grizzly infested area, you're fine.
Exactly.
Or are you?
Pheromones from my nose attracts the Nemean lion that Hercules.
We did watch America's Funniest Videos, like, I don't know, a month and a half ago, and had footage off somebody's front door where this girl had gone out to get mail, and there was a skunk. He must have been rabid, but he was chasing her all over the yard. She couldn't escape from that sucker.
That's a terrifying thing to be chased by a skunk. I'd rather square off with a pit bull than fuck with a skunk. Oh, man.
Yeah, good old skunk. I've been saving this for actually a couple weeks, Alf. I'm glad you're here for this one because I could hear your fucking voice in my head as I'm reading this of like another segment that we're going to do in this podcast of like why our species is doomed for. Because when you read this kind of shit, you're like, have you guys not watched enough fucking movies to like, when are we ever going to learn as a species? We're not, but like, so it's always scientists every fucking time. Here we go, Al. Scientists splice human genes into monkey brains to make them bigger and smarter.
Oh my fucking God.
It's like,
oh my God.
What
it's
could
almost, listen.
What could go wrong?
Yeah,
listen, I feel like I say this to people all the time, and I dare somebody to tell me otherwise. I promise you, the demise of the human species is going to be because of the human species. That is what's going to happen. We are going to be the reason we're dead. Like, that's a fact. Like,
do you know who's doing this research? The Germans.
And if you look into the closet to the left, you may or may not see see Nazi uniforms that may fit apes.
Oh my god.
Are we even surprised?
Why?
Sir, what is our agenda for the month? We need to make apes more dangerous.
It's like, well, of course, it's Japan. So during the study, Japanese and German, because why not? Because they're fucking Japs. They injected a gene called okay, it's big as long, ARHGP, whatever, which directs stem cells in the human brain into the dark matter of marmoset fetuses, according to research. So they found that primates' brains soon becoming more human-like by developing larger, more advanced cortexes, the areas that control cognition and language. So, according to the images released by the researchers, the modified monkey brains doubled the size in 100 days.
We're fucked.
You know what's going to happen?
It sounds like Deep Blue with the
I was
sharks.
about to say the same thing. You know what's going to happen is the damn monkeys are going to wake up one day and be like, yo, why are we listening to these fucking tiny ass? They don't even have hair on them. Look at them. They're naked monkeys and they're not that smart.
Are you kidding me? That scares me. A fucking silverback gorilla that can think will destroy a whole block by itself. Like, wait,
Yo,
you're trying to feed me banana? Just break someone's arm, rip it off, beat him with it. Like, give me
It doesn't
all the
even have to be a
bananas.
silverback. A chimpanzee that's smarter than a human is very dangerous.
Yeah.
He's stronger than we are. You know, he's more nimble, more agile. If he could outthink us, oh my god, that's a problem waiting to happen.
Yeah,
I don't know why humans. I don't know why as a
dirty
species we are so
apes.
determined to just make things that are smart. Like, I mean, I wish scientists would just take a step back, sit down and look around, look at the way the animal kingdom is designed, and realize that in terms of gifts of nature, we are blessed in our brain department, but they are blessed in every other department. They are faster, stronger, more ferocious.
Yeah.
They have claws, teeth, wings, fangs, like venom. They have all the things that we lack. All of it. Like, leave them alone. You don't want something that nature has designed to be an efficient killer to actually be smart. Like, smarter than us. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, I wish they would knock it off. Stop fucking manipulating bee DNA and mosquito DNA and ape DNA and all the other things that they're doing. Just knock it off.
Well, with scientists, it's not even about being smart anymore. It's ego. Why are they doing it? Because they can. That's simply it. Like, why? Hey, what? Why are we trying to make these things smarter? Because they're gonna fuck us up? Because I can? Okay, enough for me.
The last thing recorded in human history is going to be, well, these scientists created these animals to be smarter and
Because
faster
they could.
than they already were. And then the very first beginning of the animals history book is going to be like, yeah, we killed the fucking humans because they were small and weak and stupid. It's
Should've
crazy.
left it alone. Should have left it alone.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Like you said, I've listened to
tasty.
different, like, podcasts, especially like Rogan, and different guys would break upon like monkeys and shit. Like, I was like, a fucking 90-pound chimp is like the equivalent of like a 500-pound man in terms of their actual fucking strength. Like, especially like a gorilla. Like, the average gorilla weighs like 1,200 fucking pounds. Like, do you know what a gorilla could? They could, damn near lift a fucking tank by themselves. I mean, like,
You want to have nightmares? Watch Congo.
This is the terrifying thing. A human man, right, at the peak of health, would have to exercise daily with heavy weights and consume massive amounts of proteins to put on the kind of bulk and have the kind of strength that your average gorilla would have. Like, your average gorilla, for us to get to that point, we have to dedicate ourselves to it.
yeah.
An average gorilla is born there. Like, so just imagine if for some reason they became smart. They wouldn't even have to be smarter. Just let them get as smart as we are, just to the level of thinking as we are. They'd be dangerous. Just a handful of them would be dangerous.
Yeah.
They'd sit around and play stupid and make more of themselves until they had enough numbers to take over a small city.
I just don't know, like I would say, besides the fact that we can do it, but like, what is explain this to me, like, why do you need to make chimps and monkeys, gorillas?
Elliot hit it on the head. It's ego. It's all ego. It's just because I can. I want to do it because I want to be considered God. And there is no there is no medical benefits to it. There's nothing like,
Yeah, what kind of breakthrough is this supposed to provide
none.
for us?
I get why the Germans are doing it for,
Great
but
mysteries of the monkey brain. But I've been meaning to ask, and now that you speak my language, what are you thinking? I want food and to be left the fuck alone. That's it?
Basically.
Yeah, dipshit. I mean, did you see me walking away from you after I got the food? Fuck you. I'm hungry.
well, especially, I remember.
Did you notice that every time you and your film crew got close to us, we left?
Yeah.
Because we don't like you. We don't
No
want to be
means
around.
no, scientist.
Yeah.
No mean no.
Oh, God.
Remember we did that news article out? Remember like a couple months back where like people were being hijacked by the fucking chimps?
Yeah,
Like,
with the one chip with a chainsaw.
Others with knives.
A bunch of monkeys with knives. I was like, what? I was like, and these are monkeys that they're not even worked on by scientists.
Yeah.
This naturally occurred. Like, the monkeys are looking at people one day like, huh, I wonder.
Oh, yeah, baboons. Those things are fucking vicious.
now the solution is make their brains twice as
Yeah.
big.
Now actually make them smart and see what they could accomplish.
Make
Like, it's
them as
crazy.
smart as Timmy over there, and we're fucked.
That was the premise, like the whole new with the Planet of the Apes new trilogy came out. The premise was they were trying to make a cure for Alzheimer's, and that's how the fucking whole ape epidemic started. And
It always starts with Alzheimer, making other animals
That was
smarter.
like in remember Deep Blue Sea? Same thing, Deep Blue Sea.
Yeah, Deep Blue Sea. As I say, every movie you think about it's Alzheimer.
Yeah.
It's like they experiment, and next you know there's a new disease out there.
Or a
And
new
Now there's-
threat.
you got an arm. You can't never go back to the ocean again because all the sharks
Yeah.
are
Just
smart.
gonna-
Bruce is going to be waiting there like, come in the water, it's fine. No, 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 no.
I just like the fact that out of all scientists in this fucking planet, the two top researchers for making superior apes was first the Germans and then the Japanese. Like, 'cause why wouldn't the Germans be experimenting on monkeys?
Sir,
They're not
what
going to
the-
be happy until they're responsible for the death of humans.
Sir, the orangutan group is ready. What shall we do? Have them get all the Jews together?
Fucking apes wearing a Hitler outfit. This just popped up on the New York Post half hour ago. Made me think about Junior and his father.
Uh-huh.
Says, California man punches a 350-pound bear to save his dog. So, see, a man can take out a bear. It's like, a California man rescued his dog from a 350-pound bear on Thanksgiving. He was inside his home when he heard a bizarre noise from outside where his 90-pound pit bull was playing. I heard a growl looked about 75 feet down, and the bear was dragging him by his head. It had his head in his mouth. Wow. The only I could think about was save my baby. What the hell? My hobbies are LSD. Did not fuck with that bear. So.
LSD.
Yeah, you can see the bottom and playing with my dog.
Have you seen the video
It's a
of the
bear.
man punching the kangaroo in the head?
I've seen a couple of those, yeah. So he said that I just ran down there, plowed into the bear, tackled it, and grabbed it by the throat and started hitting it in the face until he let the dog go. So, Jesus.
But wait, what if by...
Well, what kind of bear was it? Because those bear skulls are tough.
Did say three.
They can deflect bullets. That's why you should never shoot a bear in the head.
Of course, he says, if it attacks again, he said he's ready, saying, if it was your kid, what would you do? That's my kid. I would die for my dog.
But what if by tackling him, the bear bit
How
down
to
and
set
took the
up?
head
Look
off?
like I'm buying a new dog.
Exactly.
Thank you,
Honey,
Walter.
but sorry, but that dog fucking dead. Why? A bear's dragging it away by the head. So we're getting a new dog. Fuck this.
Yeah. We had this talk years ago when Junior was there with Willie and his father. It's like, if we were stuck in the woods and stuff and the bear started chasing us, his dad's like, Big's got no endurance. He's like, I'm not going to outrun a bear. He's like,
I don't have to outrun a bear. I just have to outrun.
He's just gonna fake a heart attack and talk to
Pretty
squirrels.
much.
it's like he told Junior, he's like, I'm just going to grab a club.
Well, I mean, it's okay. Mark would be the safest because he doesn't bathe for up to 4 days at a time. The bear's just like, no, this is rotten. No good. Just keep going.
Oh, yeah. So.
The stench of death.
Yeah.
So.
Self-loathing and pity.
I talked about this with Junior last night, but wait till Al gets back. But it was, why is it always Florida for? Jeez, what is going down in Florida?
I don't know.
I swear, there's like, they breed different people.
Must be something in the water.
Well,
Shark in the water.
this was a Miami man. He was charged with attempted murder after shooting a burglar. So this where it gets kind of funny and complicated. So, a Miami man who chased down an unarmed burglar shot him several times as he begged for his life is facing attempted murder. So is Corthurst Jamal Jenkins, was playing video games Tuesday in his bedroom when a suspected burglar, Javier West, stormed inside. Instead of picking up the phone to call cops, because, the cops will be there in a couple minutes, I'm guessing, he grabbed an assault rifle and shot West several times while West was on his knees after chasing him down a street. He begins to what appears to beg for his life, told the judge. But the defendant takes the assault rifle and shoots him multiple times. Says he first told police he blacked out prior to the shooting. He admitted to gunning down West during Wednesday's hearing. I didn't shoot him while he was on the ground. I'm the victim, ma'am. So, you're the victim of a potential burglary, but you can't just go around shooting people. Prosecutors are insisting that the video shows that his actions were premeditated. So, he had time to reflect on it, and the guy was begging on his knees. That's premeditated. So, yeah. And
usually with most of these home invasions, as soon as they leave your property,
I
that's
want to
it.
ask you guys in the Allen stuff, because you guys are gun owners and stuff. Like, if someone breaks into your house, you pull out a fucking gun and they leave, it's one thing. The guy left his house, he chased him down a block down the road, then gunned him down while the guy was begging for his life.
See, I could say me.
Yeah, that is.
I'm going to be honest. I have mixed feelings about this particular thing. But me, I wouldn't chase anybody out of my house. Like, if you're in my house and I open fire on you, or I make myself known and you retreat, or whatever the case is, once you're out of my house and off my property, I'm calling the cops. I'm not going to run you down. But yep. At the same time, I don't know if I'm actually mad at this dude. I'm not going to go out and say that I think he's right. I'm just going to say that I'm not 100% ready to say, he's wrong. Yeah. Because sometimes...
That's why you have dogs.
Oh, yeah.
You open the door and let the dogs chase them.
Yeah, it's hard because, like Alice, I definitely agree with that fact. It's like the heated moment, like Carlton. Someone, like, say, for instance, Ralph wasn't there or something, just you and Karen. If somebody breaks into your guys' fucking place and, okay, you see it, he sees you and pull out a gun, runs away, in the heat of the moment, you can't know what you're going to, it's like, because a lot of people are like, man, you dare break into my fucking place, and that rage kicks in. I mean, it's hard. I mean, I wouldn't say it's premeditated, but he is facing a murder charge because of it. So, because they're trying to say that, like, the legal thing to do was he left your house, that's it, call the cops and wait for him and shit too. By you leaving your place and chasing him a block down the road, now it's not burglary anymore because you're basically gunning down a...
I don't know where, but I even heard there's laws that if the person is leaving or in your house and moving away, you shoot them in the back, you're in the wrong because they're moving
right
away.
Here in New York, because in New York, you have a duty to retreat. Like, if I'm in my house and somebody's breaking in, I got to notify them that I'm in my house, and then I got to go into a safe room and lock the doors, and I got to do all this stuff. But like I said,
why do criminals in some states have more rights than the people? They're literally trying to
that's why I don't
take away their human rights from. Oh, sir, I just got to let you know, I'm here to rob you, possibly take your life. Oh, well, thank you for notifying me. I got this checklist of shit I have to do to make sure that I don't get in trouble. Let him know that I don't want.
It's all these people that are getting into the systems wanting human rights for everyone, and it ends up to the point where, as you said, where criminals have just as much rights or more, depending on the situation and the circumstance.
I can tell you this. I could tell you this. This is my own personal stance on this. Any person that is in their house that kills a person that was breaking in, if I'm on the jury, that person is never getting convicted. I'm going to be biased. I will let the judge know that. Let the lawyers know that. I don't care what. If you're breaking into property that you don't belong on, and the owner of the property kills you, I will not condemn that person to any kind of punishment for defending their home and property. It's not going to happen. Like, if I ever get on that jury, that person is not going to get any...
Because I never forget, like, we were talking outside the shop one time in the garage, and you were saying, like, people were giving you shit about this because it was down New York City. This guy broke into... It was a fucking store owner, and he had the bottom floor was his store, upstairs was his apartment, so he lived there. Remember you telling me how that the guy broke in, the store owner shot him, they arrested the store owner and the fucking guy broke in, and everyone's like, oh, Al, isn't it fucked up? You think that the store owner isn't in the wrong? And you're like, well, if you didn't break into a store in the first place, he wouldn't have shot you.
Straight up and not. If you're not on his property, how could you have been shot? Like, like how would this man in his house, asleep in the middle of the night, possibly have shot you if you weren't where you were?
I want to be on the jury for that guy. He was just at home playing video games, and this motherfucker interrupted. Not guilty, but he chased him down. Not guilty. He interrupted his gaming time.
Well, so right now he's being held without
He was in the middle of a war. What is that? The war zone.
Call of Duty. Yeah.
Call of Duty Warzone match.
So right now he's being held without bond, and he's on charges of attempted murder with a deadly weapon. So the cops found him. He said he handed over his gun to the cops, police, and so
no, he was doing
there was another story. I want to say this also happened in Florida, but I don't actually remember where it happened. Where this a guy walked in. He walked into his house, and should I do? Let me see if I could find it. I can't remember accurately.
For the sake of argument, it was Florida.
I do know what I do remember about the story is he found this guy in the room of his underage daughter and beat the shit out of him. I mean, bloody mess. And then called the cops and told the cops what happened. And the cops showed up and arrested the guy that was beaten half to death. And I was like, yo, I'm on it.
Oh,
there's like, and no, the guy didn't get charged. And people were saying, oh, well, shouldn't he have been charged? And I'm like, for what? He's in his house. That's his underage kid. He walked in and there's a dude in there trying to get busy. I was like, yo, if I was a neighbor walking by and I heard him in there fucking beating the shit out of this guy, and I went up there and found out what happened, I would have joined in. I'm like, oh, you need some help kicking his ass? Let me hold his legs for you. Sure. Because that's crazy to me.
Stomp his legs.
That reminds me of an episode of Cops. This father, to my knowledge, because they don't tell you what happens after it, and it was so long ago, I believe he got arrested because he beat the shit out of one of his neighbors and his neighbor's friend, because to his knowledge from the events that happened, they raped his daughter, who was, I think, 12 or something, and they arrested the father and the neighbors. The father beat the dude's faces were, one guy couldn't open his eyes. He went to town on these dudes, and the cops were like, you shouldn't have done that. You should have called the cops. He's like, they raped my daughter, and while my son was in the house too, because they were friends of the family, and he's like, and you guys wanted me to call you. He's like, he lost it. He's like, take off these handcuffs, cause I'll end the job. He's like, they're still.
It's funny too,
because kill them for you.
In hindsight, people tell you what you should do, but if they're ever in the same situation, they would do exactly what you did.
Yeah. If not, they'll make a worse decision because they wouldn't know how to handle it.
Exactly. They'll either do the same thing, or they'll make a decision that will make exactly as you said, will be worse. To where it is like, oh, I'm sorry, continue raping my daughter.
Yeah, really.
Perfectly fine. She didn't have a future ahead of her.
Oh, you got a gun? I'm sorry, I don't have a gun. Like, well, thank you for letting me know that.
Well, one of the things that I hate more than anything is when people say call the cops. When it's just like, cops take so long to respond to certain things that you don't have a choice but to take the law into your own hands. Now, speaking about the situation where the guy ran after the guy and he shot him, to me that was wrong because you did it in a public setting. Now, if he was in your house and he was threatening your life at one point, then I'm completely understanding. And if I was on the jury, I would definitely say not guilty to attempted murder if he shot the guy. And there would be no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It would just be, I would not change my mind for a not guilty in that situation just because of the fact that you broke into his house and you got shot because you broke into his house. That's your own fault. Like, you did a crime and you're paying for your crime, Now, if the gun wasn't legal, if the gun was, the gun wasn't registered, it wasn't legal. I mean, either way, it's like, then the guy would, he would face charges for the illegal gun. But at that point, it's like, if you break into somebody's house and you get shot for it, that's your own fault. And the person shouldn't be charged on that aspect for it because he's defending his property. Last time I checked, there's a Second Amendment for a reason. One of the things, when people say call the cops, it's like, 20 to 35 minutes on average to respond.
And it usually takes 5 minutes for shit to go down.
Less than that. Yeah. Honestly, 5 minutes, you got to understand, the aspect of a minute is a long time. A minute is a very long time. It's a lot longer than people think. So when I say that...
Is it longer than a plank minute?
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, it's like, when it takes cops 20 to 35 minutes to get to your house, when you call the cops for whatever reason, anything could have happened within those 20 minutes. Anything.
Oh, yeah.
Anything. And it's just like, like if I call the cops, say, hey, this guy's robbing my house, and it takes you 20 minutes to get there, the guy already left with my stuff. I'm probably going to be dead. You know, it's like my family, somebody else is probably going to be dead. You can't call the cops in that situation. You have to defend yourself. That's what the Second Amendment is for you to defend yourself in situations like that. And you know, it's just like, I don't get it.
I agree with everything Junior said. Everything. I still have mixed feelings about, you know, how I feel about him chasing a guy down, because I understand anybody that's gonna say, oh, well, he was off your property, you shouldn't have chased him down and gunned him down. I understand why you would make the argument. On the flip side of that, anybody that was like, yeah, that son of a bitch was stealing, you should definitely get him. I understand that feeling as well. Yeah. Like, so it's, I have mixed feelings, because it's like, when it's all said and done, what gives this person the right to feel like he should be able to violate you without consequence, without any consequence? Because what's going to happen if let's say you call the cops and they do make it there in time and he does get arrested? What's going to happen? He's going to get slapped on the wrist because he didn't do anything. He broke in your house, breaking and entering.
Sure.
He didn't.
He could come back again later because he knows that's what's going to happen.
What happens if the next time he comes back armed?
Yeah,
it's
because this motherfucker called the cops on me last time. It inconvenienced me, so I'm going to make it worse on them.
So it's like, I'm on the fence.
Most criminals that break into your house, you have two types. The ones that are just on drugs and are opportunists. You know, they're just break in and grab something. Or you have the ones that have been casing your house. They already have a pretty good idea of what's going on.
And they are dangerous because they have been paying attention.
Yeah. So they know coming into it that there could be a dog, or there could be guns or whatever, and they've checked it out. If you have a dog, they're going to skip your house because it's one less thing for them to deal with that they can't control. Unless it's, somebody hyped up on drugs that is just, trying to grab something and is an opportunist. Yeah. And they both know what they're doing is wrong.
I think what he says that I was seeing on both sides was like, people, when they feel violated, their first response is retribution, it's justice. And then they think about, it's probably a split-second decision, or they already know that the justice system's not going to work swiftly on their behalf. So it's like they have that person like, I don't want to feel violated. Criminals don't care, but like if someone comes to my house, I could probably lose my mind too and go like, you motherfucker, you're like when people sit on your car, you know how you feel when people sit on your car?
Exactly.
Amplify that. It's just, they're just sitting on your car, but amplify that when they come into your home. It's just like, motherfucker, you violated me, and now I must act upon these emotions.
And I don't think people think about it. I think it's a knee-jerk reaction.
Oh, yeah.
You feel violated, you instantly are angry, your adrenaline's pumping, and you're responding, and you want to take control back of your life and stuff. So he starts running. It's like the kid that back talks you and turns and runs out of the room. You're going to go after him.
What? I'm going to slap the taste out of you boys and start chasing them to the house.
They're not just going to let, that's a natural reaction.
It's like when Big saw his cinema. His reaction was to blame
him. Put Junior in a stranglehold.
I mean,
and then I said, then you got all these reporters and people like giving their hindsight of what they would have done. Like, you can't put yourself in that situation. You can't. And because of, and they can be, because their voice is more heard than yours, they're going to get sympathizers, and it could eventually bleed into the courts to where you end up being the bad guy for doing what even though you're legally right to do it, but it's morally wrong because we feel so, because from our outside picture, looking through the window of what happened to you, we feel that you should have done this way. Like Joe Biden telling cops to shoot dudes in the legs.
Yeah, right.
Shoot people in the legs. But you see videos of people being shot 10, 15 times and still going after and stabbing people. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Two cops shot this dude in the chest numerous times. The dude ran up to a cop, slit his throat.
We've seen that one video,
Kill one dude. Was getting shot by three cops, grabbed a female cop by her jacket and just started stabbing her over. These dudes emptied their clip, and this dude is just stabbing her like
Yeah, to get back on subject, but it's just like saying, it's like these people are giving you advice from their safe platform there where they've never been in a situation because they think they know morally better than what you actually had to go through.
And that applies to a lot of things, not just specific scenarios like, you know, police officers and things like that, or just in everyday life.
All across the board.
All across the board in everyday life. People like to offer their insight on certain situations that they've never been through. And it's just like...
People who don't have kids telling parents what to do.
And it's just like when like a celebrity does something, like when... I'm not even going to name an example because I don't really care about them enough to even name an example. But it's just like when anything happens with a celebrity... And somebody's like, well, I would have done this in their position. I'm like, these celebrities are worth more than 300 of you if you were cloned 300 times. I can promise you they don't give a flying fuck about your hindsight. And it's just like, I don't understand why people just comment on this shit. Like, it pisses me off. Like, it's like, you know, it's like for example, like, oh my God, I hate to have to say this, but it's just like when Cardi B first divorced from Offset. You know, when they first split, it was just like, you know, 17,000 reactions to it, whether it was a like, whether it was a sad emoji, whatever. It was like 5,000 comments and like 11,000 shares. But then I saw something very disturbing. There was this Twitter video that I watched with Chris last night about this lady who literally lost everything to a corporation, which has been a thing since the start of this whole pandemic, that, you know, small businesses are losing everything to corporations, and that's just been the biggest wave of it all that nobody's paying attention to. But that only got 200 retweets. So you telling me that got 200 retweets, and that got like maybe 149 likes. But something happens between Cardi B and Offset, and it has tens of thousands of comments and likes and shares. It's like our priorities in situations like this and the things that we should care about are so just god-awful. But it's ridiculous.
You say that, but understand that people losing everything to corporations is a natural state of American affair. This is something that's happened since the founding of this country. Like right now, literally right now, and no lie, there is a thing called property forfeiture where police departments across this nation can seize control of your property and or money and they don't have to prove anything. They just simply have to say, we think this is involved in illegal activities. Like, that's a thing that happens, right? I'm not saying condemn all police officers or police departments or whatever. I'm just saying that there are people who literally lost everything they own because a police officer said, I think this is involved in in criminal activities. That's like a natural existence.
Well, just get it to this point. You can buy a house, pay it all off, and if you don't pay taxes on it, they can come and take all your stuff away from you.
It's normal.
Even though you own your house.
It's normal. Like, there's been times where people have lost land, house, everything. It's crazy.
You don't own, you actually don't own anything, and you're actually paying a subscription to live in the United States with your taxes.
That's kind of true, though. That's kind of like you pay taxes and then you pay for everything else, but you technically don't own it because the government at any point in time could seize your shit. And there's nothing you could do about it.
It's just a sweet idea. It's like, I own this house and this property, and I'm just
it's the illusion of control.
Yeah, you have none.
Yeah, but if you make people think they do, they're not going to question anything.
If you're worth more, if you're worth like 8 figures or more, you don't even have to pay your dues.
And that's why people are protective of their stuff when someone breaks it. Even though, when you really think about it, you don't own it, but when you fall into that illusion, you own it. This is yours. You're going to protect it.
I'm not going to lie.
But on the other hand, just think about how this evolved in just 100 years. 100 years ago, the only taxes the United States had was excise taxes. And we have allowed, by voting in all these taxes, for this to happen.
That's true.
And you want to know these people that got voted in? The people that voted these people in are the people who's comfortable or rich. The thing is, the struggling people, 9 times out of 10, like the vast majority of us, are working. You know, like are working day in and day out to make something happen. You know what I mean? It's like people who are comfortable and they got it. They don't. The vast majority of comfortable people that, you know, pay their bills, don't have to worry about anything, aren't penny pinching. they aren't looking at the problems that's going around. They aren't looking at what's going on because they're comfortable. They're fine. You know, everything is okay. But they can't speak for. But some of those people are ignorant, and they try to speak up for like 75% of Americans struggling. Yeah. And that pisses me off because it's like you're sitting there saying, well, the economic state is great. How do you figure? It's like if the like in 2019, the average salary was just over $63,000 a year. Do you know how many people is making less than $63,000 a year? More than 2/3 of the country is making less than $63,000 a year. And on top of that, at least 3/4 of that is making significantly less than $63,000 a year. So the wealth distribution is so bad, and it's gotten worse just in the past year alone.
Listen, Junior, I'm going to stop you right there.
Like, it's crazy.
You start talking about wealth distribution, you'll be labeled a socialist and a communist. So knock it off.
Well, I mean, but it's true though. It's true. I mean, think about it. It's like, you know, it's like, it's crazy.
This is the culture of America. We've been brainwashed to believe that capitalism is good. Yep. Capitalism can work, but the problem is human greed usually dictates everything.
Yeah, exactly.
People move away from things that are good ideas and start to just focus on how can I benefit from this, and that becomes the problem. Yeah. That's where the problem always starts.
Yep.
The only problem is now technology exposes it at a much larger picture, but it's been there since before technology. It's
since
been there
since the founding of this country. It's been there.
It's been there before even that. I'm pretty sure cavemen had that shit too. Right. It's like, oh yeah, who's got the biggest cave? Who got the biggest club?
I still like that one scene from the Venture Brothers. Like, son, as soon as the the second caveman was born, he had a conspiracy against the first.
Pretty much. I would agree with
It's been a while, but
it's true.
So hilarious.
Man. The Venture Brothers is one of my favorites. I'm surprised you even know the damn show. Like,
yeah, we have.
I heard Chris you're surprised that we didn't watch like The Last Dragon. I was like, what? I grew up with The Last Dragon. I keep telling Chris, I'm like, one of these Halloweens, I'm gonna dress up as Show Nuts. I've been saying that for years. I told Karen that. She thought I was crazy, but I'm like, whatever. I'm gonna get the Shogun outfit,
get the hairstyle and everything.
Oh, Show Enough was awesome.
It's not Who's the master? I don't care. I'm just paying homage to the guy. His behavior was just so bombastic.
It was trippy when they had glowing hands. I'm like, what the fuck is this? The original Dragon Ball before there was Dragon Ball.
You know who's like the most ridiculous made up character that he just made me laugh, just his very existence? I can't even remember his damn name, but in the movie, fucking oh god, I can't even remember the name of the movie. Pootie Tang. The dirt guy, the guy that was like made of dirt. He drove the dirt car. He was like, what was his name? I can't remember his name.
I gotta look it up.
Yo, but that character was just to me the funniest thing ever. He's like, his theme song. Oh my, I'm low down and dirty. You know what I'm about.
The best character. Just randomly hearing that belt smack. Oh my god,
I mean, pretty much all of the 80s and 90s movies you probably saw, we probably
seen. What's funny, Carlton? He sent me 2 days ago. Al, what that was the thing again? He sent me this bike, and I looked at this because Al sent me. He's like, Chris, you're probably too young to remember this. I'm like, off the bat, remember those fucking bikes when we were kids, Carlton, where like you sat down and you put your 2 legs up there, and it's a big ass wheel.
That's called a big wheel.
Big wheel.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I had one of those. I ran over my own hand.
Because Al sends me a fuck video. He's like, you probably remember off the bat. I ran upstairs. I was like, Mom. Oh shit, I haven't seen a big wheel. I was, Mom, didn't I have a big wheel? She goes, yeah, we had a big wheel. You're like 3 years old. And I'm like, Al says I'm probably too, because it came out in 1978. Mom was like, well, it came out before you were born, but she's like, we bought you one. I'm like, I remember.
I had a big wheel.
I had one too, but
I love those shit because I remember I'm riding my big wheel down First Street. And I see something on the ground, so I go to reach down while moving, and the wheel goes over my hand. So I slip into a stop.
I remember the commercials for the big wheels where the guys would be riding them, and all they would be doing is all these like burnout stunts, where they'd be like skating and sliding. I was like, I gotta have one. I have to have one. My life is not complete. Mother, I would like you to purchase me a big wheel, please.
Trying to describe the bike to me, Chris. This wheel, I was gonna think like one of those old
Dirty.
I forgot
English
what they're called,
cycles,
huh?
the huge front
Dirty
wheel.
D was his name.
Dirty D?
Yeah.
That was my guy.
No, I gotta throw this out there. Ricky O
Big
had
wheels.
to be the
Oh my
most
God.
ridiculous but entertaining movie.
There it is.
There they go skinning. There they go spinning. I'm like, yo, that made it the coolest thing in the world.
You know, you busted your ass on that.
Hell
beat
yeah.
So many
Yo,
times.
the thing is, because of how they were built, they were hard to flip. Like, because where you sat was low to the ground, and it's like your
Yeah.
feet are up on the pedals, and you're holding the. So it's hard to tip them over.
And that thing was.
Oh, yo, they were
solid
built good.
plastic.
They were
original
plastic. Like, they were all
Pimp
plastic, but
Mobile.
indestructible. Like,
Now that was the original Pimp Mobile.
I'm telling you.
Because
that's
girls would just like gravitate to the boys.
And you would
who
hear
had
that shit too
those.
because of the distinct plastic on
Hell yeah,
ground
on the
sound.
you would hear that shit coming from miles away. Maybe like 6 kids on big wheels, you just hear that.
You're like Jurassic Park where your cup of water is vibrating. Like, what the hell?
Imagine Mark on a
Stampede
big wheel.
He gets
Put Mark on a big wheel.
Jesus. I used to have a Pokeball too. I remember.
Oh yeah, where you throw them and they actually pop open and a little Pokemon spray.
No,
out.
a Pokeball.
It looked like a Saturn, had like a ring of Saturn around it. You stood on the ring and bounced.
Saturn. Yeah.
Oh shit, I forgot about those.
I had one of those. You do tricks like jumping up onto chairs. And
Yeah, I used to watch the older kids do tricks, but I was too scared. I was like, I'm not gonna fuck myself up on this toy ball.
Moon shoes.
I could
The moon
jump
shoes,
a
I
lot
remember
longer
those
on a
too.
Pokeball than a
Big-ass
Pogo stick
rip-off.
for some
Moon
reason.
shoes were the biggest rip-off back in the day.
The
Joe
moon
Pyro
shoes.
Mike, they jumped like the same height.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like everybody that bought the moon shoes thought that you were gonna gain like an extra 10 feet of bounce.
Yeah.
And then you put them on, and it's like, yo, I'm jumping the exact same height
Yeah.
I was before. Like I didn't even get 2
You're
inches.
just starting higher off the ground.
Biggest rip-off back then, but nobody dared say that.
That's why I got annoyed at companies Carlton because I have different cousins. Like my cousin Dakota, gets like you get to work from home and stuff. Then my cousin Ashley, they're mentioning Cuomo again. I was talking about they're making more lockdown stuff with New York, and Cuomo wants more people to stay home and don't go out, blah blah. And I'm like, yeah, I was like, it's good, Cuomo, you to say that. Other people say that. Well, you live in a fucking mansion. It's awesome for you to say more people stay home, don't go out, and stay safe and everything. Some people that have to work for a living can't stay home all fucking day. Like that woman with me and Junior watched that video. She's in California and she was frustrated because she owns a business and a restaurant. She spent thousands and thousands of dollars to make her all, and she showed this whole setting where she's outside, all tables are 6 feet apart, they fuck everything sanitized, and the governor shut everything down. And she's crying saying, my entire life is destroyed, all my employees are fucking destroyed. Right next to me, they show chairs for, as they're filming some upcoming movie, these chairs are fucking like a foot apart a piece, and she's like, we're doing everything according to your regulations, you're still shutting us down, we have no money, we have fucking nothing. And when my cousins got mad, she goes, well, it's different if you're putting people in danger, Chris. I'm like, no, Ashley, you go to work every day. You're a fucking nurse. Your sister works from fucking home. You guys have a steady paycheck. Some people have gone 5 months without a single fucking penny from these government relief programs. And my cousin's like, well, everybody's getting checks. No, they're not. Jennifer, my sister Jen, just got her first check last month. She went 5 months without a single fucking penny. And I'm like, and a lot of people can't afford this shit. Like, and Al sent me that fucking video on TikTok. I showed that to mom, to everybody, where they showed different countries, how other countries, Germany, UK, Australia, they're giving their citizens $4,000 a month, $5,000 a month. They're suspending rent and mortgages and limo fucking bills. Americans, here's $1,200. Wait, hold a second. My rent, my damn rent's $1,200. Like, you know, and you got to pay your rent.
Yeah, you get a $1,200 check and you lose your business, but okay,
this is the thing that this is the thing that I don't understand why we didn't follow suit. Because honestly, we could have shut the country down for 3 months and just paid everybody $3,000 a month. It's a hit on our fucking, our treasury or whatever, but we will make that money back. We're being taxed on everything. Like, it's not going to hurt to close the country down for 3 months, but make sure everybody could still pay their fucking bills so they're not submerged in debt when we come out of it.
Yep.
And in 3 months, we could have been easing back into from the time we started taking this pandemic serious till December of 2020, we could have been over this shit. Yeah. This shit could have been done, but it was handled badly. Now we're gonna, it's almost like we're starting from scratch because now they're starting to shut shit down everywhere again. So it's almost like we're starting from ground zero all over again. And it's just
because
it was a failure from the personal level.
What kills me
all the way up to the top
so
of the government because people could be like, you can't tell me what to do.
But that's a problem. So many people say, well, you don't have to pay your rent or your mortgages right now. I'm like, okay. But then when 3 or 4 months goes by and I've gotten zero fucking income, and now you're saying, okay, we haven't paid your rent in 5 months. Now you owe me 5 months worth of rent. Okay, I just got to check for $1,200. Yeah, but you're like $5,000 behind. So good luck with that.
Well, there's 2 good points. One, Mardi Gras still went on. Spring break in all these different states still happened. And I think they recorded nearly 1 million people. The number could be wrong. Went through Louisiana for Mardi Gras.
Those things are problems. They should have never been allowed. Like all those things are considered super spreader events. Like to have a Mardi Gras in the middle of a pandemic is fucking stupid. Like why would?
Well, at first it was going to interrupt their revenue, and then it's like, well, then why did nobody stop us? I'm like, you know what, whatever. At your personal level, mayor or governor, you chose to allow this to happen. I don't want to hear your bullshit and all that. Second point was, fuck, I completely forgot.
My whole point was, like, I get, if Cuomo wants everybody to stay home, if you want everyone to be secure and not spread this stuff, no problem. But also pay me. Because I said, like...
But here, the problem is, the pay doesn't come from Cuomo. I agree with you 100%. Yeah. We should fucking be... If you're going to shut everything down, pay everybody. Because we can't... $1,200 back in March does nothing for me in December. Like, you're going to shut everything down and make sure we get money. But the problem is, we're going to have to rely on government levels higher than him. He can't pay us. He doesn't control that kind of fucking access to that kind of money.
Right.
But he can give himself a raise in the middle.
He's been. You know what's funny is that people mad at him right now for giving themselves a raise. You know how many times he's done that? You know how many times that fucking jackass has given himself a raise?
Probably
he's done that several times
this year already. Three times this year already.
He's giving himself raises while the rest of us are fucking just out here dying because we can't do anything. We can't go anywhere. And fucking COVID is killing us by the fucking thousands daily. And he's tucked away nice and safe, clean and dry, collecting raises for what?
And then he's whining about the millionaires and people leaving.
This is definitely controversial. That according to this news source, that another 2 weeks in December, by December 20th, they're estimating that the whole. I hope my company does this, but like remember, it was countrywide. If you caught COVID, you had to stay home for 2 weeks and isolate yourself, and you get fucking paid for 2 weeks. Our company pays us for 2 weeks. They're getting rid of that. So I said to my cousin, I'm like, okay, so right now, not sure about you and your finances. I'm living fucking check to check right now. I just am. I cannot afford to take 2 weeks off work. So Chris, you caught COVID. Okay, is it killing me? Well, it's not killing you, but you just need to stay home. Yeah, but if I stay home for 2 weeks, so I get paid. We don't get paid. Okay, but if I go to work, I get paid, right? Yeah. Well, I'm asymptomatic, so. If I go to work, I get paid, but we want you to stay home.
Yeah.
I'm like, but
go figure this. You know what happened today? Because we have to do temperature scans. We don't get paid for 2 weeks or anything else like that. Our company policy is: you walk in with a fever, you have to leave work. You don't get paid. And you can't come back until you can be in there fever-free without medication. Like, how are you going to know? How are they going to prove that you took Tylenol? So the last couple of days, we've had 3 or 4 different people, one in my department and stuff. They walk in, take a temperature, and go, "Oh, you're 100. You have to go home right now." And so you don't get paid for that. You have to go pay for a test out of pocket because if you're not spiking a temperature when you walk over there, then you don't have the symptoms, but you can't get back to work without it. So you have to pay for that out of your pocket. Well, today we found out she took temperatures and they were different ones on some people. And I said, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. Because first of all, when women have their period, you run higher temperatures anyways, and that's a known fact. And there people taking the temperatures aren't doctors. They're not trained how to use it. They just hold it up to your forehead, and some of them stick it on your forehead, some stick it near it. Well, come to find out the battery was running low, and for the people they sent and didn't get paid for the last 3 or 4 days, it was probably a faulty reading, and you lose work and you lose time, and if you don't have the PTO to cover it, you're screwed.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Now, how come some states, I asked my dad this because he's in Massachusetts, I look at the numbers, and the numbers in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut are about the same amount of people, right? New Hampshire, we have the least restrictive. You have to wear a mask. That's about it. Least restrictive, the smallest amount of numbers, and yet Mass and New York and Connecticut and those guys, they have one of the highest restrictions. They never even really truly open their state, and they can't even control their numbers. If everyone's locked down there, then how the hell is it
because
spreading?
everyone isn't locked down. Being locked down is just a phrase they use, but the reality of it is people aren't following any mandate once they're not at work. You tell guys, if you're in public, wear a mask. They say no problem. They put a mask on and then they go home. They call their friends over. You got 30 guys in the backyard, nobody wearing masks. We're locked down, but guys aren't following. People aren't social distancing. They're not doing what they should do.
Yeah, but you can have the same stuff in New Hampshire, our numbers are very
I
low.
guarantee you that the only thing that's making a difference in numbers is that some places people take it more serious and in other places people don't. Yeah. Like if you're in a state where people are taking it serious and they're social distancing and not doing all the crazy stuff, the numbers are going to be less there. Then you have some place like New York City where you tell guys, yo, wear a mask and social distance. Yeah, whatever. And then they hop on the subway packed like a sardine can, nobody wearing a mask, nobody cares. That virus is gonna circulate down there for a while before it goes anywhere. That's just what it is.
And the thing that pisses me off more than anything is like, when these politicians say, oh, hey, if you want to work, go get an essential job. There are people that's working essential jobs getting laid off.
Yeah.
So you can't sit there and say, go work an essential job. So that's already cut off. The second thing that pisses me off is the fact that you as a politician is not going to stop being a politician to go make $15 an hour. Because I hate to break it to you, but you're not essential as a politician. You're going to say, you know what's essential is being able to wash your clothes, is being able to contact people, is being able to keep yourself clean and hygienic and stuff like that. And, having food and water, those things are essential. You're not essential. So if you're going to sit there and say essential work, you are not essential yourself. And you're going to go sit there and say, well, if you want to work, go work an essential job. And it's just like...
No, what's essential to them isn't essential to us. Someone who needs a job, that job is essential regardless of what it does.
Well, that's coming to my point, though. It's like, we have to shut down gyms. We have to shut down theaters. We have to shut down some restaurants. Like, okay, so you want to shut down restaurants and people to stay home and just work essential work. But the thing is, if you're shutting down all these businesses, then all these people working these businesses, now they're out of fucking of an income. And it's like, well, just live at home. Yeah, but you're not. Some people are getting, that's the problem. It's like a restaurant will shut down. 5 employees are getting a check. 5 employees aren't getting a fucking penny. So it's like those 5 employees, like, hey, we have to go work somewhere. But like, it's like you telling us we need you to fucking work, but then we're shutting down all the companies. So it's like, and like Carlton said, but then what's essential? Because it seems like what's essential is changing every damn day what their own policies. They're finding like gyms or restaurants or I don't know.
Hey, you got to look from state to state too, because I forgot which state it is. Minnesota, they never shut down the first time, and they still haven't shut down, and they have the lowest number of cases, period. It's like, because everyone's there to listen in. I mean, of course, the population density is, of course, different than other states. Got to take that into consideration, but people there are still full steam ahead. They never shut down. So what are their leaders saying to that state that our leaders are?
Their leaders are telling them, if you follow the fucking rules, we don't have to shut you down. Social distance and wear a mask. Yeah. And they're like, yeah, well, we don't want to be shut down, so we'll follow the rules. And their numbers are low.
Congratulations. It's not that inconvenient to wear a mask to go shopping.
I'm just saying, like, my premise, like, what people say, like you said, something, not Carlton, but in my family, it's like, well, I work at home and I make like $50 an hour. Everyone stay at home. No problem. You can, because you work at home, you make $50 an hour. Me and Al, hey, if tomorrow, if work wants to give me my paycheck to not drive buses all day, I'm fucking taking a month off then, you know? But until that happens, I need to go to work tomorrow because I need a paycheck come fucking Friday. If they say, hey, Chris, listen, you and Al, the next 3 months, you guys sit home, social distance, don't go outside. I won't leave this fucking house for 6 months. If you want to pay me $1,000 a week, I'll get Walmart delivering stuff here.
But then after those 6 months, you won't be able to leave the house. You'll be like Mark 2.
Oh, trust me, I've got in the backyard battle ropes. I got kettlebells. Like, that's my fucking premise. Like, we want you to stay home, but we want you to not work and not get paid. Okay. I will stay home if you pay me. But until then, because they say, well, you know, you can buy groceries and essentials. I can't if I have no money. You know?
And this is it's like they just don't get. They understand the argument, but they don't pay attention to it because the simple reality of it is the reason people don't want to be locked down is because we're not making money. If I don't have an income, my life is fucked up. That's the reason people don't want to stay home, but they don't get it. You want to lock me down? Fine. Shut the whole thing down. Give me a couple $1,000s a month. I'll stay home however long you want me to. Like, I wouldn't even fight you on it, but they don't get it. They don't. Yeah. I don't know, dude.
Well, not just that, but it's only certain corporations that I'm going to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but I'm not going to care because the financial reports are going to prove me right. Only certain companies are allowed to stay open. Walmart, Target, Amazon, Grubhub, DoorDash, because they're the ones and there are other ones I missed that are making all the money because they deliver all the food. Mm-hmm. But the smaller businesses, no. Corner stores, no. They can't do that. They can't afford to do that, so they're the ones suffering. They're like, no. It's such a small space. You shouldn't be open anyways because you can't keep up like the rest of them. Like, but wait a second.
That's my freaking point. I hate when people say this thing like, well, okay, for instance, Niagara Mohawk with lights and stuff, lights, taxes, or rent, it's being suspended. Okay, it's being suspended. It's not being shut off. Like, okay, NIMO can't shut you off. They can't shut me off. What they can do is say, you're making no income. We're charging you $500 a month to heat your house and keep your lights on. So we're not gonna we're not gonna shut your power off. But what we're going to do is keep racking the bill and racking the bill and racking the bill. And then 6 months, okay, listen, have you had a paycheck in 6 months? No, okay. Well, here's a bill for $10,000 and go and pay it.
That's part of the issue is that a lot of these people that hear, oh, the bill is suspended, they think, oh, I don't ever have to pay this bill. And that's not what's happening. What's happening is you owe this money, but we're not asking for it right now. Yeah. Next month comes along, oh, you owe that month and this month, but we're not asking for it right now. Yeah. And then when everything goes back to normal, they're going to be like, well, here you go. You know, I need my $5,000.
Yeah.
And everybody's going to be like, well.
But they don't get it. I had one of the girls at work. These people, they don't understand credit and stuff. She didn't have enough money to pay her nice fancy car payment, which was like $600. So her car payment people, Nissan or whatever, said, oh, no problem. We'll let you skip a month and we'll tack it on at the end and you can catch up with this. And she's like, oh, great. Well, then the $1,200 bill came due, and she said, I don't have all the money. I'm going to see if they'll push it forward a little bit. And by the time they got back and she dealt with it, she was late for this payment, and now she owns $1,400. She goes, well, it doesn't add up. I said, it's called interest and late fees. It doesn't go away. Either that or they're going to come and take the car away, you know?
Pile up and pile
with
up.
The program.
That's why, even though you're a family, I've told people, number one, this entire COVID situation, myself, I definitely get aggravated at work, but I also recognize the fact that come Friday, I'm guaranteed a fucking paycheck because there's like 40 or 50 million people right now who aren't getting a paycheck come fucking Friday. And the people who are secure, who do work at home or do have an essential job, you can't shit on people that are fucking desperate because eventually you're going to keep getting desperate and desperate. Now people are going to start fucking, you know what then? I'm going to go to Walmart with 200 people and just fucking rob the entire place because I've got no money, my kids are fucking starving, and now I'm going to start robbing local corner stores. That's eventually what's going to fucking happen because now San Francisco just said starting tomorrow between now and January 2nd they're shutting down all San Francisco for the next fucking 3 weeks. They're shutting down anything that's not, again, deemed essential. So that's another, they said 9 million fucking people just in San Francisco out of fucking work the next 3 weeks. Okay. And I guarantee all 9 million people, they won't be getting fucking paychecks the next 3 weeks.
I hope that shit don't hit us again like that. A guy, Cuomo's calling a lot of crazy shots, but I really... Well, we are considered technically essential, so I don't even know if they're gonna.
But still, the fuck point there. Like, I mean, we are, but then said how many people in New York aren't? You know,
I know. Trust me, I get you.
I worry about Junior because they might decide Best Buy isn't because who needs a new phone, computer, and all that because those are luxuries, not essentials.
No, appliances are still deemed essential.
But almost like
for now.
So what I was saying with like my cousin said, she's like, "Well, Chris, the country's fucking broke," and I'm like, "Again, the country's broke." I'm like, It's 2020, and as on my podcast, I've read news articles that America's hit record-breaking billionaires, but we're fucking broke, right?
Oh, and we got our first trillionaire.
But that's global. It's like how many times Al said these people, all these people, we have no money, but people can blow $2,000 on Xbox, but you can't pay a rent or feed your kids, but you can buy $1,500 to buy a fucking PlayStation.
You can stare at this girl on Twitch for fucking
$30
a month subscription.
I said the most money I've.
Chris, you're making the assumption that the same people who are buying $2,000 Xboxes are the same people complaining about money.
No, I'm talking about as an economy. But what she's saying, she's like, we can't fucking pay people to sit home and take time off work. And I'm like, because the country is fucking broke. I'm like, well, the country's not broke then, because we have money to spend all these frivolous things. It's like, it's just a cliche where it's like, that's why I said, I'm not buying an Xbox or PlayStation for Christmas. I can't fucking afford it. I got to buy food for this house. That's more important than a new Xbox. I'm not saying you guys.
Well, see, I've been banking my money for this since last Christmas, since I first heard it was coming out.
Like in terms of fucking wealth.
So I'm just waiting
saying, like,
for
in terms
it to
of
drop.
wealth. So this country's fucking broke. Apparently, a lot of people aren't broke though, and they have like Al said this, and I'll never forget this a few months fucking back, and this will always be controversial. But like, hey, tomorrow someone's like, Chris, for the next 6 months, we're gonna take an extra 10% out of your fucking paycheck. And what that 10% will do, that will feed every child in this fucking country. And not even a half a heartbeat, I'd say fucking 10% out of my paycheck. Fucking why not?
Is that gross or after taxes?
It's at 10%. These fucking.
Yeah, but we already do that, Chris. It's called welfare and the checks, and then the people take those checks and buy cigarettes and lottery tickets and alcohol instead of paying for their kids' food. That's where the problem
But it's also been the fucking. Then it's also been us with our capitalist system and shit that. Us every fucking day people, we are paying more taxes than people that are billionaires. Because every time something comes down to these GoFundMe accounts, these people that are out of fucking work, where does it come down to? All of us. It's like, we need you guys to do more GoFundMes and pay these people. Ask the fucking billionaires to pay these people. But
Well, I think that Al mentioned this a couple of weeks back. They didn't become billionaires for no reason.
I know.
They know how to pay.
That's what I'm saying. So whenever someone's like, well, Chris, the fucking country's broken, I'm like, I don't think we are fucking broke. Plenty of people got money to fucking spend, but they don't want to. Because, like Al said, it's all about...
I don't think the country... I mean, it depends on how you phrase that statement. Like, I mean, there's probably a lot of people are broke, but the country itself...
We are the quote-unquote... We are the richest country on the fucking planet, but then other countries give more money to their citizens to stay home. Other countries have universal health care.
Yeah.
But
why do you think we're the richest country in the world? Because they're not giving money.
Yeah, but the thing is, those other countries are going to, at one point, have to account for all that money they gave back, and then what are they going to do?
Those billionaires got to give themselves raises.
You make a good point, but here's the problem. The countries aren't lying to their citizens. The citizens know that at some point, there's going to be tax increases to replace that revenue. Like, it's got to come from somewhere. And if you ask most people, yo, I'll let you stay home for 8 months. I'll pay you $3,000 a month. I'll suspend all your bills. But understand that when this thing clears up, your taxes are going up 10%. No, I'm not going to fight it. I'm not going to be like, well, 10% increase. No, that's a fair trade-off. Like it is for me to be.
Now, yeah, especially if they say 10% increase for this duration, because if they just latch that 10% on it and keep it there indefinitely.
Yeah, this is one thing I could tell you about the history of our government. It is hard for them to relinquish a tax increase like hard. Like they don't like to give back that money. Like
yeah. I mean, just look at everything that there's taxes for and that we need insurance for. It's just staggering. Life insurance, death insurance.
When you think about insurance, when you realize that the only reason we have to pay insurance on everything is only because wealthy people lobbied the government and created laws that force us to pay these things so they could be rich. Like depending on the state you live in, you don't need car insurance, you don't need house insurance, whatever.
That's true.
But in certain states, it's mandated by law that you have to have house. You have to have insurance for your house, insurance for your car, insurance for you. You can't even work certain jobs unless you're insured.
Sure.
And the only reason for that is because people lobbied the government and said, yo, we want to get paid for this. Don't worry, we'll give you a kickback. We'll pay you such and such amount a year if you make this a rule and make them pay us. Like, because most of the insurance, like, you look at something like car insurance, on average, the vast majority of motorists will go a long time with having an accident that they're going to report, right? Those guys that do have a crazy accident and, maybe they say to themselves, I'm glad I had this insurance or whatever. But car insurance is just what if insurance. It's just you paying money to a group of people just in case. What if you never ever have an accident? You don't get that money back. Those people just get rich.
In New Hampshire, you don't have to have car insurance.
It's a few states you don't. I don't think you have to do it in Florida either. There's a few states where you don't have to have it. But in the states that
Massachusetts,
in the states that you do have it,
Massachusetts, not only do you, go ahead, Alice.
No, I was saying in the states that you do have to have it, it's only because somebody decided, this is a way to make money. Yeah. This is a way I could be rich.
Yeah, I have two things. It's like during this last election, they try to get this governor voted in who was going to add state taxes because we don't have state taxes in New Hampshire. Of course, he didn't
why would he? Like, why would I vote in taxes? Who's going to vote in taxes?
But, I mean, you see his name all over people's lawns and stuff. Like, I ain't voting for that, dude. You want state taxes?
You got to give me legitimate reason. You got to, if you vote in state taxes and you want me to vote for you, I need to know what's happening with that money. Before you even, you better have a very detailed explanation printed out on your website that I could look at and see it and verify it and be able to make sure I could force you to do it at some point before I vote for you to increase
and make sure I could destroy you and sue you if you don't follow it.
It's crazy because we don't have a state tax, and you've seen how it is up here. Yeah. There's nothing we're lacking. We have police and fire and lights and everything else. So why would we give up more of our money to get what? What would we be getting out of it?
I just laugh about that because Al mentioned that,
that I can't live without.
Real quick, the second thing was back when I was in Massachusetts, I don't know if this still is a thing here, but not only did you have to pay car insurance, but you had to pay a yearly parking fee to have a car parked in the state.
That's only near Boston.
Yeah, well, I had to buy Boston. And literally, I would have to drive to those shady dealerships and garages that would inspect my car because they wouldn't inspect it if you had a fee for this parking. I was like, what the hell? I got to pay to park my car in Mass? I was upset about that.
Not to mention
I never paid it once. I was there for 8 years, never paid it once.
Even with car inspections, like there are states that don't even require you to have your car inspected. Yeah. Like in New York, we have to do that yearly. We have to pay for that.
Well, that's why it's crazy. Someone got mad at me recently because my cousin works for a different health place, and like now with New York State just passed that law where people in the backseat have to wear a seatbelt, and I'm like, you can go fuck yourself. I don't believe. I'm not paying. I don't give a fuck. I'm not wearing. What sense does it make to me I have to wear a seatbelt sitting in the backseat now? Oh, it's for your benefit. Okay, since when? I'm like, I've never, now it's like, so if I sit in the back seat of like, if Al's driving and Junior's in the passenger seat, if I'm in the fucking back, Al gets a ticket because I'm not wearing a seatbelt in the back seat. Why? Why is that a fucking mandatory thing? So you can get more money out of us?
It's largely about money.
Yeah. Well, like you're saying, I've asked with the car insurance thing for years. I'm 39. I've been driving since I was 16. I've never been in a single car accident. I've never used my insurance once. So for the past 23 years, where's all that money gone?
You're just paying somebody. Yeah. That's literally, you're just giving, there's just another person taking money from you. I got my first car,
I started driving at 16. My first official car was the Ford Tempo at 17. I got car insurance. I've had car insurance for the past 22 years. I've been paying car insurance. What have I been paying for? Because I haven't used any of it.
It's just because somebody came up with the idea like, yo, I could get paid like this. Yeah. I could make millions of dollars. And they lobby the governments and they pass laws and you get fucked. So, but paying for these guys to create a state law. Like I said, I would be on board for any increase in taxes or create any taxes, but I want to know where the money's going. That's all. Like, you better have a very detailed explanation. And I want to be able to fucking hold you accountable and kick you out of there once you're not following it.
Just said the broad general statement I was saying, Carlton was just said when they say like, the country is quote unquote fucking broke, and I'm like, and every damn day I read numbers and I'm like, somebody just bought a $60 million fucking yacht. Oh, we're not that broke. Like,
when people, I don't even look at what people make. Whenever somebody says our country is broke, I think of it from a government standpoint. This I know for a fact. Our government is never broke. It's just they don't want to pay money. And what annoys me about it is the things that they would give money to pisses me off. Because when I see something like a billionaire company, like the other day they had that sheet that came out where they were explaining where all the payments, the COVID payments went to the fucking company. And it's like all these billionaire companies, these people with billions of dollars that's getting money from our government.
Oh, yeah.
And then they paid us $1,200 once. Like, they don't even want to. It's a big debate between Congress and the Senate to give regular citizens money. Like, that's a thing they're fighting over. Like, whether or not we could eat and feed our children tomorrow is something that they think is worth debating about.
Yeah.
Right? And it that annoys me.
And then when they don't agree, they take a week vacation and shut down the country.
And that annoys me.
I'm like, wait, they can take a vacation.
They still get paid. My thing, I feel like there should be like I need somebody to make laws that whenever the average American citizen is out of work and not getting paid, like if I could look at the country and see 2/3 of the country not making money, then they should suspend payments for all politicians across the board in all branches. None of these dudes should get paid.
You're a dead man if you sit there and you're going in the office thinking like that, because of the fact that it's like, oh, you're messing with like McConnell and Pelosi and all these people. That's
this is the thing that's crazy, is that's a thing that everybody knows. It's like dangerous to go against. Like when you go challenge millionaires and their money, you put yourself in a dangerous place, because it's nothing for them to pay off the average Joe and be like, you want 10 grand? Go snuff this dude out. And my life is forfeit just for nothing, you know?
Yeah.
But it's crazy. But we need to be in a position where we can hold them accountable.
Well, it's kind of funny you said that.
All the government across the board.
You were just mentioning and said that the stuff the government gives money to. We mentioned on this fucking podcast. Remember with the whole government payout? We said Kanye West.
That didn't need it.
Kanye West got paid, was it $4 million?
$5 million.
$5 million to pay his employees. And he's worth $1.6 billion fucking dollars. So he needed $5 million from the government, from our taxes, our fucking paychecks, to pay his employees, even though he's a billionaire.
When you get a chance, Google that list. I forget what it's called, but there's the whole list is out. It'll show you where most of that money went. And for the longest while, they didn't want to put it out because they were afraid of being critiqued.
Airport.
There was one guy that got $489 million from it. $489.
Oh yeah, remember that one guy? That one dude was buying Ferraris and shit.
Yeah,
yeah, because so it said kids are starving, and you can't, like Junior said, you can't afford EpiPens for your kids.
No.
This asshole's buying fucking Ferraris, but we're broke.
Yeah, well, I just remembered, people need to keep an eye out on things, because collections for certain things like college and all that, the payments might start up the end of this month, beginning of next year, and people don't know this information.
So that's just going to be a new bill coming your way.
Yeah, so people need to keep an eye out that they may start getting collection letters for college and other things that were on hold. Rent and all that stuff, because it's been 9 months at this point, so they might get letters. Oh, well, you haven't paid us for 9 months, so here's your new bill. So don't be surprised if you didn't pay stuff, and now you will.
Kind of this will affect all of us at some point, and it's especially me. But this can affect our country. But this came out actually yesterday morning, and I saved it. This is the first time in U.S. history, but Congress has just voted to decriminalize marijuana in historic decision. The U.S. House of Representatives just voted to decriminalize cannabis, which is the most major move towards a change in national drug policy that the country has seen since the plant was initially banned. On Friday, Congress voted to pass the Marijuana Opportunity Reinvestment and Expungement Act, which is the first time that Congress has ever voted on cannabis decriminalization. The final vote was 228 to 164 in favor of legislation. Most Republicans and 6 Democrats opposed the bill. So the first time in history, Congress is fucking not just a state, a federal level to federally decriminalize pot, which it's never happened.
So I wonder, that means those in jail for possession.
That's going to be the next.
Will they be released
that's
early?
Going to be the next step. They got to start figuring out what to do with those guys.
People were, I wouldn't say arguing, having a conversation. They're saying that this bill will expunge current records, and I said, one woman's like, well, again, it's like one woman said to me, because she's like, well, people in jail right now, they'll be let go. And I was like, actually, this is what happened to fucking me, at least when I was in there, because I was told every single day, Chris, tomorrow, Chris, tomorrow, Chris, tomorrow. 3 years later, Chris, tomorrow, Chris, tomorrow, it's going to be fucking legalized. And someone's like, even my lawyer told me, even if it is decriminalized, you still don't get let go. I'm like, why not? Because you were arrested when it was illegal. So, but then one person's like, but this one person's like, well, the law is saying that it's going to expunge your old record. I'm like, listen, again, what the law says and what the fucking law does is two way different fucking things, guys. I'm like, listen to that. When I was like, so they said that according to them, Carl, yeah, everybody's old records that have possession, like me, that has possession record, your record will be expunged. I'm like, again, when I actually see in fucking writing, my rap sheet is fucking clear, I'll believe it. Until then, I don't fucking trust Congress, House of Representatives, anybody. But it is a fucking point that says here's the funny part. Regardless of what the Senate decides, more states are choosing to legalize or decriminalize the plant on their own, which doesn't matter because still, it's like you can go to Massachusetts and fucking buy weed. If the federal government wants to fucking slay you, they still can.
Exactly.
So,
but here's the thing that's going to be crazy about it. Even if they completely make it legal, even if marijuana is legal on a state and federal level, there is no criminality attached to it. Your employer could still tell you you can't get high and work from
home. Or where you rent.
If you like, they could tell you, your employer could say, do not get high and come to work.
I could see that, Al, but they could treat us the same way as alcohol, where you have to have it, you can't consume it a certain number of levels. Here's the problem.
We don't have a test for marijuana the same way we have for alcohol. You could.
Well, I know, I'm just saying, but if you come in and you're not cognitive, like, oh, this dude is weak, fuck up, red eyes.
If you smell like it,
I'm not saying like employers, you won't be able to get fired from it, but if they say, okay, well, if you want to work here, the same with alcohol, you can't consume this 8 hours prior, like, before coming. Of course, people are still going to do it, but
your heart surgeon, the dentist drilling your teeth. Yeah,
I just have a feeling that I know for a fact that my job. If they test you and you come in positive, you will be out of work, regardless of what the government says.
5 to 1, these same people were doing it before it was legalized anyway.
I could tell you this. There are people at my job right now that I see them every day, and I feel like, these dudes need to be tested. Like these dudes need to be tested regularly.
Not fucking up to the point where it's hurting people. I don't care.
Well, that's just going to really put a damper into all those illegal weed movements. Because now it's illegal. It's like, whoa, why should I buy this from you when I can go down to the corner and get a pack?
Funny. So, according to the FBI's recent uniform crime report, more people were arrested for cannabis possession last year than all the violent crimes put together. That's in the fucking country.
Nice.
And this is for possession, not trafficking, not distribution, possession. The data showed that 550,000 people were arrested in U.S. cannabis-related crimes. So,
nice.
So they're saying that
I can believe it.
Out of the total cannabis arrests last year, 92% were just for possession. 92% out of over fucking almost 600,000 fucking arrests. Just possession.
I just think the government realized, man, we can make more money if we legalize and tax the shit out of this.
But that's the argument that people have been using forever. Yeah. It's like, you could make so much money if you just legal. It's like, think about it. There's the effects of marijuana is not worse than the effects of alcohol, right? But alcohol is illegal.
Was that Cat Williams skit where it's like, marijuana, like you can OD on marijuana. What, you're gonna be hungry, clean out that motherfucking refrigerator?
Exactly. Like
you take too many aspirins, that'll be your last motherfucking headache.
Think about it like this. If you're high on marijuana, you get in your car, what do? Drive extra slow. You get in your car, if you're drunk, you are dangerous. Like you are lethal on the road. Like,
well, you see, Al, there's this chemical in marijuana called fucking.
No, you want to know the terrible things coming from this?
I don't want to go into work today. I have a lot of stuff to do.
Fuck it.
Fuck that shit. I'll just take some.
I mix nothing but.
Colombia wants to legalize the cocaine market.
Yeah, I seen that. So,
there is a state. I forgot where it was.
Time to go to Colombia.
I think I want to say Oregon, but I might be wrong. There is a state somewhere that is legalizing all recreational drugs. I mean, all of them. I mean, meth,
Oregon,
marijuana,
I think it's
cocaine.
Oregon.
Crack, all of them.
It sounds like Portland.
I was reading it online. John Stone sent it to me, and I was like, "This can't be real." He was like, "Look it up." And I was reading the article. They legalized everything.
So we're hitting up Dread early.
Oregon becomes.
So speaking of cocaine, I read something the other day, and I was like, "Wow, I never knew this." Do you know that Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs? Snow White was actually supposed to be like cocaine, and the Seven Dwarfs are all the side effects of it.
Wow, I never knew that.
I didn't know that. I did not know that.
Yep, I do
but
that.
It makes sense though.
Al wasn't lying. This came out.
Yo, you want some of that Snow White?
This came out. Oregon becomes the first state to decriminalize hard drugs like cocaine and heroin. Holy shit.
It's Oregon. Like I said.
I'm moving.
I'm not moving.
Well, I mean,
Oregon.
if we're walking down the street just walking over dead bodies because they're partying too
natural
hard,
selection.
hey. Yeah, natural. Let them. People are gonna do what they want to do. So
That's just a fact,
make it
right?
legal. Hey, you know
That's
what?
a fact. People are going to do what they want to do. The only thing that makes it bad is because you create a law that says it's wrong.
No.
But other than that, people are going to do
Here's
it.
the funny part. Then that now families have nobody to blame at all. But I want the person who sold these drugs. Well, it was legal, so there's nobody to blame. I'm gonna sue. Who are you gonna sue? It was legal. Now it's gonna be a law versus moral thing. The families are gonna want to blame somebody. Like, it was legal. They killed themselves of their own choice.
The only thing we're going to have to do is sit back and see what the effects are. But think about this: if we keep it illegal, the people who run these organizations that traffic it are going to continue to be wealthy. Like, fucking, what's his name, became a billionaire for trafficking illegal liquor during the Prohibition. What's his name?
Capone.
Al Capone.
Al Capone.
He literally became a billionaire for trafficking during Prohibition. When they made alcohol...
I was about to say El Chapo.
When they made alcohol illegal, he trafficked it illegally and became the wealthiest man in his era. Like, so if you make it...
Yeah.
I can see the good of it. It takes away the criminal activities that require acquiring this stuff, and it takes away the power of these, drug cartels and everything. But at the same time, you're introducing things to a public where there's probably a lot of people with already addiction issues.
I hear what you're saying. I've heard people say that before, and I'm not going to say you're wrong. I don't even disagree with you. What I will say is this.
I'm just speculating.
Yeah, what I will say is this. The fact is that whether it's legal or not, people are going to do it. And just because they're legal, it doesn't mean everybody's going to do it. Because alcohol is legal, but not everybody drinks, right? Cigarettes are legal, not everybody smokes. And marijuana was illegal, and vast majority of the population was doing it. So if you just say fuck it and make it legal, make some money off it, you win. Because making it illegal isn't going to stop people.
I can agree with you on that.
It's been proven that, like...
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter. For the most part, it's just going to take away power from
the criminals.
And take away, criminals, less people in jail for breaking into houses, maybe, and trying to fill.
Straight up.
Maybe less prostitutes trying to suck someone's dick for some cocaine.
That's never.
Yeah, you know what? You know what I'm advocating for, and I get funny looks when I say this, but I need New York to legalize prostitution. I just need them to do it.
I agree with you.
I need them to do it. I need them to make it legal.
I wonder why that's.
I
illegal,
don't know.
Though.
That's how
in New York?
That's how the
it's
West
illegal.
Just in
was
general.
literally born. Prostitution is what.
That's just prostitution has been
all those towns.
an occupation throughout
That's it,
the
because history of
mankind.
mankind, like, brothels have been part of every fucking nation in history.
Listen, it became illegal for the most part in America because of a major religious push. Like religion controlled a lot of things for different periods in our thing. But honestly, I get irritated at the fact of like laws being drastically different from state to state. Like I get annoyed at the fact of living in a country where because of the patch of dirt I'm standing on, I can't do something that a guy on a different patch of dirt could do. Like it bothers me all the time. Like I'm like, yo, these people live in Nevada and they could just freely, legally walk into a whorehouse, pick a whore, pay their money, go upstairs and have sex. And if I did that in New York, if I told a girl right now, like, yo, I want to pay, or if I found a whore and a prostitute, how do I say this without sounding so vulgar?
He's called a lady.
Like a working girl. A working girl.
Or works because it's literally.
Or a man of the night, whatever you prefer.
I found a working person, and I wanted to just pay them. Yeah. Like honestly, I feel like this, and this is an honest, true feeling of mine. If she's of age, she's not, strung out on drugs or whatever. She's like, because there are the women who've made the decision to do it, not because they have to, but just because they want to. Like, there are women who make that decision. And I'm saying if she's, got her shit together, she's not strung out on crack, she's not controlled by a pimp or whatever, but she decides, this is how I want to make my money. I want to go into high-end hotels and look for men that got money, and I want to charge this guy $500 for an hour. Yeah. Like, and why can't I say, I want to sleep with this woman?
Sounds like Susan.
It's because
paying for hotel rooms.
At the Bunny Ranch, there's a lot more. There's strict regulations compared to any chick you just pick up on the corner store.
Yeah, but how is picking up a prostitute any anything different from a one night stand with someone you pick up at a bar.
And you know, that's a good point.
Well,
and my thing is, like, right now we live in
You know, you pick up a chick,
we
you go to the VIP
we live in an era where we can literally stop at a drugstore and pick up an instant test for most STDs. Like, so I mean,
no, just give me a brothel and 2 lines of coke, and I'm good.
like, yo,
I mean, you can if you think of it this way, every nightclub is already a legal brothel.
and
You're paying for sex, but not in that direct way.
You're paying for
You're
entry
paying
for the
drinks,
opportunity.
for entertainment.
Like I've asked this for at least fucking like 10 years, not maybe 15 years, and call it what it is. Like everybody here has watched porn at some point, you know.
listen,
And I'm just saying, like, you know,
I'm an avid
What?
student
I don't
of
know what
porn.
porn is.
What is this evil 4-letter word?
so it's
that
like
you
I
speak
don't
of?
understand like why that's considered that's legal,
Porn.
because the thing is you are being paid to have sex.
Shame.
No, but understand, if you like Google, whenever you get a chance, research the porn industry.
Okay.
Their porn is only filmed in certain places in this country.
That's
like
true.
you're like
Florida.
I know California is one of the states, and there's like 2 other states.
Florida is.
But yeah,
And actually, if you see porn where they're not using condoms, it's most likely made in Florida because it's illegal to create porn in California without them wearing condoms.
Wow.
It's disturbing you know this.
it's crazy because that like they
I don't even know where I think this was like a couple years ago. I don't even know where I picked this up from.
So you're telling me I can't open up my restaurant, but some chick can get gangbanged in Florida, and that's fine because of COVID? Well, fuck you,
I'm
governors.
saying, yo, listen, it's crazy.
Oh, I know what it was? It was a documentary I watched a few months ago. That's what it was.
No, it was no lie. There was
on
like
Netflix.
the whole thing when they the story of what's his name? I can't remember the guy's name that owns Hustler.
El Kadang.
When he was going through his whole thing with the courts and
Flint,
something
Larry
Flint, whatever his name
Yeah.
is, and he was going through his whole fight
Larry
with the courts,
Flint,
and they were
'cause-
explaining the whole process of doing porn and all this other stuff. And it's like, honestly, porn could only be filmed in a few states, and there are strict regulations because it's like you said, if you're making porn, it's essentially prostitution because you're paying a male and a female for sex.
See, I mean, this is on Quora, but this is saying that the rough answer is that it is legal to shoot porn in any state in the U.S. This person is saying that, like, the reason that most pornography is filmed in Southern California is that the area is the hub of the American film market, thus making finding performers, directors, and financing much easier. And for several decades, the San Fernando Valley in particular has been the center for the porn industry. But they're saying that technically you can do it in any state.
I mean, yeah, you can, but not
know.
legally.
No, just say it's art. They can't say anything as long as you don't offer
the thing that's on the
money.
rise now is amateur porn because anyone can just pretty much do it in their own homes and just load it up to these
We
sites.
need to bring the true expert here, and that would be Mark.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mark will break it
will.
down. He knows the history of porn.
He'll tell you names, what not to say, what to say, depending on
He'll
the
tell you
state.
the very first porn hand drawn
Like his name was Josh.
on a stone
Tell you the
wall.
whole history of porn stars.
Yeah.
Like, this is the first girl. Her mother died, and her grandmother.
I think I saw a documentary about that a while back. The very first sexual illustration was of a woman just showing her leg.
Yeah.
Now her entire leg. It was carved into a stone or
It
something.
was like 30 guys.
what?
Like, oh my god, a leg. Oh,
Oh shit!
her thigh. Oh god.
Oh god, that fucking ankle.
He put the little monocle on.
Oh my gosh, she's showing me some skin.
Is that an ankle?
Could you imagine? Could you imagine back in the Victorian ages or something? It's I want to show this woman my dick, and he carves it in stone and sends it out. Gives her a stone tablet with his penis.
See, no.
That'd be a monument.
Documentary is man cat.
All I can think of is the random faces for the Lonely Island song "Jizz in My Pants." Now I'm like, oh my god, is that a lick?
Oh my god.
Here's our Saffron.
Get in the wheelchair.
This house is probably like a prehistoric cave.
Junior.
Walk in, you'll see illustration of man hunting women and feces drawn on the wall.
Anyway. So this came actually from bizlaw.com. They're saying that While it is possible that the industry may relocate to a different country or county in California, there are problems with the industry to another state. It says that currently the production of hardcore pornography is only legally protected in 2 states, California and New Hampshire. It says those are the only 2 states that have state Supreme Court cases that held that production of pornography is not prostitution and or pandering is rather a First Amendment free speech right. This is why the adult entertainment industry is a legal and recognized business within California. In all those states, hardcore pornography production is a tricky legal situation, not only because of possible criminal penalties or prosecution, but because of the validity of the model releases. So,
yeah, like I was saying, when they did that whole thing about the Hustler documentary about when he was in court fighting for that whole thing,
there's actually a movie out where Woody Harrelson.
I saw that.
So.
People versus Larry Flint, remember? So he's like, he comes out, he's like freaking all, like Willie said, like, the pervert's back, and he comes out in a wheelchair and shit, and then the pervert's back.
I was explaining that why it's only legal in a few. Like it's like I thought it was more states than just 2, but apparently.
Well, I know Florida is definitely getting it's from the documentary I saw. Like it was it's definitely getting up there close to what California is. But they did mention what you said about California. But Florida is now becoming a rival because that's starting to go into up.
You know, sit there, call what some people, and I've actually heard guys say this a long time ago. It's like, you know, if I take a girl on multiple dates, and like, yeah, of course, if you're taking a fucking girl on dates and stuff, and you're paying for dinner and you're going out to movies and shit, so you can't sit there and say like, you know, you're expecting fucking sex. But some guys are like, you know what? Then I'm not gonna fucking blow $500 on a date when I'm not guaranteed to get sex versus a prostitute. I'm guaranteed to get fucking sex.
And this is the thing, like
I watched everything a man does is for sex.
I watched this girl the other day on TikTok make a video, and she was saying, "Oh well, you know, instead of going to this place and blowing your money, blah blah blah, why don't you just ask a girl out or whatever?" And I'm like, "Is this chick serious?" The reason I'm not going to ask a girl out is because I could take a girl out and blow $500, and then she could walk away and be like, "Oh, that was a horrible date. I'm never talking to him again."
Bring a contract,
and I'm just out $500.
No, I saw a comedy skit one time, and it was fucking hilarious. This dude went on a date with this girl, and the next thing you know, they're planning their second date, and he's like, "Yeah, well, okay, so on our dates, I'll take you out to dinner. I'll take you out to nice restaurants. I'll pay at least this much money." She's like, "Okay." He's like, "So, are we gonna have sex? Yeah, condom. Yeah, do you do anal?" I was like, I watched this whole skit. It's like, yeah. He's like, "Okay, well, if..."
That sounds like a spin off the Chappelle skit where there's the sex.
Well, it kind of was, but he's like, okay, so a couple of months down the road, if you know we're still together and having sex, I'll give you a key to my apartment. He's like, "But you can't shit in my apartment." I'm like, wait, you're asking her if she does anal, but she has to go down the street to Dunkin' Donuts to take it. I'm gonna find this skit and put it on the podcast on Facebook.
Then she
It's
says,
just so
down
fucking
here,
ridiculous.
when they took my temperature at work.
Well, that's like the whole thing. Like going back, I was saying with the whole marijuana thing. It's like right now in New York, and this has been. I talked about this months ago. That like I'm constantly seeing this like Massachusetts from our right now. It's about 25 to 30-minute drive. A lot of people will go out to a dispensary and spend like whatever, 50, 60, 100 fucking dollars. All that tax revenue goes to Massachusetts. That's $100 tax revenue New York just lost out on.
Exactly.
And so you said, like the whole legalization across the fucking country, every state bitches about how fucking broke they are. Will make this shit legal then, and a lot of people won't have to go to fucking Bob on the corner or something. Like that's, you know, in terms of tax revenue and taxes and stuff, you know, revenue, legalize the shit.
You know, it's interesting though, when we lived in Vermont, and the same thing, Massachusetts, they would, when you do your taxes, they would always ask if you went into New Hampshire to buy stuff.
Never.
Obviously, who's gonna
admit
like,
who's gonna be like, yeah, I broke the law. Why not?
Who's gonna say? And yet, every day we live here, we see Massachusetts and Vermont cars everywhere. Everywhere. Everyone shops in New Hampshire.
It's like on the taxes, they say, "How much charitable donations did you do this year?" Everybody does the max. And if everybody really was doing the max, we wouldn't have problems.
Yeah, it definitely comes down to all these fucking substances. It's a lot of people out there who just to get them this high and mighty horse of like, well, I never fucking did coke and coke ruins lives and stuff. I'm like, yeah, but you go buy a fucking beer. Alcohol has ruined way more fucking lives and killed more people than coke and marijuana combined.
But you got to understand, you can't be too mad at them because that's just the spin they were born into. Like, understand, remember there was a whole point in time where it was like the war on drugs and dare to say no and don't do drugs and say no to alcohol, and that was a spin.
We were growing up.
They spun that hard, and people, like a lot of people bought into it.
But what if certain people they knew somebody who did these drugs, something happened and it affected them to a point
And
where they're like, fuck that. No, I will never touch it. I will never be around people because.
And I get that. It makes sense. That makes sense. But the problem is a lot of the pressure, a lot of times that people failed on drugs is because drugs are illegal and you're doing something that you enjoy that you got to hide. Right. And it fucks with your feelings like this.
Exactly. Well, it's the same thing as being rebellious. You get told by all these authority figures, you can't do that. You're like, well, I'm gonna do what I want, and they're gonna go ahead and do it. I forgot I was gonna say. Oh, if I wanted to do any drugs, the only thing I would want to try nowadays is shrooms. I've never tripped out.
I want to try.
I love shrooms.
I've listened to Rogan talk about shrooms so many times. Like,
I love shrooms.
Well, it's like I smoked marijuana. I didn't get a high. I smoked it a couple of times because my ex-wife. She smoked that shit all the time. I couldn't get nothing from it. I'm like, okay. I drank. At most, when I drink, I get super funny, super laughing, super happy, and then I throw up. You know,
sounds like a good night.
But it's like, well, you can accept. She'll tell you that one night wasn't because she got up exhausted. Yeah. But it's like I was like, if I didn't want to try anything, it's just at most it's just shrooms.
Yeah,
you know, I just want to trip out, see my walls talk.
I'm afraid of hallucinogenics now. I remember years ago, like back in, I want to say this is like back in like 2000, maybe 2001-ish. And I had tried a fucking acid tab.
Oh my god!
And,
I would never do acid.
I'm never doing that again. That was a one-time thing.
Problem though. I think with acid, though, acid versus shrooms. Acid is also chemically made. Shrooms are fucking natural. Like,
yeah, but I'm not even comparing them. I'm just saying because of the effects are similar, and I just never want to experience that again. Like I don't.
Watch them say.
Yeah, I just want to take a trip just to see what it's like because I'm always in such strong control of my mental faculties that what it'll be like just to let go.
We'll need
just
Karen
to let go, you know, in a safe environment.
We'll go up there one day.
Carlton's going to wake up in Florida with no knowledge of how we got there. He's like, where am I? Florida? What the fuck happened?
This is what we'll do. Like as Ellie would say, we'll all come up here. We'll all go down to the basement because there's only one exit.
Lock us in,
and we can just lounge. We can lounge on the beanbag and stuff, and Karen will just shut the door, and we can't escape.
Put food and drinks through the doggy door.
I think we need some sort of camera to record it. So
yeah, I don't trust myself. I'm gonna get like naked, covered in baby oil, and jump on Elliot.
Yo.
Wait a second. How did Chris get
Let's put that on the bucket list.
That's on the bucket list.
Now, the last time that I did shrooms, right? I was on a Hudson Ave, and the last time I did shrooms, it took me 45 minutes to walk from Quail to Ontario. I was literally
this is a long ass block.
I thought I was walking fast. I really thought I was walking fast, but it literally took me 45 minutes to go from Quail to Ontario. I was like, "No, we're walking fast as hell, guys. You don't see those lights."
Could you imagine you're a resident and you look out the window and you see Junior, and the entire night is like a time lapse, and you just slowly walk the block.
Like 10 minutes a step.
Because two of my friends did acid. I ate shrooms. I didn't do acid. But a couple of my other friends, we were literally just all walking together. And it was just almost a full hour it took us just to get from Quail to Ontario. It was literally the funniest shit ever.
Yeah. I mean, after listening to like 400 episodes of Rogan's podcast, he basically said that he's like, it's like when it comes to stuff like shrooms and psychedelics, he goes, you have to go in with a certain mindset. If you're in a good mood, it's going to represent a good mood. If you're fucking want to kill yourself and you take some fucking shrooms, it's going to reflect that mindset. So you want to go in expecting to have a good time, you will have a good time.
So that's definitely what we
I think if we eat a bunch of food here, we'll be in a very good
or if you don't eat before you do it, then I can feed you anything videotape
like Resident Evil 7. Eat these like innards.
Man, this Captain Crunch tastes good.
Oh, it's a human thumb.
Karen, why is my thumb missing?
There's only one reason I wouldn't want to be a part of that, Karen, is because I would be afraid of having any hallucinations where my food is attempting to eat me.
I was got the burger talking to him.
Why is the zucchini covered in chocolate coming at me?
I'm like, guys, those burgers are sitting in there.
These burgers are threatening my life.
You all look over at the burgers, and I'm like, ding, fries are done. Fries are done.
No, I got you with this, Carlton. You ready for this? So when I bought a bag of chips when I ate like a ridiculous amount of shrooms, right? And when I opened the bag up, I swear to God, I saw wind come out of the bag. Like it was like I saw the flavor wind like come out of the bag, and I was like, oh my God!
It's like the cartoon.
Imagine if people were farting, you'd see the wind.
No, you want to hear?
Does your soul just leave your ass?
I want to tell you a
Give me
weird
my soul
story
back.
about drugs.
Try to grab the soul and shove it back up your ass.
I want to tell you a weird story about being addicted to drugs, right? I understand, like, I tell people all the time, I've never been addicted to any drug. I've never taken any drug seriously enough to, like, become addicted. Like, I'm getting away from the story. When I hurt my back years ago, right, when I was at work, and I was out of work for months. I had to go to the hospital, and when I was there, they had given me this one drug intravenously. I forgot what the drug was called, but it wasn't having any effect. The nurse came in. She was like, do you feel any, relief from the pain? I was like, nah, it's the same amount of pain. She's like, okay, well, now I'm going to hook you up to a morphine drip.
Oh, yeah.
And she hooked up the morphine drip. It was the best fucking thing that ever happened. It was like, I literally could see sound. Like somebody, like if she came in and she put my cup of ice down on the table, and as soon as the cup touched the table, it was just ripples coming off the cup. It's like, oh, look at that. Then she started speaking. She started speaking. It was ripples just flowing through the air out of her voice. I was like, this is fucking amazing. I was like, I understood why people become addicted, because if I could get my hands on morphine, I would never be off of it. Yeah. I'd never be off it.
I got it on the needle one time. I made a crack because I was like, the nurse stuck me in the ass. It was after one of my injuries at Walmart.
Yeah.
It's like, does it hurt? I'm like, yeah, it hurts really bad. It's like, pull down your pants. And I was like, okay. I did a little bit. Bam! I was like, shit, I should have asked her to took me to dinner first. So my manager was driving me home because I was protocol. I kid you not. It went from night to daytime. I saw a unicorn like gallop in front of the thing. I'm like, oh my God, it's such a bright and beautiful. She's like, wait, the morphine was like less than 5 minutes ago, and it already. I'm like, you don't see that unicorn following us? She's like, wow, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, that was some good shit.
Yeah, I was seeing some shit. Like, oh my God.
Listen, but that's what's always annoying about the whole drug situation and work and shit. Like, I've talked to people in the past, like alcohol. If you work Monday through Friday and you work 60 hours a week and you want to down a 12-pack on your Saturday night, God bless you. If you want to fucking do 10 lines of coke on Saturday night, as long as you're back to work Monday morning at 9 o'clock, it's your fucking business.
As long as you didn't kill anybody between then and now.
That's the thing. For people, it's like, they can't sit there and say, well, coke or heroin, any of these drugs, they're super hardcore, they destroyed lives. Addiction, it's like, just because you're not addicted to fucking heroin or meth or something, alcohol we've had guys at work, Tom. We've had guys at work, like, alcohol ruined their life. Like, people are at fucking work and they're swig. Even Big Al remembers that. We had, what's Rob? Remember Rob?
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah,
good old Rob.
He's a good one. Well, I always ask about this, and I mean, I'm pretty sure there's tons of research on this, but I've never researched it myself to find out. But I'm going to do that tonight. I think. I always wondered, like, what is the difference? Like, what makes it different? Where two people would be taking like a drug, and then this one person would be able to sniff a line of coke and function normally, like it doesn't affect their life. But then this person would sniff a line of coke, and that should have fucking make them an addict. Like, they're addicted, they can't live without it. They're selling their fucking house, they're selling everything. They're like, the same thing with alcohol. There are people that you hang out with, and these guys drink every day. They fucking have 2-3 beers a day, but they function normally. And then there's this guy who is a drunk, a wino on the street, can't function because he drank so much alcohol, ruined his life. And I don't know what the difference is, because it's like, you see it where that they consume, in the beginning at least, they consumed around the same amount. But therefore, it just affects certain people differently. So I could understand the concept of some people who are battling other things. Like, if you have other things going on that's messing your life up, like if you're depressed or you're downtrodden or anything, and you start relying on alcohol or drugs as an upper, I could see where that could take you in a dark path. Yeah. But there are just people who just gave themselves to drugs, and it just had a horrible effect. And I don't understand why it affected this person like this and this person like this. Like, one person doesn't have any bad effects and then the other person does. So I understand what all the people that get nervous. They're like, we don't want to introduce all this stuff and make it legal because it's going to have a bad effect. I understand their fear and their paranoia, but the reality of it is, this thing is happening whether it's legal or not. Just because you say, let's not legalize it, that's not going to stop it, right? Oh. It's like it still happens.
It's part of it's definitely chasing the illusion of, like, it's like a little kid. A little kid wants something they can't have, and they've proven this in other countries, other nations, that, like, when, say, like, whatever fucking what tells it? I can't think of it. The one place where they decriminalized all fucking Netherlands or something, all fucking illegal drugs, and when they decriminalized everything, Amsterdam, everything, the crime rate plummeted. Crime rate went down, addictions went down, overdoses all went fucking down. More people chase the illusion of, like, I can't have it, so I want it.
Yeah. It's the same thing with beer. Remember when they told you the first time you heard you can't have a beer until you're 21, and you're like,
you want it
go ahead
so
and stop
fucking
me.
bad.
Yeah, like stop me from doing it. Yeah. And it's weird because
so what do you think the wackiest cartoon would be to watch after you ate?
SpongeBob.
Adventure Time. No, Adventure Time.
Adventure Time.
Adventure Time. I'm sorry.
Adventure Time.
He's right.
I agree. I agree.
Adventure Time. Oh my God. No, absolutely not. Adventure
I
Time.
will be. There is one episode of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Golden Winds where they're torturing that one dude. They're doing that dance with the colorful shit. I think that would be the worst.
No, Adventure Time when they go into the castle.
Barney.
Oh my God!
What about Barney?
Barney's not a cartoon.
No. Barney is funny.
I got one for you, Chris. Zoobly Zoo.
Never heard of it.
What about Big Mouth?
Oh my God!
I'll change it. Big Mouth.
Zoobly.
I think
Zoo.
Big Mouth would literally just be the worst thing to watch.
The thing that I was asking when you and Karen were away for a second was, like, he always wondered when people do research on this stuff, like, what makes, like, two different people. Like, said, why can one guy do a line of coke and go to work? Second guy ruins his entire life. From what, at least, I mean, I hypothesize this, but I truly think that a lot of it, I'd say 95% of it is fucking genetic. Because, like, it's like, I can eat fucking 2-3 cheeseburgers and I blew up like a balloon. Fucking the other guy eats fucking 10 pizzas a day and he's skinny as all hell.
Yeah, but understand that. Explain, because I mean, I agree with you to an extent. I will agree that genetics will be a factor. Yeah. But understand that there are situations where you have a household where it's like twins that are in that situation. Like two people that are genetically identical, and one person takes drugs and it's like, oh no, I'm just going to party with my friends and do this recreationally. The other person ends up a wino, like they're strung out.
The two things.
Well, there's a lot of
addictive personalities.
There's a lot of triggers people have genetically, socially, psychologically.
Well, it's like, yeah, like take me and Jen, for example. Me and Jen have, like, brother and sister. But in terms of fucking, like, it's like, even Jamie said this to Mom once when I had my first surgery for my shoulder. Mom was worried about I would get, like, addicted to fucking oxycodone. Jamie's like, your son is the most non-addicted person on the fucking planet. Like, if I feel like I'm drinking 2 cups of coffee a day, I'll stop drinking coffee for a week because I don't want to be addicted to caffeine. But in Jennifer, for example, Jen is, like, addicted to everything. Like, if you give her she can't go have one drink, have one cigarette, have one beer, have one. Jen just, like, has a very addictive personality, and she's my sister. Why is that? I have no fucking idea. Like, just like I
said, the genetics. Some people, they have the same mother and father, but some people will get a stronger genetic from their grandfathers through their mother.
Well, also, but a lot of it too. No. We have. It's a cliche. But a lot of Native Americans, alcoholism is fucking very fluent in fucking Native Americans, and also. For, like, in terms of fucking, like, smoking, like I'm saying, most people, alcoholism, not always, but for the most part, it usually comes down to if your grandfather's a drunk, your father's a drunk, the kid's a drunk, a lot of things do get passed down. People, you see how many different generations, if your grandma's a smoker, your dad's a smoker, you're a smoker. Like, for me, growing up, I was the only person who didn't smoke. Jamie and Jen fucking smoked. Grandparents smoked. My aunts and uncles fucking smoked. I mean, both sets of grandparents, everybody in my family tree but me smoked. And I was like, I see everybody else smoking. I didn't want to smoke because I was watching what it was doing to my entire family. But, like, why I'm the exception to that I have no fucking clue. I hate cigarettes. Everyone in my goddamn family.
Well, the same way it's psychological. The same way people are susceptible to things, people can also basically create, like, barriers to this as well to help make them more resistant. Like, you grow up, you see something happen to you, it's like, well, I don't want this to happen to anyone else. And I mean, the same way as you said, some people can handle the effects of war better than other people.
Well, it seemed like medication, because like
the fight or
like I was
flight.
mentioning,
You know, there's so many different ways.
Like I was mentioning morphine, for example. When I first had my dislocated shoulder, they gave me morphine, and like I was waiting in the emergency room and said, "Oh, you feel anything?" I'm like, "I feel everything, ma'am." Okay. Wait 10 minutes. She gave me more morphine. She goes, "You feel anything?" I was like, "Ma'am, I feel everything." They came back. They gave me a third dose of morphine. She goes, "Okay, right now we've given you the legal limit of morphine. Any more will probably kill you. How do you feel?" I'm like, "Honestly, my shoulder's so dislocated. Give me a sledgehammer. I'll knock myself the fuck out and just pop it back in during sleep. Morphine doesn't affect me." But like hydrocodones, when I said both surgeries, my stomach, hydrocodones do nothing to me. Oxycontins, I do feel. Now hydrocodones may fuck up Jamie or Jennifer, but they have no effect on me. Different drugs and different alcohols affect different body types. And like I was like,
but
I don't
also,
know what
there's so many different things from your body types to. We're all snowflakes. That's why they're.
I guess a lot of it for me it's just a guess. It's like I just think a lot of it is genetics in a sense, because like Alice, like I could drink a beer and be good for the night. When I was a fucking Mary could not. She'd have to fucking drink 14 beers. She couldn't stop it. She could not stop at once. She would just keep going and going and going and going. Like I have one beer, I'm good. You know. I seen with Adderall, like Adderall.
Well, if we knew the answer to that, there wouldn't be all this research going on.
But I'm saying, but I'll ask a question. I just some of it is psychological, but I think a lot of it is genetic based, though.
Well, maybe.
And also too,
I want to slide off this topic for a second. We'll come back to it just a second. But I just found something out that fucked my head up, so I want to share with you guys. I just found out through Google that if identical twins marry identical twins, their children are technically siblings. I just Googled that a little while ago.
Fuck?
Oh yeah.
Think about it.
That makes sense.
That just fucked my head up.
Before we continue, let's
I watch it on shrooms, that's gonna fuck me up.
Nah, them letters coming out is gonna fuck me up.
Yeah,
them letters coming out of that door.
Why have I never seen that show?
That's what it's over with for me.
I used to watch it every morning. I would get up at 6 a.m. and watch it before school.
When he was in high school.
Yeah, when I was in high school. I'm not gonna lie.
I'd have been trying to grab the
at
letters.
10 o'clock every night. Yeah, it's like a minute and a half song. Each of the towns come out. There's like the Tiger Mayor, and it was trippy.
I feel offended that I've never seen that.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, Adventure Time. But you gotta watch the Adventure Time dance party.
I never watched.
I used to watch Adventure Time. I was like, I was a grown adult watching Adventure Time.
I was tripping out without eating shrooms watching that show because I already know.
It's got the guy voice.
Yeah, if you can trip out on a show without being under an influence, could you imagine?
Oh, it's over.
There's a show, I can't remember the name of it. There's a stupid show with this dumb little kid and a pirate. And they're always like, he has like a pet whale. It's like a stupid cartoon.
Oh, The Misadventures of Flapjack.
Yeah, Flapjack. That's one.
Yeah, that's another one.
That's one that would trip you out. Like that cartoon will trip you out.
That's another one that would trip your ass out.
That's a trippy one to watch. To get.
What about Salad Fingers?
Salad Fingers. What is that one?
It's a YouTube thing. It's this weird shit.
But that was just my guess, Carl. What do you think? Do you guys maybe like? I guess it's genetics, but do you guys have any opinions about it? Like,
we'd have to pay attention to all the research being done, because honestly, we could sit here and give our opinions, but we need to actually know.
Well, you said too,
and each person is different. It just takes one variable, and also it comes down to the person's determination, will, confidence. Like in high school, I was a D and C student. I didn't have any confidence. I was shy. I went into Coast Guard. It kind of stilled me against the harshness of life. I got more confidence. I go to college a couple years ago, and I'm top of my class, almost a 4.0 GPA. And it's all because I had a drive. I had a will to succeed and just do the best no matter what the outcome is.
Man, I do think a lot of it,
and we grew up poor. We grew up begging. We grew up where Ellie knows, where we would have no food for weeks and just have bread and sugar. And it's like I was subjected to, being jumped in the streets because we grew up in the ghetto in Arbor Hill. There's a lot of things that could have broke me, and maybe a cocaine or alcohol or something, but there's other things in my life that kept pushing me to do better.
The fact that you really grew up in Arbor Hill and came out of it solid, you need to brag about that. You need to be like, yo, 10 years in Arbor Hill, son, not a scratch on me, dog.
Yeah, 18 years. I'll say 15 years.
Yeah, I mean,
you built a sterner stuff than most people in the fucking country. Like,
exactly.
That in itself is braggable rights.
And I tell people all the time, and it's just like, with all the partying that I did, starting back, 10 years ago, I did a whole hell of a lot of partying, and I did, I went on to drugs and stuff like that. I was doing drugs and I was, drinking a lot and stuff like that. But I don't have an addictive personality. Like my mother, she smokes. Like now she smokes cigarettes, and she can't stop smoking cigarettes. Like she at least 3 or 4 a day, she's smoking. Like, and me, no. Like it was just like I came out of that, like I make jokes and stuff like that all the time, but it's always a good time for me. I'm always in a great mood when I'm going out partying and doing stuff. Like when I did the shrooms that night, I was just hanging out with my friends. I wasn't even partying. I just ate shrooms that night, and it felt fucking amazing. And I saw some of the craziest shit, and it was literally a fun time. But at the same time, though, it was just like that's not something that I'm ever going to be addicted to.
Yeah.
Like when I did coke recreationally, for like a couple of years, I was never addicted to it, but I loved how it felt. Don't get me wrong, I loved how it felt. Yeah. I loved how energetic I was. I loved when I was running around with all my friends. I loved how I was awake when I wasn't sleeping that often. It was just like it felt heavenly, And then like when I hurt my wrist working at Best Buy, and I got some morphine for when I hurt my wrist. And that felt, oh my God, like that brought me to a whole new plane, But it's not. Yeah. But again, I'm not addicted to something like that, you know what I mean? And that's why I feel like it's not genetic to me, because it's like my mother can't stop smoking cigarettes, and this is the second time that she picked up on the habit. And it's just like, my youngest brother.
Well, it's not entirely genetics. I mean, people who have no tendencies in their entire family history suddenly become addictive, or vice versa. There's a lot of societal pressures and stress. I mean, as Al was stating in the beginning, all the suicides in Japan. They could be perfectly healthy, but it's just societal pressures that make them turn to some sort of escapism.
Yeah. It's a trigger. Like in a sense, it's a trigger. Whether it's like a mental trigger or anything like that. There's triggers that get people to, in a sense, change their lifestyle, or to change things that's happened and it ultimately turned down a very dark road. And there was a trigger like that for me when I first started partying. So I definitely understand, the triggers and stuff like that, because I know plenty of people that's getting out of rehab now that I was partying with 4 or 5 years ago. And these they're still, some of them are still in there, and they'll probably be in there for a while longer. A couple of them are out, and they're feeling so much better with their life because they changed their life around and stuff like that, but they were addicted. And their mothers weren't addicted to it. It's just them, being, hey, I like how this drug makes me feel. I'm going to continue to keep doing it because I like the way it makes me feel. Some people were just doing it just because of that. It made them feel good. They wanted to keep feeling good. Some people were doing it. Everybody has a different story. Nobody's one story is the same. I just don't agree. I just can't agree that it's even remote. I can't even agree that it's half genetic. I can agree that if it attains, if there was a study and there was a percentage of cases that was linked to genetics, I would probably say anything more than 20% is far-fetched. Because it's like, just because from what I've seen and from what I witnessed myself, of the numerous people that were doing drugs and things like that, it's like the people that was, either their parents, previous generations weren't getting involved in it. You know what I mean? It's like what you said before, Carlton. I think it's more of a mental thing and a psychological thing than it is genetics. And even genetics, even more so physical, I think is more mental and psychological than anything else.
I think when
you can kind of consider it, real quick, Al, you can kind of consider it this way, that everyone's born perfectly fine, and then there's just this key that if turned the right way, it'll engage the right locks that will, whether it's any of those pillars that we've been talking about, and then they start to have an issue. You know, and there's just so many different combinations of what would trigger someone.
There's a lot of variables involved. But I was about to say, when they say genetics, I don't think they mean there is like a predisposition. I think they mean, because I know at one point during the studies there of alcoholism, there were doctor notes that talked about the link between a specific deformation of the brain and alcoholism, but they couldn't figure out if being an alcoholic deformed the brain, or the brain being deformed is what made people an alcoholic. They couldn't, because they couldn't cut people open while they're alive to figure it out. So they say there might be a genetic link that means that you have a predisposition. Like if you're physically easily susceptible to being addicted to chemicals, you might be able to pass that on to your kids. But it doesn't mean that just because I'm an alcoholic, my kid is going to be, because he might grow up his whole life and just never want to drink anything. Yeah. You know, I might fucking, it's like you said, and I agree with you on this because I could vouch, I've witnessed this myself. I know kids that I grew up with that were heavy into drugs. I know for a fact that their parents and their grandparents weren't about that shit at all. You know?
Exactly.
So it's like, it comes down to choice as well as your genetics, as well as circumstances involved.
And also too, it's like, another thing to remember is that the brain doesn't stop developing until you're 26 years of age.
That's true too.
You have 26 years of chemicals being introduced to a growing, evolving body, and the chemical pathways being set up. How is that going to affect you? On top of when you're in the womb of your mother, whatever she's doing, on top of that, you know, it's like when people get these addictions, they get them while they're young. They get them while their brain's still developing. They find those serotonin pathways, they become solidified, and they want to keep going. And each time they just need a little bit more to reach that same feeling, and then a little bit more.
I have a question. This is a question that has been argued about for years, especially since it's been a top story.
I'll interrupt you, Junior. Yes, it is huge.
Is addiction... that wasn't what I was going to ask, but I guess that's good to know. But is addiction... Do you consider addiction a disease or a mental disorder?
Yeah.
Mental disorder.
I believe it's a mental disorder. And I have numerous reasons for that.
Mental disorder.
Well, one, it's in the MDS.
Actually, the funny part...
It's the book that lists all... Is it... I forgot the exact... Is it the MD4? It's basically the medical diagnostics of all the different mental disorders out there, and what signifies it to be a legal, an official mental disorder. You know, for the most part, it's, you know, and there's all these stipulations, like, you know, how strong of an effect it has on your, you know, work life, personal life. There's a lot of variables. That's when, like, you go to a psychiatrist, a doctor, they'll look through this and they'll just diagnose you through basically the variables and the standards they have in it. But it is part of it's in there as well. That anxiety, depression, which they call mood disorders of various levels. You know, I'm a little bit off of my terminology. I took psychology, abnormal psychology, you know, back in college, and I found it very fascinating. You know, if I kept up on a terminology, I would have a better explanation. Because I had to write a paper. I didn't mean to interrupt you, though, Junior, and go on a tangent. But I had to write a paper. We had to watch a movie, and then we would have to write a paper and diagnose individuals of movies. So I picked Mr. Glass from Unbreakable. And I diagnosed him with, you know, narcissism, mood disorder, and social anxiety based on the factors he distributed throughout the movie. You know, so it's I would say it's a disorder. I didn't even go on a tangent.
No, I mean, it was a good explanation, to be honest with you, because I took psychology in my first year of college as well, when I, you know, and we were talking about addiction in psychology. So that's why it led me to believe, you know, not just because of the fact that we were talking about, you know, addiction in psychology, it led me to believe that, but there's a bunch of various factors that I can think of. And for one, it's like, it's not like it's a sexually transmitted disease that you get from sex and things like that. You know, it's like when you do a line of coke and you like the uppity feel to it, you know what I mean? And you think in your mind, like, damn, I need this more often. You know what I mean? I feel like, and you constantly keep doing it, and, you know, you're giving yourself a bunch of excuses as to why you keep doing it, and then you find yourself addicted to it. That's mental. That's a thought process of keeping yourself wanting to keep doing it. That's not a disease that you can't get rid of. That's not a disease that you know, yes, it is something you can die from, but it's not a disease. You know what I mean?
I agree with you that in the beginning it might be a mental disorder, but as you progress through the uses of it, it becomes a disease in this aspect. Your body becomes chemically dependent, and then when you try to take yourself away from it, your body goes through withdrawal, which can kill you.
Yeah.
So at some point, it becomes a disease. In the beginning, it starts out as a mental disorder.
Yeah.
You got all those side effects from massive alcohol consumption, fatty livers, you know, various other organ failures and things like that.
Well, it becomes a medical treatment to get you back to normal.
Yeah.
So, what I find funny about that is, like, you know, we watch South Park, we joke about that episode with Randy and stuff. Randy got addicted to alcohol, and he goes, I have a disease, but I was making the argument when I was in prison, because during prison we had to take the alcohol substance abuse program because I had a drug charge, and we had to go around the group. We had to do group therapy every morning, and, like, is this a disease or mental illness? And I felt that it's a choice, but the counselors and even people in the group, other prison guys, were saying, like, no, this is a disease. And I'm like, I feel like it's a choice, and they're like, no, it's a disease. So it's like, this comes down to, said, Dr. A says it's mental, Dr. B says it's a disease. Which one's right?
Well, I think the reason why it's so easier for people to say the word disease than mental disorder, that's not a common word that's used in a lot of conversations. You can just say, especially that's a terminology that's been used throughout history. When someone has something, an affliction, they call it a disease. Well, first they were possessed by poltergeists or demons, but it's just such easier to say, oh, he has he has a disease, or instead of, oh, he has a mental disorder, you know. And some of those can go hand in hand to where, as we were just saying, it can start out as a mental disorder, a need to fulfill or block out something with alcohol, but turns into an addiction, which the addiction itself causes a physical disease in the person.
See, like, I do wonder, Carlton, about it's how much of a disease versus choice. Because I agree with you, and I'll screw with Al. But, like, they would say, like, you know, okay, take just for example, alcohol's.
Well, you mean by choice, like, which choice of word do I prefer calling it?
Like
because I don't think people would actively choose which one they want.
No, I'm saying choice about what comes down to choice, like the mental choice of drinking versus disease. If, like, you can't stop drinking, like, I'm saying, for example, like, okay, Alcohol's Anonymous stuff. These people go to Alcohol's Anonymous because alcohol destroyed their lives. Whether it's 5 years, 10 years later, like, I've been going to AA for 10 years and stuff. And the thing is, they try saying that once you become an alcoholic, once you are one for life. Now, you may have not had a drink for 10 years, but the disease inside you makes it where it's like, you know that if you take a beer, you can't stop at a fucking beer. You have to go through like 40 fucking beers. That's where, and also too with the disease thing, said you may try Coke for the first time, you're good for life. Junior may fucking try Coke one time, and now he's a cokehead for life. Well, maybe there's something that's triggered inside you. Maybe it's always been there, but, like, it only took that one time to unlock it. You know, that's.
Well, we can go back to this, and this is just my opinion, but when they say you're an alcoholic for life, they're now imprinting a stigma on you that no matter what, you're always going to be an alcoholic. Even so, now you have this fear of ever touching another drink again. But you could have just had one lapse due to whatever societal pressure you had at the time. But you have this permanent fear that if alcohol touches my lip again, I'm going to completely become an alcoholic, which may not be the case. You know, because I mean, people who recover don't always relapse. Some people do, but people can recover, but now they're still labeled an alcoholic for life. You know, that stigma right there in group therapy. Oh, even if you recover, you're still an alcoholic. Yeah. Like,
then why
okay,
recover?
you know.
Yeah. But I agree with what Junior said earlier when he was talking about how it's a choice in terms of nobody is forcing it into your system. Like in that aspect, like if you're an alcoholic or you're somebody who has abused drugs, if you go to like an AA meeting, you'll realize that while you're in those meetings, they try to get you to take ownership of the fact of what has transpired in your life. Yeah. They don't want you to walk out of there feeling like this is something that just happened to me and I played no part in it. Like, they want you to take ownership, take responsibility. So in that aspect, I get why they say it's a choice. It's a choice in terms of nobody is holding you down and forcing you to do it. You're doing it. But then it's not a choice in terms of when your body becomes chemically dependent, you can't really function without it. It's like your brain, everything in you is telling you need this. Like, your mind is telling you, your body's telling you. So at that point, it's no longer a choice. Well, but in the beginning, it starts out as a choice. Like, I'm choosing to do this to suppress whatever is making me uncomfortable on the outside.
And in the beginning, I say, right, you're right. In the beginning, it's a choice, and you just chose wrong.
Pretty much.
Because there's always where people say, "Oh, I didn't have a choice." Well, you do have a choice. You just prevented yourself from seeing any other choices.
The only thing I get lost on or just question is, like I was saying, the whole physical dependent. If you stop doing something for a certain amount of time, your body does surpass the point of physical dependence. But there's something inside you. It's like, if you have some people out there, I haven't drank in 5 years. And the second they have one beer, it's like something inside them for the rest of their fucking lives. If they even touch a single fucking beer, every time they touch that beer, it turns into 40. Something. It's like,
think about it this way.
I don't know, but
think about it in a way like a way like this, like nostalgia. It doesn't have to be good or bad, but you're sitting there and you watch something or you see something, you taste something, and it transports you back to your childhood, and you're like, wow, you relive that feeling, whether it's good, bad. Now, what you're saying there, I mean, this is, again, just my thoughts. Like, what if they have this sip and because of the rush of the taste, they just get transported back to when they were an addict, and their mind goes back to that negative time where all they could think about are all the bad stuff that led them to this choice. Why can't alcohol do that when smelling freshly mowed grass doesn't take you back to summer camp?
What's the funny part with addiction, though? But it's the addiction becomes, even take away chemicals. Like, okay, like we joke about it, but like take obesity, for example. I can go get a slice of pizza, have one slice of pizza. Some people, if they go to a pizza shop, if they don't fucking eat 2 large pizzas, they can't physically stop eating fucking, like we see. It's a joke, but like my 600-pound fucking life. These people are addicts.
Well, that's it. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the very same concept as drugs. It's like, listen, eating has the same effect on your brain, and sex has the same effect on your brain as a lot of drugs do.
Yeah.
That's why some people, like, sex is a biological necessity for all living organisms, but some people overdose on it because they need that feeling all the time. It's the same with food. It's a biological necessity if we want to stay alive. But some people OD on it. They use it to suppress feelings. Sometimes a person feels bad, they eat, or whatever the case is. But same thing with drugs.
Wouldn't that be just an escape?
Yeah.
But,
for most people,
that's a choice. I wouldn't call that a disease
it is a choice.
Or a mental addiction, because I was addicted to painkillers because I injured my shoulder so much the bones literally grew together and I couldn't use my arm. I didn't take meds. I kept just down in painkillers, not because I needed to. Not because I actually felt pain, but it stopped everything.
I mean,
it was literally an escape from everything. The fact I couldn't use my arm, so I felt disabled. It was just a pure escape. And I just quit it when one day I had enough. I was like, I'm tired of, escaping from everything that's going on. And I just stopped. There was no withdrawals. It's just literally.
That was the old joke of South Park, the episode with Randy and stuff. Because like Kyle was saying, he's like, Randy's like, I'm addicted to alcohol. It's like, your dad's has a disease, and Stan's like, no, he just has to drink less. That's it. And he's like, no, he has a disease, and Stan's like, no, he's like, sickle cell anemia is a fucking disease.
Yeah.
So it's like, but South Park's also a comedy show, but like they weren't raw. It's like South Park. They look at both arguments from the left side and the right side. Are like, some people, it's very hard. I mean,
it all comes down to just labeling. You can label
because personal choice is a funny thing. Because everybody's here. I'm sure Carlton, Karen, everybody. I've seen it firsthand. I've seen some people can drink a beer. Some people they something about them, their whole physiology, their mind. They just can't fucking stop. Like, you have to physically.
Well, it's that. As I said, it's the whole thing about tolerance. Like, if they start doing something and it feels good, they're going to need a little bit more next time to reach that same feeling, and then a little bit more, and then a little bit more. And they're going to keep drinking or eating or fucking or whatever it needs to do until they reach that point. And then the next time after that, it's going to take a little bit more. So when we eat one slice of pizza, we're like, I'm satisfied, I'm filled. But when that 600-pound life person eats one pizza, like, okay, I'm not fulfilled
I need
yet.
17 more.
You know, even if their body is, their mind isn't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Because, well, see, I was mentioning, like, you know, obviously fucking drugs have a certain physical, because, yeah, it's like if you're a heroin addict, if you quit heroin cold turkey, it will actually kill you. It's been fucking proven. That's why they give you medication for it.
Suboxone.
Gotta wean it off.
Say, like, if overweight people, for example, it's like your body, if you eat one slice of pizza, you're fine and shit. So if you eat fucking 40 slices of pizza, your body doesn't physically need that. So like your mind is actually overriding your physical fucking body. So
and you're doing a lot of harm to your body by stuffing them things in you. Yeah. But it's like you said, you're 100%. Your body doesn't need it, but your mind is in a weird place and telling you do.
But it's the
the saying mind over matter.
Yeah. But with those people in the 600-pound life, they don't show you that crash. They literally have withdrawals just like drugs. When they lose the weight or start to lose the weight, they get highly agitated. They sometimes get violent with people because they have
I can see it because when I'm hungry at 2 in the morning,
seriously,
fuck somebody up.
Watch some of those episodes.
Watch
some of those episodes when they see the doctor and the doctor tells them you need to cut down on your 10,000 calorie a day diet and stuff.
But also, there's also a biological.
Some of them get very violent. I watched that show and I'm just like, this is why I won't eat like that, because I don't want to end up like that. Some of them, they have health problems when they stop eating all that food because their body is so used to it that when it stops getting it, it's a horrible side effect.
He hates fat people.
That brings me to another point. It also comes down to the physiological aspect of biology. Your body likes to maintain a level. It's called homeostasis. And as the fatter you get, if you try to lose weight, you're going to get hungry sooner. And your body's it's releasing, I forgot the hormones. It is gluten or no, it's gluten or I forgot. It's not gluten, but it starts with a G. And what it does, it releases this hormone out to you that tells you to eat more because you didn't eat much as previous. So even if you're full, your body can release that chemical because it's trying to keep you at the same weight you're at.
Piece of shit.
You know, so you have to that's when you have to mentally try to overcome these urges. Maybe sometimes you need the medication that tells you you're full. You don't need to eat that much. And then when your body regains homeostasis at a lower weight, it tries to maintain that weight. So if you're 600 pounds, your whole body is telling you maintain this weight, regardless of anything else, the way you think or feel, your body just automatically does that. You know,
I could tell you this from my personal experience. I definitely am going to have to start trying hard to lose weight because my doctor assigned me a death sentence. He was like, everything is wrong with you, Al. Everything. Your blood is fucked up. Your blood is fat, you fat bitch.
Your blood is crazy.
Fatty, fat.
So I'm going to have to start taking better care of myself.
Al, you have gravy running through
like, Al, you fucking disgusting tub of lard. Get out of my goddamn office, you fat sack of garbage. So I was like,
take the stairs. Don't use the
so now I'm going to have to start taking better care of myself.
I can see now. Al goes back. The doctor slaps his stomach. Seems he got bigger, fatty.
The thing I love about my doctor is that he is not afraid to pull punches. He tells me straight the fuck up whatever is on his mind. He was like, my doctor was like, you gained 25 pounds. You don't think this is excessive? He was like, you're already over it. You know you're obese, right? You're obese. Stop gaining weight. Go on a diet. I was like, holy fuck, he was reading my lab results. He was like, your cholesterol is too high. Your blood pressure is high. Your A1 in your fucking, reading is too high. He was like, you're about to be a diabetic. It was like, you're either going to be on insulin for life if you don't take control of this shit right now. He was like, let me tell you something about diabetics. They spend a long time not knowing they're diabetic, and by the time they realize it, they got to lose limbs. He's like, get control of your shit and stop fucking up. I was like, Jesus Christ. I was like, fuck, man. All right, bro. All right, I hear you.
So
where's your fucking bedside, man?
I was like, I'm not mad at him though.
Doctors,
I'm not paying him to be nice to me. I'm not paying him to be nice to me. I'm paying him to keep me alive. So I'm not even mad at him.
Exactly.
Wow.
That doctor's my spirit animal.
Did you give him some lipstick?
Like when it comes to the doctor, if he has to say, "I need to stick my finger up your ass," I'm like, "Well, if it's gonna help me, make sure you lube that finger up."
The
good.
first time I ever saw him, like when I first got him as my primary care doctor, and I went to him, I wanted a physical. Yo, I'm gonna tell you this, and this is me. This is not me. This is not hyperbole. I'm not exaggerating when I say this. This motherfucker gave me the most thorough physical I've ever had. I came away from that physical feeling like he owes me a date. Yo,
I walked out of that exam room like I lost my.
I'm telling you, yo, when I say everything, like he had me laying on a bed, buck naked. I was like, I am not comfortable. He's like, be quiet. It's going to be over quick. I was like, wow.
Now you know how all those women felt, Al.
I was like, I feel violated on a certain level. Like, but he doesn't fuck around. He shoots straight, and I like it, so.
Oh, man.
That's great.
It's like, lock it up, boy. It'll be over shortly. Jesus.
Imagine him having Mark. God,
imagine him having my
I want to
dad.
see that.
If he had my dad as a patient, Jesus Christ, my dad probably tried to.
He'll like, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'll be surprised if you come back in 6 months for your follow-up physical. That type of comment.
He'll look at Mark like, "How are you still alive? This is a medical mystery."
So I don't know how freaking big is a medical mystery.
He is. He's the biggest medical mystery of them all.
He makes Al look skinny.
He does.
Shit, I'm serious when I say I gotta get on a diet though. I gotta get all this shit under control. For real.
My dad was like, Jesus.
That's some shit. Yeah, it's good talks, Carl. So
Al, to answer your question in the beginning, is Eskimo a racist term? It is, because it's a French word for maker of snowshoes, and that's what the French came up with calling the Eskimos when they encountered them in colonization. So the ones in America are Inuits, and then on the other side of the world up north, they have different names for the different tribes. But that's why Eskimo is considered a racist term.
Goddamn French.
Right. Fair enough, I can live with that.
Shoes.
I guess I could strike it from my vocab now.
Just start saying.
Yeah, I guess it's pronounced like Eskimo. But it's a French word, and it means maker of snowshoes.
So,
I legit did not know that. That's like good
technically
information to have, though.
Job title.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Excuse me, sir. Can I get snowshoes? Why, yes, I make them. So you're an Eskimo.
You're gonna get us in
It's
trouble.
like what I call the dudes who make shoes cobblers.
well, we're coming up on 4 hours. 4 hours, Carlton. So
It's been 4 hours already.
it's been 3:45 almost. That time.
Man.
Because we started early for a change. That's why.
Okay,
So,
alright.
but no. So Al wasn't here last week, but I'm gonna finish up on a story that I've been wanting to share for years, and I've had all week to practice this shit because we mentioned this like a month ago, Al, and I re-listened to our podcast, and the information was kind of a little bit off, but I can clarify it now because I've been thinking about this all fucking weeks because you missed last week. So, I can't wait to listen to this on the replay. So I told Carlton about this a little bit, but now with Karen here, it's gonna be that much more fucking funny. So I told this story multiple times about a couple years back, and I had the Great Cocksgiving because of fucking Al. I can't put this label on the podcast because I put down the Great Cocksgiving, it'll probably get banned on Spotify and shit. So fucking me and Al worked together, all right, for a while, a couple years in the garage, and Al's one of maybe two people I stayed in contact with, Al and Phil, because they're cool fucking dudes. So like anything, I became a driver, and I still maintain contact with Al. So Thanksgiving came around, and Al, as most people do frequently, sometimes he changes phone numbers. So I stopped by the garage the day previous. He goes, "Hey Chris, I'm changing numbers. Here's my new number." So in a quick hurry, I grabbed my phone. I typed in his number, but I didn't type in Big Al. I just typed in the phone number. So next day, I had to work on Thanksgiving. I was doing the number 1 bus from 3 to 11. So I'm in a rush, and I'm like, it's like 3 o'clock. I'm getting ready. I never did group chats before. I didn't know how to do group chats on my phone. So I figured, well, fuck it. I've got about 40 contacts on my phone. Instead of typing down 40 people, Thanksgiving, I'll do a group chat. Group chat can only be a maximum of 5 people at a time. So 5 people, hey guys, happy Thanksgiving. Cool. Next 5 people, happy Thanksgiving. That's it. Getting ready for work. Hear my phone go off. Happy Thanksgiving back. Cool. Phone go off. Nothing out the ordinary. So I go to fucking work. I'm driving. I hear cling. Okay, cool. The thing cling. All right, cool. Cling, 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 cling. What the fuck's going on? I'm driving up the fuck Central Avenue. Cling, 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 cling. What the fuck is going on my fucking phone? So I'm like, hold up a second. So now I'm at a red light thinking I can't check my phone yet because I'm in Central Avenue. So what's going on my fucking phone? So I, at a red light, look down. I look at my fucking phone, click on a button, and I see a fucking look at a picture. I see a turkey. I'm thinking, okay, it's a turkey. Someone sent me a picture saying, Happy Thanksgiving. Nothing out the ordinary. So I'm driving. I hear cling, 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 and I'm like, what the fuck? So I pull into Comedy Center on fucking break. I'm like, I got like fucking 56 messages on my fucking phone. So I pull up the fucking phone, and I'm like, holy shit, that's not a turkey. That's a massive... It's a massive cock. And I'm like, hold on a second. Now, the way the cock was fucking dangling down, it was like the shape of a turkey neck, and it was pale in some jeans. And I'm thinking, who just sent me a massive dick on my phone? So next, it's like my friend Paula. What the hell is going on? Cling, another dick, and I'm like, guys, I'm not sure what's going. I'm like, Chris, not sure what's going on. Another dick. So then my friend Kristen's like, Chris, what's happening? Another dick, and I'm like, guys, I'm not sure what's happening right now. There's just dicks in my fucking phone. Another dick. I look down at my fucking phone, and every time somebody in group chat would say something, who the fuck is doing this? Another dick would pop up. I'm looking down at my fucking phone. There's like 45 dicks all over my fucking phone. There's white dick, black dick. You can tell some Hispanic dick. There's circumcised dick, uncircumcised dick. It's in jeans. It's covered up. Some are covered in I'm like, what the fuck? It's dick for days. So I'm like, guys, okay, everyone in this group chat, delete this fucking message. It'll kill the fucking dick. Cling, another dick pops up, and I'm like, Chris, what? And Paul's like, Chris, this isn't fucking funny. Another dick pops up, and I'm like, guys, I'm not sure what's happening. Cling, another dick pops up, and I'm like, all right, let it go. So now I'm sitting, hold on, I'm not done with you yet. So I'm sitting there, and I'm telling Jamie to listen to this podcast. So everything calms down. It's like 15 fucking minutes of just dicks everywhere on my fucking phone. My friend Mandy, when Susan hears this, Mandy was assistant manager at Goodwill, and I had Mandy on my fucking phone. She goes, Chris, yeah. I looked down at my phone. We're having fucking dinner. Her father-in-law walks by. She goes, hey, Mandy, what'd you get a text message? She goes, yeah, for some reason my phone's blowing up. He goes, what's your message? She looks down. She's a massive black dick on her phone. Her father-in-law's like, oh my God. She's like, oh shit. So I'm driving down Central Avenue, like a half hour goes by. No more dicks. It's over with. I'm going to find out who the fuck did this because I can't find where the dicks are coming from. I'll never forget this.
It's Phantom like, Dicker.
It's like 35 minutes, right? All of a sudden I hear my fucking phone clung and I'm like, oh Christ, no. So Jamie's boyfriend Brian, I included Brian because it went down A, B, C, D. I included Brian in the fucking group text. It's like 35 minutes. Brian must have been having turkey dinner or something. Out of nowhere, you see a big ass text. What the fuck? I'm like, clung another dick. I'm like, oh shit. So Paul was like, stop doing this already. I'm gonna call the fucking cops. Clung another dick. And I'm like, Brian, and I swear, when Brian hears this, he's gonna be crying because I'll never forget this to the fucking day I die. I get a fucking big ass text message, capital letters. Brian's like, holy shit. He's like, look at the size of that cock.
Wait a minute.
See, Paula is Susan's fucking friend from Gilmore. She's like, Chris, I swear to God, I'm calling the fucking cops on somebody clawing another dick. And I'm like, and then out of nowhere, Brian sends a fucking final text message. It's very elongated, where it's like, yeah, like that. Another dick pops up, and I was like, Brian, now I'm down a Greyhound in fucking tears laughing because there's like 65 dicks on my fucking phone. And I'm like, Brian, for Christ's sakes, please stop texting this number because there's like 6 people getting dicks everywhere. So he's like, is it no problem, bro? Clawing another dick, and I'm like, fuck. So next morning, I'm sitting there. I had Al's old phone number on my fucking phone. I said, Al, how's your Thanksgiving? He goes, my Thanksgiving was pretty good. Why? I'm like, yeah, for some reason I got like dicks everywhere on my fucking phone. And there's like this very awkward like minute silence. All I hear was like, hey Chris, my bad. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, oh yeah, I didn't tell you about that? You tell me about what? He goes, oh yeah. He's like, well, I found out he goes, some of my friends before were giving me fucking spam text messages and group chat. I was like, I downloaded an app. So every time I'll be included with text messages, group text, I would send fucking dicks. He's like, I forgot to tell you.
But listen, let me add some context to it, to why it went as far as it went, right? It's not like I was just being an asshole or was just firing off dicks. What actually happened was Chris sent out the group text, Happy Thanksgiving, everybody, have a good day, this and that. And I thought it was nice. I responded to it, everybody responded to it, thank you, whatever, it was done. Then people started having conversations through the group chat, which my phone was alerting all the time. So then I sent the messages like, guys, clear up the group chat. If you want to send messages, text each other directly. And then it went quiet for a little while. And then the group chat started up again. Then I was like, yo, if this doesn't die down, I'm going to start sending texts that people don't like. The text continued. Then I started firing off dick pics. That's how that went.
See, I remember
that's how that went. And the solution was, if you guys don't want to get the dick pics anymore, then just get out of the group chat and turn it off. Erase it.
Jesus Christ.
That's how that went. But I was nice. I was very nice in the beginning. I didn't want to just be that guy. I was just gonna be like,
so I remember you said, because like it was your second number. You like you didn't check the fucking phone number for the second number, so it was going off constantly, and it was an app that was fucking it was automatically a text spammer on fucking penises and stuff. I'm like,
I had downloaded that for this guy that used to work with me, Tom Gordon. He had put my phone number on Craigslist with an advertisement for a free Xbox.
Oh,
so I had people just blowing my phone up that I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Yeah. Then he comes to work and he's laughing like, "Oh, did you get all the calls? Blah blah blah. All these I put that." And he explained what happened, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not that mad because that's actually funny. Then I downloaded that app and I returned the favor. I spammed them with all types of shit.
That's funny.
But like, no, the day after he's telling me this shit, I mean, I'm laughing my fucking ass off, but I'm like, motherfuckers, I'm telling, one day I'm going to find a way to share this story with the world.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to tell you this. I don't know if I told you this before, but I did feel bad about that because I was like, yo, everybody's going to yell at Chris about this. Like, nobody knows who I am. They're not going to say anything. But I was just trying to get this shit to stop.
But like, the thing is, it kept popping up the fucking number. It kept saying a weird number. I'm like, who the fuck's number is this? Because I got his new number. I didn't write down Al. So this random number is saying, I'm like, who? I'm like, guys, I'm not sure where this is coming from, but this phantom phone number is sending dicks. I'm like, I don't understand. Like, I'm like, Jesus Christ, that was a gay man's buffet. I mean, like I said, I seen more cock in an hour than fucking 3 years of prison. Like, I'm just... It was everywhere.
I remember that text. I remember the text with the whoever was like, if this doesn't stop, I'm going to call the police. My response was, if I don't stop getting text messages, I'm going to be the one calling the police. Dick pic.
I should have fucking saved that phone because it was goddamn hilarious. But it kept coming up, and I'm like, "What is this fucking phantom number?" Because I said I had Al's old phone number, and this was his fucking new one. So it's like it just said like so whatever 9 whatever, and I'm like, "What the fuck? What is this number? It's a dick. I can't stop it." I'm like, I'm trying to block it. I'm trying to delete the fucking group chat. It's just dick and dick. But like, I said, the worst part Carlton said, and I'm like, I'm at a red light looking down. I'm like, oh, someone sent a picture of a turkey. And I'm like, wait a second.
Oh my God, it's not a turkey.
A turkey.
What kind of turkey do you
It was uncooked. It's like, no, but it was
uncircumcised?
no. Next day with Al, I wasn't even fucking angry because I'm fucking in tears laughing my ass off. But I said when Brian hears this, Brian's reaction when he typed that, he's like, holy shit. He's like, holy shit. Look at the size of that. Like, Jesus Christ.
Didn't that go to your mother?
I went
well?
to say it was our friend Kristen. Went to Paula. Went to my the funny part is I just had for work in college knows this two supervisors, one he's friends with, another one, and I ran out of fucking because you can't put 5 people in a text message. The one guy Nick would have been number 6, and I'm like I would have got fucking fired because I was gonna add Nick to the group because I have a couple supervisors on my fucking phone. In a separate message, hey guys, happy Thanksgiving. Hey Chris, happy Thanksgiving. But Nick was like, no, it was N, so he would have been next. And it was number 6, but it cut off at 5. And I'm like, if my supervisor would have got like 90 dicks on his fucking phone.
I couldn't figure out why they wouldn't just get out of the group chat. Like everybody just kept firing off conversations, and I'm like, well, what is happening here?
It was like 100 messages. I couldn't because I never did group chat before.
How many giant dicks do I have?
That's what I'm saying. If I was in the group chat getting dicks, the first dick would have had me like, and I'm done.
Oh fuck. Well, because I'm like I couldn't figure out how to leave group chat.
The best part is Chris's phone's going off and he just can't check it. He has to drive.
I said, I'm driving here, calling.
That's like a 40-minute trip.
That's like, look down my fucking phone, 65 messages. But what the fuck is? Oh shit! Like, what is it? The best ones. My assistant manager, because I was still working Goodwill on the side with CDTA, and she's like, yeah. She's with her husband, her kids, and stuff. Her father-in-law's like, her father looks down. He's like, "You just got a text message, yeah." Like, let me see. Whoa. He's like, "Oh my god." It's like for years. I'm like, I mean, because like I was apologizing. I'm like, dude, it's so goddamn funny. You ain't got to say sorry because one day this will be a good story, like on a podcast. Jesus Christ. I said fucking Alan is. That's why I'm calling that shit the damn Great Cocksgiving, man. Because it was cock for Thanksgiving. Like shit, there was. Damn.
Especially when they look like turkeys.
Yeah, I was like, never again. It's like I'm never doing a group. I was right since then. I've never done a group chat.
like I tell people all the time, group chat isn't the problem. It's getting everybody to acknowledge the group chat and then get out of it. You know, acknowledge it, say thank you, and then delete it. Like, you don't respond to a group chat over and over, especially when somebody's asking you to stop. Like, I wouldn't even have had a problem with the group chat if it was like an occasional. I mean, people were having full blown conversations. Like, my phone was going crazy, and I'm like, every time I check my phone, it's not nothing pertaining to me. Like, it's not. So I'm checking my phone every 5 minutes for alerts, and I'm not getting anything. It's people talking to each other that know each other that don't know me.
Oh god. Yeah, so we got fucking because it's like anyway. No.
But it was funny. I thought it was. I thought it was funny after the fact. I was annoyed when it was going down. but in hindsight, I felt bad like after because I was like, "Fuck, man, Chris is gonna feel the brunt of this." What's going on, Susan?
I should have brought Susan all that dick.
It was funny, but
yeah. So.
Are you talking about the time Al sent a dick pic?
He didn't say a dick pic. He sent the dictionary of dick pics.
The great dick pic bonanza.
It was the year.
Yeah. But I had to go because
Dickopolis.
Yeah, especially because fucking Paul was like, fuck you assholes. What's all these dicks? Like,
no, the thing was that we had this stupid old crotchety bitch who used to work with us at Goodwill.
Yeah, Paula. and Mandy and Kristen were.
She was also getting dick pics.
He was getting the dick pics as well. And she kept saying, she's like, I'm going to find out who the fuck this is and I'm calling the cops.
Yeah.
I'm going to get him arrested.
Her husband felt a little inept compared to those pictures.
Yeah, I'll keep writing more stuff down near Post Carlton because we're not even like said. The host has been fun. I mean, more chimpanzees getting brains and shit, and
yes.
I read like
possible Nazi.
The past
apes.
days, like this couple like one woman, her boyfriend beat her kid to death. I try to mix up with the dark shit, the humorous stuff because like I can't read so many articles about fucking some woman's boyfriend beating her 8-year-old to death. Like there's like 10 of those. I'm like, God damn, what's people stop beating kids to death, man? Fuck, like.
The other day they had some weird shit on the internet where some guy got sentenced to life in prison, and he was crying because he was like 21 years old or something, and everybody was like, "Oh, his life is forfeit." But this motherfucker got charged for beating a 6-month-old to death.
It's probably on here.
I'm like,
honestly, I've got about 5 of them on my phone.
Why is anybody sorry for this guy?
Yeah.
Like if.
Goddamn liberals.
Yeah, there's like 2 guys and like 2 different women and stuff. I just don't get why you're murdering infants for it. Like, it's just Jesus, man.
That shit is crazy to me.
Let him cry for his mommy.
Yeah, so 4 hours went by quick, man. So
It did.
Facts. So it's time to wind it down then.
yeah, say your goodbyes and we
All right, guys, you already know my spiel. This is America.
Stop scalping Xboxes.
You greedy sons of bitches that's hoarding Xboxes. Fuck yourselves, all right?
Yeah, really.
You could go fuck yourselves good and hard.
Yeah.
You grimy, greedy sons of bitches.
You are the ones
And on
who
that
are
note,
liquors.
let's always remember to continue to take care of our neighborhoods and our neighbors. Take care of the people and places that can protect you and your neighborhood in your times of need. Donate to your local fire station, police department, hospitals, libraries, and schools. And make sure, to like get over the gripe, the anger, and all the shit that you're holding on to.
Yeah.
It's a new era. Let's do better for each other.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Guys, you and Junior got your goodbye.
I'm just gonna say, make sure everyone stays safe for the holidays. Be smart. Enjoy it with your family
If you can.
and just remember that try to focus on what you can control instead of fixating on what you can't.
Facts.
We're all in it together.
Yeah, because it's gonna stress you out. It's gonna really become difficult if you're trying to think of the world's problems when you got your own in front of you.
That is sage advice.
Yeah, so the rest of December, we'll see how things plan out. Man, it's going to be a long month and more COVID shit and finances, and I don't know. Even at the end of this year, even after the election, I'm still trying to I'm taking it one paycheck at a time. I'm not even taking it one month at a time. It's one paycheck at a time.
Pretty
You
much.
know what's weird? A little side note. What's weird is like a lot of people that are talking about the possibilities for this vaccine to be bad. Yeah. I'm here to tell everybody that I am going to be amongst the first people signing up for vaccine tests. So I am fucking super ready for shit to be back to normal. Like, I am ready to go out again. So if the vaccine is going to kill me, let it. If it's not, then let it make me stronger.
I think, for what I heard real quick, there's only like 32 million vaccines for this first wave, and the next wave won't be for another month or so.
I've read the article.
First wave's going out for the medical personnel and military.
I'm fine with that. Whenever it comes around to me, I'm definitely going to take it without any hesitation.
I read the article this morning saying they're saying by February they want to have at least 100 million people vaccinated by February. So we'll see.
I'm going to wait and see if anybody turns into zombies or some shit like that.
Yeah, and it's like I was telling Al before we started recording, Carlton, it's been a really fucked up week as usual with political stuff, which I'm staying the fuck away from. I'm just like, no matter what happens, I hope that everybody's safe. I want our economy to get better.
Yep.
I'm not for Trump or Biden, period. I'm just like, no matter what happens, we'll get into that next time. I don't give a fuck if Trump stays or goes or Biden stays or goes. I want our country to fix itself. I don't give
normalcy.
Yeah, it would be cool if people could just stop wanting to kill each other over politics. It's like I was saying, Carlton, I told Al before, man, listen to Howard. The past week I listened to a month of Howard, and it's fucking brutal, man. I don't even want to listen to Howard anymore. I'm like, dude,
the most inhumane thing is man's inhumanity to man.
Yeah. That's why I say, like all of us here, it's like when we bring down Junior's friend Selena or Susan or anybody, I we can all just talk about why can't we all fucking stay friends and stay family? It's like, I don't give a fuck. The 6 people in this fucking room, if you guys voted for fucking Howard the Duck, it's like we're all family. I don't give a fuck. It's like, but some of this shit.
And that's the whole point, is that
I voted for RoboCop.
Yeah, but that's the thing, Karen. It's like
I voted for Golden Frieza.
I'll mention this shit. Some of the fucking families and friendships being fucking destroyed. I mean, I've known, except for Al, you guys my entire fucking life, and nothing will ever change that. And the fact that the people lose friendships over 25, 30 years over this shit, that's no, man.
Yeah, unless you kill, or even if you killed someone, I would see why.
I just said
I'll probably still be your friend.
That's what Al.
It depends on who.
The why would definitely be a big factor. Because if you're defending yourself or your home, your children, I would definitely be on your side.
So,
and who, but for the most part, pretty much I ain't going nowhere.
So must be all let Junior and Elliot say goodbyes. Just same thing as always, guys. This shit's free. People are kind of pissed off at Joe Rogan because officially Joe Rogan took down 95% of his videos off YouTube to Spotify. Joe said 6 months ago, guys, I'm going exclusively to Spotify. Spotify is on there. It's all legit. It's been there. You can, and some people are like, oh, is Spotify free? Yeah, it's free. Our shit's on Spotify free. You knew Joe Rogan was going there. Joe's like, I'm never going to charge anybody a penny for my podcast. Spotify pays him. The ads pay him. Joe's like, I'm not charging the fans for my podcast. Same deal with me. So it's like, I mean, if we ever get enough fucking downloads and listeners, I'm not against sponsors, but like, I'm not charging anybody for just us sitting around drinking fucking mics. So don't need your money, and I got my own. So
that was a long ass spiel. But
that was your spiel.
But I am a full supporter of small businesses and local artists, and just, you know, I'm always down to support anybody's talents and things like that. Send me links and whatnot, and I'll give my honest assessment on things. And I look forward to seeing, you know, other people's talents and things like that, and just to really put things out there. You know, people just gotta just see the bigger picture of what's going on, and I really hope that, you know, over time we can stop focusing on all the dumb shit that's distracting us and really start focusing on the issues that matter to us blue collar workers. And that's it.
So Game Pass Ultimate added EA Play, so I have more games to play. So if you're an Xbox user, Game Pass Ultimate, because it's well worth the price.
It is.
Thanks for that update, Grimace.
You're very welcome, brother of Grimace.
all right, Carlton, we're out.
All right, guys.